Hey guys, while we are here, is it just me, or any of you guys secretly planning how to get out of this mess? I do not know about you, but I am sick of doing Sansa's dirty work for free. Norman voiced out his thoughts about wanting to rebel against Sansa to Grey Fur and Sniper. Not the smartest way to test the waters, but the quickest way for sure. Norman was so brazen with this approach because he knew all his memories would be read by Sansa anyway, so why try to be sneaky when you know you are going to be caught anyway? Haha, here we go again. Another one of the newbies who thinks he is smart. Sniper laughed Norman's words off. This was not the first time he has encountered such a brazen situation. I remember Sniper's first time he was all bark, I will kill that, itch, that, this, blah blah. And now look at him, he is the most docile dog under Madam. Newbie who said we are doing this for free. Greyfur's words made it clear that he was on Sansa's web for a long time. What do you mean by we are not doing this for free? Aren't you guys blackmailed by Sansa to do her bidding? Norman was confused. He thought they were also being blackmailed by Sansa just like him, but turns out they were not being blackmailed, but were willing participants in her schemes, and were also being paid handsomely. Newbie, what Greyfur means is that we are doing this mission because Madam Web has promised each of us handsome rewards of choice. And no, we're not being blackmailed. Is that clear enough for you? Sniper answered before Greyfur could answer Norman's questions. What? Norman thought his approach of gathering information was brazen enough, but the answers he got from the Sniper and Greyfur was not something he was expecting. What kind of self-respecting card emperor would willingly participate in the assassination of a teenager in the card soldier realm? Not just one, but 30 card emperors. What's wrong with these people? Since when were card emperors available for hire to kill a child? Newbie, let me first welcome you to the Madam Web's club. Here in this club, you are what we call an intern. Sniper is a trainee, and I am an official senior member. The reason why you are not being paid is that you are an intern and have zero loyalty towards Madam Web. I bet you failed the Madam's test very badly for you to be an intern for so long. Suddenly Greyfur was interpreted by Norman midway. What do you mean by I have been an intern for so long? Have we been on other missions together? Why do I not remember? Norman tried very hard to search his memories, but the result was the same. This was the first time he had met with Greyfur. If you cannot remember me, then only two reasons seem possible. One, some of your memories are still suppressed, and second, some of your memories are erased by Madam. Madam hardly erases anybody's memories. I bet you must have pissed her off very badly to get your memories erased. Anyways, where was I? Yes, after completing the internship, one becomes a trainee who has questionable loyalty towards Madam, but has passed Madam's test. Trainees are eligible to get paid. And over the period, if you earn enough merits like me, you become a member of the Madam Web's club and will be paid handsomely for our work. Greyfur let out a satisfied smile after finally being able to complete his explanation without any further interruption from Norman. Wait, don't tell me 30 card emperors are willing to gather to kill a teenager of the card soldier realm for money? Since when did card emperors care for a few soul jades? Norman did not believe these card emperors were willing to follow Sansa because of a few soul jades. What I mean by getting paid is we get something more worth than soul jades. For example, look at Sniper. Do you think any family will be willing to make him their future head? Greyfur asked Norman. Norman did not know how to answer because Sniper was standing right next to him. Don't mind me, be honest. Sniper pushed Norman for an answer. Mr. Sniper is more of a warrior, and the battlefield is where you shine the best. Family politics and management is not the best place for you. Norman chose his words carefully because he knew Sniper seemed the type to hold grudges. Good save. That's a way to politely put it. But the exact answer is no. No family would want a leader like Sniper. The family would fall to ruins the moment someone like the Sniper becomes the leader. Yet, Sniper is now the top heir of his family. How is that possible? It's possible because that's what he asked Madam Web for in return for his services. Madam Web's recruitment of interns is a bit crude and questionable, but it's effective as long as you pass her test. Anything you ever wanted will be within your reach. Greyfur seemed to know Sniper's real identity and was pretty close to him, as Sniper did not snap being called a fool by him. What about you, Mr. Greyfur? What did you ask in return for your service? Norman asked curiously. Aren't you curious, newbie? I could tell you, but I will have to kill you afterwards. Listen carefully, I rarely give advice. We all are being screwed hard, but it's up to you to decide whether you want to enjoy it or struggle till you are broken. That's the only two in for you once you have entered Madame Web's club. Grayfur seemed to be a very private person despite him being in everybody's business. After having a detailed talk with Grayfur and Sniper, Norman got all the answers he seeks. It wasn't much of an effort since they told him everything he wanted to know. The important thing was Norman got an answer for why are there so many card emperors willingly serving under Sansa's command? Mutual benefit. Something grown-ups call you scratch my back, I scratch your back. What Sansa provided these card emperors is something you would not hope to find in a coerced organization like this: impartial trust and faith. Madame Web's club is nothing but a huge network with Sansa as the go-between and safety net. Material needs mean nothing to people with enormous strength like a card emperor. They hunger for something that material possession and their current status cannot get them. That's where Sansa comes in to help these card emperors connect with people who can get them what they want in a mutual exchange. Sansa's involvement doesn't end there. If it did, she would never be able to command the card emperors like mere pawns. She provided them with trust and guarantee that their mutual exchange goes through without a hitch. The card emperors trust Sansa's memory control ability and believe that Sansa has control over everybody involved, and nobody dared to go back on their words or double-cross them during the mutual exchange. More importantly, the privacy that came with these deals was world-class and could not be found anywhere. The card emperors trapped in Sansa's web are no ideal citizens. They have many skeletons in their closet which they want to hide from the world. That is the reason they fell in Sansa's web in the first place. With Sansa's ability, it was not hard for her to maintain privacy according to the requirements of her club members. She could make sure that after the deal, except for the member who demanded the deal, other personnel involved would forget that such a deal ever happened. Since the demands are not something that these card emperors can achieve by normal means and require Sansa's help, then what they demanded is something shady which they would not like for many people to know. In a way, these card emperors themselves are providing Sansa with more dirt and blackmail material on them. The card emperors did not care about this, as Sansa and her network can get them whatever they desire, from extinct and forbidden card ingredients to positions in high places to getting revenge to assassinating to getting rid of competition to get away with genocide to anything illegal. As long as they had enough merits in Sansa's books, she would make their desires true. Sansa was like an anchor for these people. With her watching after them, they did not need to suppress their animalistic needs. But Sansa wasn't a fool. She would cut anybody who was becoming a liability to the group without hesitation. If she can send 30 card emperors to kill a child in the card soldier realm, then she can send 30+ card emperors to kill a single card emperor whom she deemed as a liability to her club. For Sansa, all these card emperors were mere pawns to get what she wants, nothing more, nothing less. Thanks to her origin card, controlling these pawns to form a secret organization in the heart of the capital hidden from the demigods was an easy feat with her calculative and manipulative nature. After learning all this, Norman, who was planning on getting free from Sansa's web by struggling hard enough, no longer thought it was a good idea, as he knew with Sansa's ability and the dirt she has on him, it would be foolish of him to think that he could escape from her clutches. Having come to this conclusion, Norman started to think it would be in his best interest to not try to go against Sansa and maybe take Greyfur's advice about using the organization for his benefit, similar to how it is using him, because whether he likes it or not, he is in the organization and he will do what Sansa asks him off one way or the other. There is no use in struggling. Having made up his mind, Norman's eyes shone with resolve. He was no different from other card emperors. He had things he wanted, but his current power and status were not enough to get him that. He had enough of being the useless young master of the Jones family. It is true that without the family's resources, he could never have been able to reach the card emperor realm. So what? He had as much right to be the Jones family head as the rest of his siblings. Norman's ambition, which he had suppressed under his hedonism, finally came to light after an entanglement with Sansa's web. Greyfur, when will we be attacking them? Norman asked Greyfur with newfound convictions. After the remaining 5 teams arrive at the rendezvous point and briefing them about our plan. Greyfur felt that something had changed in Norman, and he was not new to this, as he had seen many interns have the same light that Flower Thief had in his eyes. After outweighing the benefits of the club, nobody would think of rebellion. Instead, try hard to gain more merits and be recognized by Sansa. While you guys are trying to negotiate with the Southern Emperor, can I try kidnapping that kid? With him in custody, it will be easy for us to escape. Of course, we will kill him once we reach a safe place. Norman no longer wasted time thinking about how to get free. Instead, he was thinking of using his origin card to earn merits. Good, newbie. I like the way you were thinking. Way to show initiative. If you are successful, then the number of variables in this plan will decrease sharply. You can go ahead with your plan. After all, Madam did send you to do exactly that. Commending Norman, Gray Fur heads out of the underground base for fresh air. Heading out, Norman summoned his grimoire and made contact with Sansa. Gray Fur, you are done already. That was fast. Sansa answered the call and was surprised to hear from Gray Fur so soon. Not yet, madam. We are yet to start. Other teams haven't arrived, but we have done initial reconnaissance. And everything is within madam's plan. Once all the team gather, we plan to distract the boy's protectors while Flower Thief tries to kidnap the boy. We plan on using the boy as a hostage to escape and then get rid of him. Gray Fur explained the reason for the delay and his plan step by step. This way Sansa would not blame him for calling her prematurely. This must not be the only reason why you called me. What is it? Sansa asked impatiently. I called to report about Flower Thief. Gray Fur was trying to do extra credits in Sansa's books. It was due to teacher pets like Gray Fur. Sansa did not have a hard time managing her secret organization. The senior members of the organization have grown so dependent on the secret organization that they protect it and make sure that the organization continues to grow untraced. And also help Sansa manage and keep tabs on the new members so that they do not do something stupid. Sansa's secret organization is now basically functioning by itself. Except for recruiting new interns and solving occasional disputes, Sansa's role in her organization was decreasing, but this did not mean that her control over the organization members decreased. Instead, it only grew stronger. What about him? Did he try something funny? Should I suppress and check his memory remotely? Sansa thought that Norman must have tried to escape or something, so she decided to shut him down remotely. No, madam. Your plan was a success. That kid is playing right in your hands. He could not resist the idea of becoming the future Jones family head, but I will still keep my eyes on him for now. He is no longer a reluctant participant and is showing initiative. Gray Fur reported the change in Norman and him showing initiative. Good. There is no surprise there, they always do. Sansa answered nonchalantly. It's because Madam knows how to select the perfect interns. With Flower Thief in our hands, we have made it into the Jones family. Next, which family are we targeting, Madam? Norman knew the key reason they were able to break Norman was because of his weak personality. Sansa knew how to select them. You are enthusiastic as ever, Gray Fur. But for now, finish that boy. I do not want him stepping into the capital. I had tried so hard to get rid of that troublesome Ellen, but even after death, she still somehow manages to trouble me. Give that boy the most painful death you can think of. Only then will my anger recede. Sansa ordered Gray Fur to kill Wyatt in the most painful way he can think of. Do not worry, madam. Your salve will not disappoint you. Gray Fur humbly accepted Sansa's order. Date: March 27th, 2321. Time: 14:30. Location: Sky Blossom City, Whitebun Manor, Whitebun Family Conference Hall. If everybody is here, then let's start with discussing the number of casualties during the ambush of demigod worshippers. Jack announced the commencement of the meeting. Thanks to Family Guard's fast response, the casualties are limited to only 7 family staff. The 7th Elder reported the casualties during the ambush as asked by Jack. How many of them form the main family? Jack asked the questions that most of the elders present in the hall were wondering. None. The casualty was limited to branch family members. The 7th Elder answered without any feelings for the dead. Good, and what about property damage? Jack did not dwell on the sacrifice of 7 branch family members, as if their deaths were not worth his concern. It seemed he was more eager to know if there is any casualties to main family members and how much property damage had taken place. The family declared martial law since the very beginning of the ambush, so the property damage and casualties were kept to a minimum. The 7th Elder just followed Jack's lead and reported to what he was asked. It was as if they were playing a play. Jack had already read the report submitted by the 7th Elder, but the other elders and grand elders were yet to receive the report. So Jack asked the 7th Elder all the questions that were in the minds of all the elders present in the conference, so that everyone is brought to the speed. But still, Whitebin family was a den of wild animals. Elders would not sit still as he acted play to show that his leadership was perfect and not to be questioned during the ambush. Family head, please do not waste our time and skip to the main question that we all are here to ask. Why did the demigod worshippers only target our family, and how did they know and were able to access the family's secret escape teleportation array? The 21st Elder was of the same generation as Jack, and was one of the people who were stepped on by Jack to his climb to power. He was especially here to scrutinize Jack. Despite knowing the answers to all the questions he just asked, he still brought up the following questions in the conference to put Jack in the hot seat. As expected, 21st Elder's questions worked like a charm, and the quiet conference hall turned rowdy in a matter of seconds. Wait, our family had a hidden escape teleportation array. So the rumors were true. What? The demigod worshippers used our hidden teleportation array to attack our family manor. How come I am getting to hear this now? That's not important. How were they able to find the teleportation array and access it? It's only known to a few of us. Does this mean there is a traitor in our family? The important question is, why isn't the family head asking these questions instead of flaunting the minimum casualties during the ambush? Silence. Jack yelled with utter annoyance, as if the family elders gathered in Whitebin family conference hall were mere barking dogs. The people gathered here were Whitebin family elders. They represented the past, present, and future of the family. These were the people who earned the family title of the wildest family of the Sky Blossom City. How could they be silenced by Jack's mere yell? They literally were silenced by Jack yelling the word silence. The elders spoke with the loudest voice they could fathom, but no voice came out of their larynx. Not just their voice, they could not even connect with their soul energy. The rowdy crowd of Whitebin were not shocked or surprised by this, as they were used to it. This was the world rule silence, which their family head had comprehended. The rule, silence, literally silences the victim's voice and disconnects their access to their soul energy. No access to soul energy means the victim cannot summon his or her grimoire. Even if they had already summoned their grimoire and activated a skill, it does not matter. All of it gets interpreted and cancelled as they lose access to their power supply, the soul energy. It's similar to how all the running electronic items shut down when there's a power outage. This rule made the elders wary of Jack. Jack had yet to completely comprehend the rule and forge it into a rune and then turn it into a card. But the power of rule was already so enormous that Jack was able to subdue a hall full of Card Lord Realm card apprentices with a single word. This rule is just a part of Jack's actual strength, as he had only formed his ego gem and comprehended the rule in the present decade. Before that, Jack was able to lead the Whitebin family with his might as a normal card apprentice alone. While the elders were afraid of Jack's mysterious rule, they also saw it as an opportunity that would raise the Whitebin family beyond a third-rate city like Sky Blossom City. But only Jack knew that his half-comprehend rule appeared so powerful because the people around him were just too weak. They did not have an ego gem, so they could not resist the power of rule. Therefore, he could easily silence them with his incomplete rule. A card apprentice of any realm with an ego gem could easily be immune to his incomplete rule. It was like being the only literate in the village of illiterates. I have conducted this conference to answer all of your questions. Have patience, we will get to those questions when we are done with obvious ones. But since you guys are already brought to the speed, then I will continue by answering all the questions you have asked. Speak up now in a civilized manner if you have any objections. Instead of shouting like we are in a fish market. Jack had already lifted his rule silence and asked the elders if they had any problem with how he was conducting his conference. But the hall remained silent as rowdy elders no longer dared to use their numbers to pressure the family head. I will take your silence as no objection. Jack eyed the 21st elder with an intimidating gaze. Elders who noticed this knew that upcoming days in the family for the 21st elder will be difficult. Yes, the family had created a secret escape teleportation array as a contingency, as one of the hidden parts of the Project Last Stand. You guys are not new to Project Last Stand, but there are many hidden parts to the project which many of you are not aware of, and the information of these hidden parts are limited to related personnel only. Any questions? Jack glanced over all the elders across the entire hall and finally landed his gaze on the 21st elder who was about to speak and used his rule silence on him. The 21st elder opened his mouth, but no words came out of it. His mouth moved, but it was unable to produce sound. The 21st Elder did not panic. He knew what was happening. Jack was trying to show him who was running the show. But the 21st Elder did not get overwhelmed here. Instead, he raised his arms like students raising their hands in class to get permission from their teacher. Jack was dumbstruck. He did not expect the 21st Elder, despite being embarrassed by him, to endure all the humiliation and continue making a stance against his tyranny. Seeing no choice, Jack lifted his rule and asked, "Yes, Luke, what is it do you want to ask?" "Thank you, family head. My questions are very simple. How much of the family money did you use in setting up the hidden teleportation array? What is the current state of the hidden teleportation array? Is it damaged, or can it be transplanted to another secure location? Why were the family elders not informed of such a huge expenditure? How did the demigod worshippers know about the hidden teleportation array and how to access it when most family elders did not know about it? Do you suspect there is a traitor among us? If yes, do you know who the traitor is?" Starting small, the 21st Elder asked all the questions, which put Jack and his leadership under a very bad light. Setting up the teleportation array cost a buttload of money. All of the money we made through the black market was used to set up the teleportation array and maintain it. The demigod worshippers destroyed the teleportation array during their escape so that we cannot follow them. So now we cannot transplant it to another secure location. The reason why the family elders were not informed of such a huge expenditure was that all the money used in its creation was black money. The fewer people involved, the better. The demigod worshippers knew about the hidden teleportation array and how to access it because we do have a traitor among us. And that traitor is none other than the disowned Paul Whitebun. Paul learned this information from his father, who is one of the personnel involved in setting up, maintaining, and guarding the teleportation array. Paul has not only betrayed the family, but also joined the Empire. We are still investigating his entire family and friends list to check what other secrets that Paul may know about. Jake patiently answered all the questions asked by the 21st Elder, trying his best that these answers did not put him in a bad light, just like the 21st Elder intended to by asking these questions. "Luke, I hope I was able to answer all your questions." Jack's eyes were so cold as he glared at Luke. The elders that noticed this thought Jack was planning on killing Luke. To these elders who were oppressed under Jack's absolute tyranny, Luke, who despite all the embarrassment and intimidation stood tall to question Jack, appeared as a savior and a better option than Jack, the current family head. "Yes, family head, your answers were clear, but my questions are not done there. I want to ask you, why did the demigod family attack us out of all the families in the Sky Blossom City? We are the Whitebun's strongest and the richest family in the city. How could they possibly be courageous enough to attack our family in our territory?" Asked the question that was bugging most of the elders. These elders are busy with their active soul control cultivation or out on family business. Most of them do not know what transpired recently to provoke the religious nuts into attacking them. So, this question was bugging most of the elders. "I do not know. I heard our family was not the only target they attacked the card stadium too. Maybe their acts were just acts of terror, and they chose our family because of Paul's involvement. If they want to terrorize the city, then what better than attacking the strongest and richest family in the city? With the help of Paul and his information, our family may have seemed easy as a target." Jack lied without batting an eye. Clap, clap. Family head, I will let this slide as a fellow father. Hey, which father doesn't lie to protect his only son? But do not forget the oath you took before becoming the family head. Family before anything and anyone. According to my information, the demigod worshippers attacked our family and the stadium because of your son, Pax Godson. The demigod worshippers believe that your son is the last descendant of the demigod Michelangelo Godson. Is it true? Luke everything all along, and he purposefully asked his questions to trap Jack. No. Pax is not the last descendant of any demigod. His mother was a low-level adventurer who I met during my adventuring days. Have you ever heard of a demigod descendant picking up a dollar bill more efficiently than a stripper? The demigod worshippers have misunderstood my son as their lord's last descendant because of his golem origin card, which is shaped in demigod Michelangelo Godson's image. That is all. This is a big misunderstanding. Do you have any more questions? If not, this family conference will end here. I still have to take care of a lot of things. Jack was pissed that Luke brought his son into this despite knowing that his son is at the center of this, and he cannot hide him forever. Family head, I know you are busy, but we still have to decide how to treat the people involved and not mention the compensation to the 7 branch family members that sacrificed themselves for the family by people involved like clearly meant Pax's godson. But he could not be obvious because Luke knew that pushing Jack too would not favor him. So turn to another issue that would help him gain points with branch family elders. What about the 7 beach family members? They did their job. Why do we need to compensate them? From the start, Jack acted as if the people from the branch family were expendable. Family head, your quick response of declaring martial law was indeed helpful in averting the ambush of the demigod worshippers, but we cannot forget that those 7 people were also key in repelling the enemy. Even though we cannot reward their bravery and contribution to those 7 people, the least we can do is compensate their household. What do you think of this family head? The branch family elders looked at Luke with grateful eyes. The branch family did not dare to complain about discrimination in front of Jack, who even oppressed the main family. Fine, 7th elder, please see to it that all 7 people's households are compensated appropriately. Everyone dismiss. Elder, like, please stay behind. I have things to discuss with you. Dismissing everyone else, Jack asked Luke to stay behind. Elders knew what Jack was up to, but they did not dare to voice against Jack and could only shake their heads in disappointment with themselves. I never thought a day would come that we both would work together. You know, I did try to have your eldest daughter assassinated and then your son through a death match. Luke did not understand Jack. How could this man be so cold-hearted that for the family he is willing to sacrifice his children? Anything for the family, right? Anyway, I stand to gain more by making you my puppet than killing you. So, did you make contact with Paul? How is it going on his side? Jack did not hide his intentions from Luke. I did. The plan was a success. Everything went according to your calculation. They trust Paul as one of them. Having Paul help demigod worshippers attack our manor to become one of them, and then having Paul rescue the fleeing demigod worshippers to gain their trust. Only you could think of such a devious plan. Luke reminisced how Jake approached him with Paul yesterday night and offered to make him the next family head in exchange for his cooperation. But that is not enough for Paul to get into the inner sanctum of the church and get his hands on the demigod Michelangelo's broken runes. There is still a lot of work we have to do. Make sure that body doesn't screw everything up in the middle. Jack pardoned Paul for his crimes and helped him infiltrate the empire because he had bigger plans like eyeing the broken rune of the demigod. Don't worry, Paul is somebody I choose. That kid is more devious than you think. The important thing is how eager he is to prove his loyalty and himself to the family. As long as we look after his parents, he will do what we ask of. Luke assured Jack that he could trust Paul, and he can control Paul fine using his attachment to his parents. And you make sure to maintain the reputation I helped you build today. Especially focus on gaining the trust of the branch family. If you gain their trust, nobody can stop you from taking the family leader position when I step down. Jack advised Luke on how to become the next family head when he steps down. Hey man, you don't have to tell me that. I have been preparing to overthrow you for decades. Luke did not take Jack's advice about winning the trust of the branch family seriously. This arrogance of yours is the reason why you have been trying to overthrow me for decades without success. Luke, the reason why I choose you is that I see a decisive leader in you. I think you are willing to do anything in the name of the family that others will hesitate to do. But that is not enough to become a family head. If you continue to look down on the branch family, you fail to become the head even after I step down. Over the years, many capable branch family members have married into the main family. Their contribution has made them a valuable asset to the main family, gaining them the same power as any main family member. Not to mention their offspring who have grown up being part of both main and branch families. Winning over the branch families means winning over these people. Adding these two groups, they make up to 60% of family power. This is how important the branch family are, and most importantly, they are very loyal and know to endure. Unlike the main family member who is dissatisfied with anything you do. Jack did not like the arrogance shown by the next white bin candidate chosen by him. Wow, you really want me to become the next family head? That means you are stepping down as the family head. It seems like never believed that Jack would help him become the next family head. Even after Luke tried to kill Jack's eldest daughter and only son. You fool. I just destroyed the reputation I had built over the decades for you to act as hero in the family conference. And here you are still trying to figure me out. Now I feel like I would have had better chances with that other guy. Jack knew it would not be easy to gain Luke's trust and bring him to his side, but he did know that despite all his efforts, Luke would be this cynical of him and his motives. Why do I have a hard time trusting you? You just waltz into my bedroom and said you will make me the next family head and to trust you. But you never explained to me, why are you planning to retire? Why did you choose me despite our old and new grudges? And why are we having that kid Paul steal a broken demigod rune from the religious nuts? I thought you were preparing your eldest daughter to be the next family head. If not for your sincerity earlier, I would have thought you were just messing with me. Luke had many doubts as today, early morning at 2 o'clock, Jack walked into his bedroom and dragged him out saying he will make him the next family head and to trust him. Without giving him much explanation, Jack had him do many favors for him, like helping Paul help demigod worshippers to ambush the manor, helping Paul help demigod worshippers escape the family pursuit, and helping Jack control Paul. Luke followed Jack's arrangements because he felt that if he did not do what Jack asked him to, he would be killed by him under false pretenses. I did not have the time to explain everything to you at that movement. Now that everything is taking off as planned, let me bring you up to speed. I have comprehended my rule enough to forge a rune. So, soon I am planning to break through to the Card Overlord realm. You know the government rules. Once I cross the Card Lord realm, I have to leave for a higher tier city. Luke was shocked to hear that Jack had already comprehended a decent amount of rule and forged a rune, when the rest of the family was still thinking that Jack had just started comprehending his rule. What? There is no hurry for you to break through to the Card Overlord realm yet. You can always break through when you have comprehended a few more runes, or until you have found a platinum-grade grimoire. Luke knew Jack was an irreplaceable pillar of the Whitebin family. With him gone, the family's hold over the Sky Blossom City and the city's black market will be challenged. I have to. You are smart. You must have already figured out that there is truth to the demigod worshippers' claims. Pax is one of the descendants of demigod Michelangelo Godson. Pax is not safe here. I am planning to have him join one of the top 10 universities. They would fight to have demigod descendants join their university. Jack made it clear that he was willing to join hands with the enemy for the sake of his son. It wasn't hard figuring out. Your boy's last name is Godson, same as the demigod. So for your son's safety, you will retire and move to Central Academic City along with him. Central Academic City, with such a big stage, why would you want your eldest daughter to be a family head in a third-tier city? I bet you're planning on taking Eliza and the twins along with you. It makes sense why you want to steal broken demigod runes from the church. But I still don't get it. Why choose me as your replacement among all the people? I tried to kill Eliza and Pax. For God's sake, Jack, please explain to me, what the fuck are you planning? This question was bugging Luke more than anything else. He could not fathom why the hell a man like Jack, who loves his children more than anything in life, would be willing to forgive him for trying to assassinate his children and also help him achieve his lifelong dream. What was this man planning? The more generous Jack was to him, the more it frightened Luke. Haven't I answered you already? I chose you for your decisiveness and willingness to do anything for the family. And you're the only one who can understand my new vision for the family. The other candidates have a different vision for the family and its development. My vision also used to align with their vision. Until recently, everything changed when I learned that my only son had the blood of a demigod. Do you know what it means? Not just to Pax, but to me, you, and the family. Jack certainly had a new vision for the Whitebin family, and his recent action was just a step towards that vision. I don't want to rain on your vision, but you do know that having demigod blood does not guarantee that one can become a demigod. Luke knew why Jack was so excited, but he thought Jack's thoughts were too far-fetched. If just having a demigod bloodline helped one become a demigod, with the number of children each demigod gives birth to and the descendants these children give birth to, there would be a demigod on every street. You are right, having demigod blood does not guarantee that one can become a demigod, but having a demigod's broken rune does guarantee that one can become a demigod. Jack was clear about his plans and had already deployed a pawn named Paul to achieve it. Are you mad? Let's say even if Paul is successfully able to steal demigod Godson's broken rune, it is not absolute that it will accept Pax as its new master. There is something called bloodline purity. Without enough of it, There's no way in hell Demigod Godson's broken rune will acknowledge Pax. Let's assume a miracle happens and Demigod Godson's broken rune accepts Pax as its new master, but who is to say that it will not revive Demigod Godson in Pax's body? This plan is filled with so many variables that if we get caught doing what you are planning, it will lead to the destruction of our whole Whitebin family. It did not take a genius to figure out the obvious holes in Jack's plan, and it made Luke cautious. Do not worry. I know what I am doing, and the problems you just listed will not happen. Pax is my child, and I will never risk his life. Trust me, if everything goes according to plan, the Whitebin family will have a seat among the world leaders. Jack was not someone who would risk his son's life. He knew something that Luke did not know about the interesting demigod's broken rune. The broken rune of a demigod does indeed need high demigod bloodline purity to accept a new master, and this criterion is mostly satisfied by direct descendants of the said demigod. Pax is not a direct descendant, but still, Jack was sure that the broken rune of a demigod will accept him as its new master because Pax had received a bestowal from the demigod godson, which is equal to getting the seal of approval from the demigod godson. With the blood of the demigod and his bestowal, Pax will easily be able to subdue the broken demigod rune. As for why Jack was sure that demigod godson will not try to revive in Pax, because demigod worshippers from the Empire have tried to revive demigod godson a few times in the past, and failed as he does not want to be revived. And the demigod godsons will, instead of getting revived, help the descendants that were accepted by his broken runes to ascend to demigodhood. This way demigod godson continued to help humanity even after his fall. These two were the reasons why Jack was quite sure that Pax would become a demigod without a hitch as long as Paul can steal the demigod godson's broken rune. This Luke did not need to know, as knowing too much sometimes does not end well for either of the parties involved. If we are caught, we face definite annihilation, but if we succeed, we will be able to climb to the top with a single leap. Haha. My sight was limited to a third-tier city while you a seat among the world leaders. Jack, you crazy son of a gun, I was never so proud of you as my rival till today. Count me in. I want to see if the world appears the same from the top. Luke did not trust that Jack had everything under control, but he saw the vision Jack had for the family, and it was grander than he could ever dream of. What's important is that if they pushed hard enough, this grand dream was possible. This one possibility was enough for Luke to put everything he ever cared for on the line. Luke would always ask himself who or what he was willing to die for. And the answer was always the same: family and its prosperity. But he always felt that this death was not worthy of him. But today Jack presented him with a vision that was worthy of his death, not just him, but the entire family. Why were they all working so hard together? They were working so hard for the prosperity of the family. And what Jack's vision represented was the ultimate prosperity of the family. I knew you were the only one crazy enough in the family to see my vision. I was right to bet on you. Jack laughed out loud, finding a common objective in his lifelong rival. You were right to bet on me. If it was any other family member, they would have called you maniac and blew the whistle on you and your car vision. Those old fogies are comfortable where they are right now. They would never see eye to eye with our vision. Just take the great elders as an example. Those old fools suppressed their realm and slept in the ancestral temple to protect the family in Sky Blossom City. Instead of expanding the family to a second-tier city, having gotten answers to his questions, Luke did not just see eye to eye in Jack's vision, but he considered it as his new vision for the family. Semifinals, Dalton Wyatt versus Corey Bright, Arena number 2. The stadium was cleaned and fixed within the time for the semifinals. The number of arenas in the stadium was reduced to 2, but the size of each arena had increased considerably. The idea was to loosen the rules binding the participants from displaying their true strength, and also to give a good show for the angry audience who paid a lot for the tickets for this tournament. Receiving the details for my next fight, I head to arena number 2. On my way over, my grimoire sounded a message notification from Lion King Bank. $25,000,000 has been transferred to your Lion King Bank account, ending with XXXX from the account name Kevin Zhang. Massage. Big bro, I was wrong and have withdrawn my deathmatch challenge to you effective immediately. I know this money is not enough makeup for the things I and my gang did to you, and to solve the grudges between us. But I hope this money is enough to buy me a chance. Therefore, I have already skipped the city, promising you that I will not appear in front of you ever again. Kevin Zhang. I and he rather young Wyatt, and he have a very deep grudge. And not to mention that fool dared to challenge me to a life/death match. Now that dumbass skipped town and withdrew the deathmatch challenge between us. Can he do that? Is that even allowed? Was it the viral video of the fight between my second form Stone Voltronian and Nyx Mountain Giant? Was it that viral video that scared him silly into fleeing? I guess all his gangsta stuff was just for show. But if he thinks the grudges between us are over by giving money, then he is wrong, very wrong. He is the murderer who killed young Wyatt. Not just him, his nephew and his ruffian gang, each one of them is equally responsible for young Wyatt's death. So, each one will pay dearly for their party in young Wyatt's death. Does he think skipping the city will keep him safe? Then he is wrong. I wanted to kill him on the 30th, the data he picked for his death. But now I will have to prep on his death. By running, he has only moved his death closer. So what if you will never appear in front of me? I will appear in front of you. And what the fuck does he think of me? For him to think that $25 million would tempt me to spare his life. Does he believe that $25 million is enough to gain him a chance to live after the day-to-day torture he put young Wyatt through? Only I, who had gained young Wyatt's memories, know what he had been through. He was only 17, for God's sake. 17-year-olds are supposed to be worried about the wet dreams they are having about their math teacher and not be paranoid that they could be jumped on by gangsters any second. Do you know what it's like to be in constant fear and unable to trust or rely on anybody other than yourself? It led to insomnia and finally suicide in young Wyatt's life. Until these fuckers Kevin Zhang, Ben Lee, and their underlings experience this, they cannot die, as death will be a mercy for them compared to what I have in plan for them. Kevin Zhang has skipped town. Send capable guild members to haul his fleeing ass back. Not just him, his nephew Ben Lee, and all his loyal subordinates. Gather them all in one of your guild's dungeons. It's time they paid for their crime. Using the hive.ai, I informed about Kevin skipping town to Van and asked him to gather Kevin and all the people working for him in one of the TSR guild dungeons. Dungeons are the best place to handle dirty laundry without being disturbed. Throwing Kevin Zhang and vengeance to the back of my head, I climbed arena number 2, where Corey was already waiting for me with a smug smile. Seeing me, she sniffed the air like a hound, and with a surprised expression, she said, "I am surprised. How did you forge a core in just 2 hours? Having a card emperor girlfriend seems to have its perks. But it's still not enough for you to defeat me unless you transplanted all the broken runes from the severed head. If you did that, then I would say nobody is more foolish than you." Hold on, back up. How are you able to tell that I have forged my ego gem by sniffing the air? Do you have a dog's nose? Talking with Anna, I discovered my new and bizarre things. But seeing Corey being able to sniff the air and tell me that I have forged my ego gem was the most bizarre thing I have seen. How did she do that? Close. I have something better than that. Don't get confused. I could tell by smelling the scent of the world on your soul, which has connected with the world recently. Your soul did not have this smell earlier. Corey did not seem to mind me calling her nose dog nose. Instead, she took it as a compliment. But the important thing was trying to clear my confusion. She added more confusion to my mind. My soul has the scent of the world? What do you mean? Does the world also have a scent? What does the scent smell like? Is it pleasant or? If what Corey said is for real, then this would be my most bizarre discovery to date. What does she mean by the scent of the world? Is the world like a flower that gives out its own fragrance? Are you dumb? The world is not your garden flower to give a pleasant fragrance. Corey referred to the ability of her card by saying she could smell the scent of the world on me, but I took it literally. If not pleasant, then what does the world smell like? Is it pungent or musky? The misunderstanding was not my fault. If Corey had just said that she knew I forged my ego gem because of her card, then there would not be a misunderstanding to begin with. Are you messing with me? I was planning to make your defeat a little less humiliating. But it seems you will not have your lesson to not mess with me until I give a proper lesson. Corey was angered by my sarcasm, but I did not care. As this was just the start, I was going to teach this girl not to mess with Daddy Wyatt. Oh yeah, bright it on. FYI, I am a strong supporter of gender equality, so do not expect me to hold back. I am a guy who has no problem dealing a dropkick to a female opponent. What do you mean? Is it supposed to be funny? I don't get it. Corey did not understand my words. I forgot this world is a true example of men and women equal rights, but it's still getting comfortable with the idea of equal rights for LGBTQ. I bet with strong demigods like Redfall this will also be soon in practice. Forget it. Moment has passed, and its air has turned awkward. Thankfully, the referee came to my rescue. Contestants ready. 3, 2, 1, fight. Crack, crack. Sound of Corey cracking her knuckles filled the arena after the referee commenced the card duel. Well, go ahead. Summon your grimoire and your best card, said Corey, cracking her neck. Sure. I did not hesitate to summon my grimoire, because I would be a fool to underestimate Corey after all the extraordinary things I have seen her do and say. Ready or not, here I come. Yelling that, Corey accelerated towards without summoning her grimoire. Nearing me, she threw a punch at me. Have you gone mad? Seeing Corey try to fight me with her bare fists, I was surprised, and considering my Voltronian physique, I did not take her punch seriously and tried to grab her punch. For somebody who said I would not underestimate Corey, I did a huge blunder. Mystically, Corey's incoming fist evaded my arm and landed on my face. Boom, sending me flying across the arena, and in a second I had already crossed the arena bounds. Thankfully, I was still suspended in the air and flew back at high speed, heading for the stadium wall. Gathering my thoughts, I used the Voltronian flight to break my fall and return to the stadium bounds in a blink of an eye. Corey just sneered at me, who was looking at her in great astonishment. What the fuck is happening here? Corey didn't even summon her grimoire. How is she able to exert this much strength? How much force is that little fist of hers packing? Thanks to my physique, I was able to withstand it, otherwise I would be hospitalized for sure. So you have a special physique, huh? Did not see that coming. Swordsmanship, ego fire, special physique. What else did you receive from your past self? I asked Corey as I soothed the area where Corey's punch landed. After Anna, Corey is the only one that has managed to hurt me despite my Voltronian thick skin. That's not what you should be worrying about right now. My close combat is not as proficient as my swordsmanship, but I want to feel your bones break up close, so I decided to go with my fist. Your sins towards me and my mother are too many. Let me wash them away with my fists. Blabbering weird SHD, Corey once again dashed towards me at full throttle. This time I was prepared, having activated the Southern Watch Combat Arts card beforehand. My personal combat experience was very shallow, so I had to depend on the card to fight Corey. Seeing incoming Corey, I too darted towards her, planning to engage her. Defending was not my style. Now that I had tasted Corey's punch, I had to give some of my own to her. Seeing come at her, Corey threw a punch at me. I caught the punch with my hand, but Corey did not stop there. She aimed her right knee at my crotch. I caught the knee with my free hand. Putting weight on Corey's knee and her fist, I jumped and head-butted Corey right on her nose, and then landed back on my feet. Corey moved a few steps backwards in a daze as blood started to drip from her nose. Good one, Corey complimented, whipping the blood with the back of her hand. Special physique or not, nose is always a sensitive area, and Corey's red eyes and bloody nose was the evidence. But this did not stop her. She once again attacked me. Corey is fast. I will give her that. Her combat experience is no near to beating the Southern Watch Combat Art card. No matter how fast Corey threw her punches and kicks, I could dodge and counter them with help of Southern Watch Combat Arts, which brought out the potential of the Voltronian physique meant to battle and war. Seeing me dodge all of her punches and even counter some of her moves, Corey jumped back, creating a distance between me and her. Warlord Dance. Corey summoned her grimoire and activated a close combat card. Despite inheriting her past self's memories, Corey was as inexperienced as me in any form of combat, as she was not Corey Park, but Corey Bright. Learning her lesson, Corey decided to stop being cocky and card name, Warlord Dance. Card type, skill card. Card rank, A rank, rare grade. Card rate, 8 stars. Card durability, 98/100. Card effect, Warlord Dance is a close combat art practiced by the Ironhide tribe of the 7th Nether Realm. Activating this card, the host gains master-level proficiency in Warlord Dance. Additional effect, agility +10, defense +5, dexterity +5, double back, barrage, critical damage, iron defense, force punch. Double back, passive. After every successful basic punch, the host's second punch will card double its power. Stacks up to 3 times. Barrage, active. For 5 seconds, host temporarily gains an extra +10 agility. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Iron defense, passive. For 5 seconds, host temporarily gains an extra plus 10 defense. Cooldown time, 12 seconds. Force punch, active. The host can temporarily gather all the damage received for 2 seconds within a punch and attack. The damage received should be within the scope of the card Lord realm, otherwise skill becomes invalid. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. With the help of the combat card, Corey's moves became faster and nimble. She finally started landing her punches, which was bad news for me. Though Voltronian defense is strong, Corey's punches were fast and heavy. They hurt like hell. Both I and Corey had a special physique and an A-rank combat arts card, but I was the losing end. There can only be 2 reasons for this. 1. My Voltronian physique was weaker compared to Corey's special physique. 2. My combat arts card was not as good as Corey's combat arts card. In terms of physique, I was dominating Corey because my physique was powered by 4 times refined soul energy. No matter what cheat Corey had, she could not gain the mutated soul energy I gained through my mutated soul. If my physique was not lacking, then what's left is the combat arts card. Southern Watch combat arts card's full potential can only be unearthed when it is used in team fights with allies equipping similar cards. While Corey's combat arts card completely focuses on increasing users' combat power. Despite having an advantage in physique, I was taking a lot of hits because of my lacking technique and combat experience. Barrage, Iron Defense. Activating 2 skills simultaneously, Corey discarded her defense and touched on attacking me. I noticed that the speed behind Corey's punches had increased considerably. While guarding myself with my hands, I tried to attack Corey's legs. I was able to land a low kick to her leg, but her legs were as solid as an iron beam and did not budge to my attack. But I continued to attack them, and the second time I was able to do some considerable damage by breaking Corey's dance and throwing her off balance. Taking this as an opportunity, one started to attack, staggering Corey, stopping her from perfecting her stance to defend against my punches. Corey was aiming to suppress Wyatt with her passive ability Double Back. This means as long as she can continuously land more than 4 punches, each of her punches will carry 8 times the strength of her basic punch. Therefore, she activated Barrage and Iron Defense so that she can solely focus on attacking Wyatt while leaving her defense to Iron Defense. But she did not expect Wyatt's physique to be so durable, allowing him to endure her punches while he attacked her completely unguarded legs, throwing her off balance and giving Wyatt an opening to launch a siege on her while she was defenseless and yet trying to find her balance. Force punch. Corey, who was under pressure facing my punches, suddenly started glowing, and my punches did not seem to affect her. Instead of using this as an opportunity to get her balance and defense stance back, she just kept taking my punches head-on. With my every punch, the glow on Corey started to grow stronger. And after 2 seconds, the glow that was covering Corey's entire body converged and focused on her right fist, seeing that I knew what was going on. No wonder my punches were not affecting her, and she just stood there taking them head-on. She was collecting the force behind my punches and building up energy to use it back on me. Knowing Corey's next punch was going to be devastating, I jumped and took 3 steps back, just enough to be out of Corey's melee range, and enough for me to engage Corey again after her punch, so that she does not get time to get her stance together. But contrary to my thoughts, Corey did not use her force punch to attack me. Instead, she attacked the arena floor and used the reverse force from punching the floor to jump back in the air. After performing a somersault in the air, she landed on her feet in style. It was a wrong judgment on my part that led to Corey using this opportunity to pull back and get a breather. I thought you were just a greenhouse flower who only knew to stand behind his summons. I am surprised you did not summon your stone elements yet. Corey realized that she had underestimated my fighting ability and fought recklessly, which almost cost her losing the hand-to-hand combat with me. Not the duel, just the hand-to-hand combat. Just like how wars have many battles, Corey wanted to best me in all combat types: melee, ranged, cards, rules, and runes. She seemed to have taken this duel as an opportunity to show Susan that she is better than me when it comes to combat. I guess this ideology stemmed from when she decided to open a card studio right next to my card boutique. She was trying to prove to me and Susan that she is better than me at card creation too. I do not know what made Corey so comparative towards me, but if I had to guess, I would say it must be because of the close relationship between me and Susan. Corey thought that I was a rookie in hand-to-hand combat, and decided to end this in one go by using the skill barrage to land continuous punches on me to activate the double back passive effect while leaving her entire defense to skill iron defense. She never expected that I would make a quick judgment and aim for her legs instead of defending and trying to get out of her melee attack range. I know what you are trying to do, Corey, but I will not let you have the satisfaction of getting it. Be it close combat or cards or rules and runes, I will beat you in all of them, and enjoy it while I am doing it. Corey, I am flattered by your infatuation with me, but girl, you should know when to take a hint. I ain't interested in you. A classic technique to throw your enemy off their game is getting them angry and clouding their judgment. Let's just say I am being childish right now, trying to fight Corey on her term to best her. But there is a point to all this. The first one is that if I make use of any other skill or item cards other than the close combat cards, I will lose one of all battles in the war that is the duel between me and her. I already lost the first battle by being the first one to summon the grimoire and making use of close combat cards. I did not plan on losing the second battle by making use of any spell skill cards. A wise general would focus on winning the war rather than winning each and every battle. But this duel meant more than that for me and Corey. This feeling. I finally knew why Corey was so irritated and ready to pick a fight around me. She saw me as her rival. Rivalry, when taken positively, it has led to the formation of history's greatest friendships, but when taken with negativity, it has bred history's greatest tragedy. For now, Corey's rivalry was just at the level where she wanted to prove herself in front of Susan. Yeah, Corey's rivalry towards me stemmed from my close bond with Susan. Corey is competing with me for Susan's favor. For me, Susan was the first person whom I started to trust and form a relationship with after being transmigrated into this new world. If I were to say in deeper terms, my relationship with Susan was like a chick that will imprint on anyone whom it sees first as its parent. By this, I don't mean I see Susan as my parent, but Susan definitely means more than just a friend or colleague to me. She is the first root I laid in this world. Like the saying goes, no matter how big the man grows, he can never forget his roots and always comes back to them. I think for Corey, Susan must also mean something more than just a mentor, friend. I have heard her call Susan mother, so I guess this weird chick imprinted on Susan and believes her to be her mother. Anyway, seeing Susan closer to me than her, Corey sees me as a rival for Susan's favor. So all her weird and rude actions towards me finally became clearer. I thought Corey hated me for being closer to Susan, but now I knew she was just like a child fighting her sibling for her mother's favor. Understanding what Corey did not mean, I would let her off easy. As no matter what the reason was, what she did was not cool. After all, I had just started getting used to the idea that Corey is one of my trusted friends, but one day she just woke up and started to be a hitch. Trusted friends do not do that. Get off your high horses. Nobody is infatuated with you. I'm just trying to remove the dirt stuck on something very precious to me. To remove dirt from something, you have to be relentless and thorough, otherwise it won't come off. I heard it can be shameless in that way. And do not mistake my relentlessness as infatuation. If you did, then you are the most foolish person I have seen. Corey did not give the reaction I was expecting. Instead, she tried to provoke me. Well, she is good, or the memories she got from her cheat card are good. Just 2 days, and the timid girl I knew back then was no more. The girl who second-guessed her every action now throws a mean punch without a thought. Freaking cheats. Whatever, just know that I will beat you in your own game. Come on, bring it on, be it cards or rules. I will whoop your ass. As long as I keep my mind clear and have a good presence of mind, I will keep making the right judgment, and it is only a matter of time that I will overpower Corey with my physique sooner or later. You asked for it. Saying that Corey's pupils turned fiery red in color. Not just that, her facial structure, especially her nose and ear, became sharp. Upon scrutinizing further, I could see Corey's teeth had grown a pair of fangs. Seeing these changes in Corey, my mind rushed to the myths of vampire and werewolf back on Earth. Right now, Corey looked justly like how vampires and werewolves are portrayed in movies, TV shows, mangas, etc. If I searched deeper, I guess demons in a particular TV show also showed such features. Not only did Corey look like a vampire or a werewolf, this also explained a lot about how she got her special physique. But soon I discarded this theory, as I have seen these same features displayed by card apprentices who utilize beast soul possession cards. which meant Corey had enhanced her physical prowess using a Beast Soul Possession card. Last I checked, Beast Soul Possession was a spell-type skill card, meaning I won the second battle. Wipe that smirk off your face. This is also part of my physique. I am ashamed that I have to go this far to defeat a rookie like you in close combat. Seeing me smirk, Corey seemed to have realized my thoughts that I considered the second battle as my win, so she explained that she wasn't using a spell card, instead her new power is just a part of her suppressed physique. Okay, if you say so. I decided to trust Corey with her words. I don't think she would be satisfied with a win achieved by lying to me. Corey did not speak much and darted towards me this time. She was faster and more agile. Earlier at least I could anticipate her moves, but now due to her increased speed, I could not anticipate them and could only stand in a defensive stance. The advantage of my physique over Corey's physique that I had earlier was no longer there. Soon I started to feel Corey's punch get heavier and heavier. It seems her close combat arts card has a passive skill enhancing her every attack. If it continues like this, I will be beaten black and blue by Corey. So without further ado, I decided to break the limit on my physique too. Otherwise, I do not stand a chance in front of the rampaging Corey. Hive.I. Deactivate Taboo Limiter Level 1. Twin-Headed Orge. I mentally instructed Hive.I to deactivate the Level 1 limiter on my physique. Deactivating Taboo Limiter Level 1. Twin-Headed Ogre. Would you prefer Hive AI dampen your pain receptors? Yes/no. No, do not dampen the pain receptors. Keep it real, dampening pain receptors would decrease my reflexes and response time. Right now I was in a battle. I did not know how Corey would react while I unlocked my physique. Would you prefer Hive AI take control of your second consciousness? Yes/no. Yes, and also turn on combat mode. My slave consciousness still had a lot to learn and to fully mature. Therefore, it did not seem wise for me to introduce them this early to combat, even with the assistance of Hive AI. So I agreed with the Hive AI taking control over the slave consciousness. Commencing deactivation of Taboo Limiter Level 1. Twin-Headed Ogre. Ahawk. An uncontrolled scream rang throughout Arena Number 2 as a pair of arms grew on my back, while another head grew on my broad shoulders. Confused Corey, not knowing why I wailed in pain, chose to retreat and watch from the safety. She wanted to defeat me, not kill me. Soon Corey's eyes turned wide, seeing the most disgusting sight in this life of hers. She saw a bud slowly extend out from between my neck and shoulder, and then grow into a fully grown and functioning human head looking exactly like me. The disgusting sight did not stop there. She witnessed the t-shirt I am wearing tear as a pair of arms grew from my shoulder blades. Detach. I commanded Hive AI after the head, and a pair of arms growing on me grew to the size of my original head and arms. Detach process commencing. Please stand by. The head and the pair of arms that grew on me detached from my body and floated in the air behind me. The second head floated to the back of my head and floated there, adding another 180 degrees of back vision to my 180-degree front vision, giving me a total of 360-degree vision. The detached pair of arms also floated to the back of the original pair of my arms. WTF? Corey asked in disgust. Don't worry, this is a part of my physique. Now it's your time to be a punching bag. With my t-shirt torn, my upper body was naked and displayed my well-chiseled Voltronian physique. A few days ago at Whitebin Manor, when I was experimenting with Calamity Daughter Core and my slave consciousness, I discovered that I could create perfect clones of myself by moving the slave consciousness into the Calamity Daughter Core. In this process of creating perfect clones, I formed a new type of Calamity Daughter Core, Avatar Calamity Daughter Core. At present, I have a total of 3 slave consciousnesses, so currently, I can create 3 perfect clones of myself. During further study into these clones, I discovered that they all had the same active soul control as me. Since these clones are perfect replicas of me with equivalent active soul control, I thought of a crazy idea, that is to have each of my clones contract their individual and personal grimoire. Unfortunately, they could not contract a separate grimoire like the original self, but they could share the grimoire of the original self. No matter how perfect these clones were, they all did not have individual souls. The clones were created by moving the slave consciousness into the Calamity Daughter cores from my mutated soul using Hive AI. Yes, despite 4 consciousness, there was only 1 mutated soul formed by combining 4 individual souls. and one soul can only contract one grimoire. But I did not give up there, and still experimented further to see if the clones could contract grimoire. My persistence paid off, and I managed to get the clones to contract their grimoire, but there was one huge limitation. That is, they all did not have their individual active soul control stars, but would share my active soul control stars. That is, if I have 60 active soul control stars, then all 4 of us, including the 3 clones, and me will be using 60 active soul control stars altogether, instead of 60 active soul control stars each. With such a huge drawback, my idea of equipping my clones with grimoire came to an end. Having experimented with clones enough, I was caught in a new situation. What to do with these clones? Where to store them? They were perfect clones created using Calamity Daughter Core. They were living beings with no soul, meaning they were permanent clones, unlike the temporary ones made by third-rate cards. Unlike my current Calamity Soul gem, Calamity Soul Core could not turn its Calamity Daughter Core into cards. What do I do with these permanent clones? Do I just extract the slave conscious and the Calamity Daughter Core? Won't that mean I would be killing them? Bracing myself, I tried absorbing the Calamity Soul Core from the clones, even if it meant that I would be killing them, as I could not just travel around with them. Now that would raise a whole new set of problems for me. So I decided to absorb back the Calamity Soul Cores from the clones. As I began absorbing the Calamity Soul Cores from the clones, my grimoire sounded with a notification. Attention! Mutated souls can absorb the slave consciousness and their new bodies. Will the host allow the mutated soul to absorb the Avatar Calamity Daughter Cores C1, C2, C3? Allow/decline. Warning: once the absorbing process is commenced, it cannot be stopped midway. Stopping midway will cause serious damage to the host's physique. Allow. Since there is a better way to hide the clones than killing them, I jumped to it without a second thought. Mutated soul absorbing Avatar Calamity Daughter Core C1, copy 1. With the commencement of the absorption process, I felt an excruciating pain run throughout my body. I barely managed to keep my consciousness awake despite the agonizing pain, which pushed me to the edge of fainting, unable to bear the burden of the pain. But still, I was able to gather my thoughts enough to mentally instruct the Hive AI. Hive AI, quick dampen my pain receptors before I go crazy. Dampening host's pain receptors. Finally getting rid of the pain, I felt a presence on my shoulder. When I turned to see what was the presence I felt on my shoulder, I saw a deformed mass of meat growing out of my shoulder. Soon the deformed mass of meat turned into a head looking exactly like me. And I finally understood why the mutated soul was able to absorb the slave conscious with their new physical bodies. Fuck, it was turning me into a mutant freak like the twin-headed ogre or the three-headed Cerberus. I wanted to stop the absorbing process midway, but remembered the warning of the notification earlier that stopping midway will cause serious damage to my physique. So I had no choice but to carry on with the absorption process and wait to find the solution later. I do not know why the grimoire notification called this an absorption process. To me, it felt more like a fusion process. Absorbing Avatar Calamity Daughter Cores C1, copy 1, complete. Mutated soul absorbing Avatar Calamity Daughter Cores C2, copy 2. Absorbing Avatar Calamity Daughter Cores C2, copy 2, complete. Mutated soul absorbing Avatar Calamity Daughter Cores C3, copy 3. Absorbing Avatar Calamity Daughter Cores C3, copy 3, complete. Once the mutated soul was done absorbing all 3 clones, C1, C2, and C3, I had 3 extra heads on my shoulder. My head started to feel crowded on my very own shoulder. I was having a headache, as this was worse than the problem I was trying to solve. Once the solution is worse than the problem, one has to know she is screwed. I remember specifically taking many measures to make sure that this would not happen when I was mutating my soul. When aligning the soul pathways of the mutated soul, I made sure that I would only get second consciousness and not a second head. This was one of the reasons I had the extra consciousness enslaved, so that they do not try to mutate my body along with my soul. Yet I somehow end up with what I was avoiding. Just when I gave up all hope, my grimoire sounded with a new notification, rising a new hope in me. Gigamite, a taboo mutation of Voltronian physique detected. Would you like to evolve Voltronian physique to Gigamite taboo physique? Yes/no. Warning: stopping evolution midway can lead to the host's death. Yes. Finding no other way out of my current predicament, I had no other choice but to take my chances with the evolution of the Voltronian physique. This time, the warning notification was more severe than the previous warning. Still, I proceeded with the evolution of the Voltronian physique, as right now I was a desperate man, and Gigamite taboo physique was my only fastest hope. I read the word taboo loud and clear, but what can be more taboo than having 4 heads on one body? If that is a part of your physique, then you have one hell of a disgusting physique. Believe me, I have seen a lot of disgusting things, and what I just saw will easily make it to the top 100 of the disgusting things I have seen. Corey was not lying. The 7th Nether Realm was not a tourist spot. It was home to the cruelest and disgusting demons. Corey had seen various demons with disgusting physiques than the one she just saw. Oh yeah, tell that when I whoop your ass. Yelling that, I dart towards Corey. Corey could barely keep up with my speed and choose to retreat and get out of my melee range to think of a counter. As Corey tried to retreat, she suddenly felt both her arms being grabbed and her being constrained to the spot. Unable to retreat, Corey turned to see what was restraining her. It was a pair of floating arms and a floating head. WTF? Corey yelled in astonishment, seeing the extra arms and head that were supposed to be floating behind Wyatt had magically sneaked behind her and now latched onto her, constraining her moments to almost zero mobility. Except for kicking her legs in the air, Corey could not do anything. The strength exerted by the floating arms was far above her current strength, making it impossible for Corey to escape the floating arms' clutches. Time for some ass whooping. Hearing these words, Corey was creeped out, as these words did not come from Wyatt's mouth, but the floating head behind her. The creepiest part was that it looked and sounded exactly like Wyatt. Corey thought that her share of creep stuff was over with her past life in the Nether Realm, but she was wrong. It was as if she attracted creeps, first Belphegor, then the princes of the Nether Realm, and now this Dalton Wyatt, mother-stealing bastard. Hee hee hee. The floating head kept laughing creepily and let out its hot, stinky breath on the nape of Corey's neck. This grossed out Corey, prompting her to struggle harder than before. But her struggle was fruitless, as she couldn't even loosen the grip of the floating hands on her arm. Just when Corey had given up struggling to think of a better way out of the bind, a heavy punch landed on her gut, almost making her vomit her lunch. Before Corey could manage to get hold of herself again, another punch landed on her gut, and then another. The punches just kept coming. For Corey, the punches were less painful than the creepy laugh of the floating head in her ears. Enough! Demonic descent, true form, an unimaginable force burst out of Corey's body, shaking off the floating hands grabbing her hands, and the creepy floating head breathing down on her neck. I spy. If you see me, I see you. If you move, then I move. I activated one of the moves of my taboo physique. This move is a mysterious one. The floating head can teleport to anyone who is seeing me, and if they move after being noticed by the floating head, the floating hands also teleport to that person and constrain them. Having constrained Corey using floating arms, I had the floating head controlled by Hive AI act creepy to not let Corey get too comfortable being restrained. Now for the fun part. I returned punches that Corey gave me earlier. I did not hold back my punches and continued to punch Corey's gut mercilessly. With the creeping voice of the floating head in her ears and me whooping her ass, Corey finally had enough and activated her skill card. Or that is what I thought when an unimaginable force burst out of Corey's body, shaking off the creepy floating head and the floating arms constraining her. Turns out it wasn't a skill card. Corey had just released her complete physique. What stood in front of me was a Corey with pitch-black ram horns sticking out of her head and a crocodile tail growing on the end of her back. And another noticeable change in Corey's features was that her eyes turned black, while her new red pupils got darker. Also, her nails had grown to form retractable claws. And lastly, Corey's height increased to 2.7 meters. Her clothes seemed to be made up of special silk, as they stretched with her height and fitted her body perfectly. Wow, and you call me disgusting. What's with horns and the tail? Are you using a possession card of sorts? If yes, then I won this battle, since the first battle was won by Corey by making me summon the grimoire first. I desperately wanted to win the second one, as a 2-0 score sounded a lot worse than a 1-1 score. This is the true form of my physique. And growing horns and a tail is nothing compared to growing a pair of arms and the head. Anyway, now it's my turn to whoop your ass. Saying that with a smug smile, Corey headed towards slowly, as if savoring the moment. Deactivate taboo limiter. Activate taboo physique, Gigamite. Deactivating taboo limiter. Activating taboo physique, Gigamite. With the activation of the Gigamite taboo physique, my height increased to 3.1 meters, while the floating head behind me split into 3 floating heads and spread out facing the other 3 directions which my original head was not facing. Not just the floating head, but the floating pair of arms also split into 3 pairs of arms and floated behind my back. This is the true form of my physique, I said, standing 3.1 meters tall with 4 heads and 4 pairs of arms. 3 floating heads and 3 pairs of floating arms floated behind my original head and pair of arms. This was the true form of the taboo physique, Gigamite. I am impressed. Are those extra pairs of arms and heads any good, or just for show? Come let me see what you are made up of. Yelling that, Corey rammed into me with nothing but her brute strength. Physique name, Gigamite. Physique type, taboo physique. Physique rank, acquired grade. Physique description, Gigamites are Voltronian born as conjoined twins, triplets, or higher. Gigamite mutation in Voltronian develops when an early Voltronian embryo partially separates to form 2 or more individuals. Being a Voltronian, it is not in the nature of the conjoined Voltronians in a Gigamite to share their body with their conjoined brothers/sisters. Therefore, often the dominant consciousness of the Gigamite swallows the consciousness of their conjoined siblings shortly after their birth, giving birth to a taboo variant in Voltronian physique formed by devouring the consciousness and absorbing the conjoined physical body of their siblings, Gigamite. The consciousness and physical bodies devoured by Gigamite are mysteriously refined by the Voltronian core, giving rise to mysterious and unique physique skills. Additional skills: many-headed and handed one, I Spy, Super Voltronian, Drones, Taboo Limiter, Semi-Sentient Multi-Consciousness. Many-headed and handed one. Based on the number of conjoined siblings devoured and absorbed by the dominant consciousness of Gigamite, it gains n number of floating heads and floating pair of arms. In the case of conjoined twins, the dominant consciousness of Gigamite will devour the only conjoined sibling and gain 1 floating head and 1 pair of floating pairs of arms. In the case of conjoined triplets, the dominant consciousness of Gigamite will devour the other 2 conjoined siblings and gain 2 floating heads and 2 pairs of floating pairs of arms. Similarly for the higher number of conjoined bodies. Super Voltronian. The power of the Voltronian physique of a Gigamite multiplies with the number of conjoined bodies devoured by it. For a conjoined twin, Gigamite's Voltronian physique is twice as strong as the normal Voltronian physique. Drones. The floating heads and floating pairs of hands of the Gigamite can roam independently and can be used as drones for reconnaissance. Semi-sentient multi-consciousness. Gigamite gains a semi-sentient multi-consciousness for its floating heads and arms based on the number of conjoined consciousness it devoured. I Spy. If you see me, I see you. If you move, then I will move. If a person is seeing the Gigamite, then the floating heads can easily track them and teleport next to them. If the person moves after being noticed by Gigamite, then the floating pair of arms teleport and constrains them. Taboo Limiter. The Gigamite can use a taboo limiter to absorb back his floating heads and arms back in its body and limit its super physique strength on various levels depending on user's will. Date: March 27th, 2321. Time: 1524. Location: Sky Blossom City, Card Stadium, Arena Number 2. As I was preparing to face Corey, who dashed at me with her complete brute strength, I saw Corey's crocodile tail slam on the arena floor hard, helping Corey leap at me with incredible speed and force in the air like a missile. I was surprised to see Corey so proficiently use her tail. And seeing the ram horns on her head, I gave up on facing Corey head-on and decided to dodge her attack. Being headbutt by those horns seemed dangerous for some reason. What the? Why are you dodging my attacks? Face them head-on. Let's see whose physique is better. Unless you're too chicken to face me head-on. Corey taunted, seeing me dodging her tackle. Do you think I am a fool? Those horns obviously have special effects on them. Looking at how efficiently Corey made use of her tail to gain latitude, acceleration, and force to her normal headbutt, I knew that headbutt was not as normal as it seemed. And Corey's desperate taunt that followed after I dodged the tackle made it obvious. You are not stupid as you seem. Well, there's no point in holding back anymore. With Corey's words, Her black horns and tail started to glow red while emitting very high temperatures. And she continued, "Watch out, Wyatt. I am getting serious now, magma terrain." With Corey's shout, her red-hot crocodile tail pierced into the arena floor, and soon the areas surrounding the tail started to melt and form magma. This magma transformation of the floor started to slowly spread throughout the arena. The arena floor was made up of high-grade ores to withstand attacks of card lords. So, there is no reason why a card soldier could melt it with her physique alone, and Jaya's experience trying to break the arena floor was a perfect example. Yet somehow Corey was able to turn the arena into a magma field just using her physique. Don't worry, it is not a skill card. Just one of the effects of my physique. Seeing me look at her with a cautious yet confused look, Corey explained that the extreme temperature exerted by her tail and horns were a part of her physique. Impressive. I am really curious how your tail and horns are able to produce such high temperatures of heat. Is it only limited to your horns and tail, or your entire body can do the same? I asked the first question that came to my mind, seeing Corey's horns and tail produce an extreme amount of heat. Ready or not, fire in the hole. Corey did not seem to hear my question, and instead scooped up some magma from the arena floor, as if the magma temperature was not hot at all. Scooping up the magma, Corey compressed it in ball shape with her hands, and then threw them, aiming at me at an extreme speed. The magma balls approached me at high speed, and I narrowly dodged them. But that was not the end. The magma balls upon landing exploded. Yes, the magma balls exploded right next to me. If not for the super Voltronian physique of Gigamite Taboo physique, I would have had taken serious damage. While I was checking my injuries, Corey was not done, yet she started to bombard me with magma balls one after the other without giving me a breather. The speed of magma balls was too fast. I could narrowly escape them, but would be implicated by the explosion effect. Though I narrowly escaped the magma balls, I would still be caught in their explosion range. Thankfully, due to the super Voltronian skill of Gigamite Taboo physique, my skin was 4 times thicker than that of an average Voltronian. And I also had the floating arms cover for me. Corey's tail was still pierced into the arena floor, and the magma field was spreading, conquering most of the area on the floor of the arena I would escape to. Being bombarded by magma balls and the spreading magma field kept me on my toes as Corey laughed as I danced to her tune. Right now I felt like I was at Corey's mercy. Corey could always increase the size of magma balls she is throwing so that the explosion on impact was strong enough to do some serious damage to me. But she didn't. I could see that she was enjoying seeing me dance like a monkey with her every round of explosion. I was not without moves. I could easily constrain Corey with my I Spy ability, but I was doubtful whether the floating hands could constrain Corey's scathing hot tail. If the floating hands cannot constrain the tail, then the whole arena would turn into a magma field. It's not the magma I am afraid of, but what Corey can do with the magma. Seeing how the magma balls she threw would explode on impact. I guess she can turn magma into explosives. With the whole arena converted to magma, she could easily blow me to kingdom come. With Corey already on alert for my ability, I Spy. I had one chance and had to make sure I could completely contain her, including her tail. Therefore, I was going along with her charade. Finally deciding to risk it, I planned to constrain Corey's tail with 2 pairs of floating arms while constraining her with 1 pair of floating arms. I Spy. Activating the ability, all 3 of the floating heads on the right, left, and back of my head teleported and appeared behind Corey's head. Just like I had already instructed them, the floating heads creepily greeted Corey from behind, prompting her to move and shoo them off, but she could not as she was restrained by a pair of floating arms. Not just her arms, but she felt a tug on her crocodile tail. Corey turned to see that she was not the only one to be constrained by floating hands, but her tail was also being constrained by 2 pairs of floating arms. The floating arms seemed to be trying to remove her tail from within the arena floor. Seeing this, Corey sneered. Though her movement may be constrained by a pair of floating arms, it was a different story for her tail. With a mischievous thought, Corey increased the temperature in her tail to the extreme. With increasing heat in the tail, the floating arms constraining it started to burn and give off a burnt barbecue smell. Thankfully, these floating heads and arms are controlled by my slave consciousness with assistance from Hive AI, so I did not feel the pain. I had already anticipated this and had thought of a contingency. That is to heal after then it burns using my Calamity Soul Gem ability restructure. With this I could restructure the burnt part faster than they were burnt completely. Applying enough force, the two pairs of floating arms were finally able to pull Corey's tail out of the arena floor and stop the spreading of the magma field. Seeing this, the sneer on Corey's face washed away. Seeing that things weren't heading the way she hoped for, Corey finally started to struggle and tried her best to increase the temperature exerted by the tail to the pinnacle she could achieve. It was not that the temperature of Corey's tail wasn't enough. It was, and was successful in burning the floating arms, but the thing was that floating arms did not appear to feel pain and were able to heal faster than Corey could burn them. Corey was thinking of other things she could do without utilizing the skill cards in the grimoire. But it was already too late for that, as the floating arms started to lift the constrained Corey into the air. And then the floating hands levitated the constrained Corey to the edge of the arena. Corey, who was trying to act calmly while struggling to free herself, finally showed a desperate look, befitting her current situation. I wanted to get back at Corey for making me dance to her exploding magma ball, but then I realized I had something better, that is to win this battle and others yet to come. So I instructed the floating arms and heads to ditch Corey outside bound and disqualify her out of the tournament. Seeing that she will be soon thrown out of the arena bounds and lose the semifinals, already desperate Corey was under turmoil. Being forced to this point, Corey had no charge but rely on cards, and she did. Veil Sword Arts, Veil Lord's Wrath, Tornado. A tornado generated from within Corey and spread to outside, cutting the floating heads and floating arms, constraining her. In the process of freeing Corey, after being cut to pieces by her outburst, the floating head and floating arms returned to floating at the back of the original head and arms. Haha, I won the second round. And it seems my physique is better than yours. I gloated, finally gaining a win against Corey in her battle. Yes, you win the second round. But do not celebrate the victory too early. The war hasn't ended yet. Corey warned me from gloating at her. Whatever, now the score is 1-1 between us. Not only will I win the next battle, but also win the duel. When the time comes, Corey, don't forget about your bet. Good to know that you still remember the bet, Wyatt. I thought the concussion from the beating I gave you earlier might have given you selective memory loss. And don't you worry about me. I have already prepared a big office space for my big sis Susan. She is going to love working with me. Corey quickly got over the loss and showcased an unwavering fighting spirit. If your cards are also so like your physique, then you better think of using that big office space for something else. As I am going to win the duel and am made for my card boutique. With my new gains in the afternoon, I had a lot of confidence that I would win against Corey, and that confidence made me say a few cocky dialogues. Your physique is so. You're lucky that I am not able to unleash the complete power of my physique, otherwise you would not have been able to win the previous battle so easily. Also, rather than recruiting a new maid for your card boutique, I believe you should be looking for a new manager, as your current manager will be getting a new and better job after this match. Corey did not unleash the full power of her physique, as she did not know how this world would react to demonic creatures and anything belonging to them. Corey only released the power of the demonic core, which could be closely related to similar skill cards. For example, her true form could easily be mistaken for the Beast Soul Possession card, so she did not mind revealing it, but the core powers surrounding her physique were demonic skills. She has heard that in this world, evil and dark card apprentices are hunted by some righteous and religious groups endlessly. Not having enough information, Corey did not want to divulge anything about her and her relation with demons. Corey was so cautious about this matter that she did not ask about demons, demonic arts, and demonic powers to her grandfather, as she did not want her grandfather to be implicated trying to help her. Unless she finally understands how demonic arts are treated in this world, Corey planned to keep her demonic core a secret from her friends and family. Blah blah. Yep, I was lucky that you were unable to unleash the full power of your physique, I said sarcastically. I did not take Corey for a sore loser. Would you believe someone who lost to you said they lost to you because they did not give their all? You. Seeing me be sarcastic, Corey was irritated and yelled and activated a card, Organ Armament, Organ Tail. As Corey activated the card Organ Armament, Tail, I saw the crocodile tail at the back of Corey detach and then float in the air and hover in front of Corey. Organ Armament, Armament Sword. Seeing the detached tail, Corey yelled once again, with her yell hovering tail transformed into a 2-meter-long heavy sword. Getting hold of the tail transformed 2-meter-long heavy sword, Corey slashed it in the air and said, It's been a long time, partner. Did you miss me? As if the tail-transformed armament could understand Corey's words, it started glowing red-hot, with varying intensity, and the red-hot glow would flicker as if it was greeting its master. The sight was very weird to see. That's a lot coming from a guy who grew a pair of arms and a head from his body. Red tail, nether terrain. Having greeted each other, Corey carried the sword and jumped in the air only to stick the sword in the arena floor as she landed. This move was very similar to the previous one, where Corey stuck her tail into the arena floor, but unlike last time, where the arena floor converted to magma, as it spread slowly, this time the whole arena cracked with tremors spreading throughout the arena, and molten magma could be seen in the cracks. I skillfully avoided the tremors and the cracks as I watched Corey with alert from a safe distance. Skeleton soldiers, arise. With Corey's command, skeleton soldiers raised from within the magma, filling the cracks. The skeleton soldiers were about 60 to 70 in numbers. Skeleton soldiers? Aren't you looking down on me too much? Was my beating earlier not enough? What was Corey thinking by summoning a bunch of skeleton soldiers? Did she think she could defeat me by adding a few fragile skeletons on her side? Skeleton gate formation. I thought Corey had summoned the skeleton to fight me, but no, she did not. Instead, she ordered the skeletons to combine and form the skeleton gate. Following Corey's command, the skeletons gathered together and started to disassemble each other for various bone parts, and then used these bone parts to put together and form a skeleton gate. It seemed like she was building a dimensional door using the skeletons to summon something stronger. It seems Corey had not underestimated me, but she took my capabilities way too seriously and started to prepare for her ultimate move. What happened to defeat me in every possible way? Did she change her mind? I guess now she is aiming to win the duel rather than challenge me on every level. But still, how could I let her do as she pleases? Drones, destroy skeleton gate formation. I ordered the floating heads and arms to sabotage the gate that the skeletons were building. But as the floating hands and heads moved towards the gate, magma from the cracks started to overflow. Without me noticing, when did the magma fill the cracks to overflow? I turned to see that while I was busy deducing what the skeletons were up to, Corey had once again stuck her tail sword into the almost destroyed arena floor and had manipulated the magma to reach the surface of the arena, filling the entire arena with magma. Magma overflowed from the cracks in the arena and completely covered the arena floor, undoing what the floating hands had done by constraining Corey's tail. Seeing this, I flew above the magma and knew I could no longer just rely on my physique alone to take on Corey, who was no longer shy to use her skill cards. Right now, Corey got what she wanted. The whole arena was nowhere to be seen. It was replaced by a pool of scathing hot magma. And it seems her physique was invulnerable to the magma. Knowing that Corey could make magma explode, I flew 100 meters above the magma pool. I know this distance was not enough for me to avoid such a huge explosion, but it was the rule of the tournament. If I do not want to get disqualified for breaking rules and win this duel, I have to follow the rules. You think flying in the sky can save you? Saying that, Corey pointed her tail sword at me. With high alert, I observed Corey to deduce her next attack, and right then I felt a disturbance under me. I did not look down to see what it was and hurriedly dodged. Whoosh. And I was right to do so, cause just a moment after I dodged, a pillar of magma rose to the sky from underneath, where I was hovering, reaching about 130 meters in the sky. Splash. Missing its target, the magma pillar slammed down, mixing back into the magma pool. Super Voltronian physique is almost invulnerable to elemental attacks of the same level, but seeing how Corey's magma was able to crack the arena and convert it into magma, I did not want to take chances. Not to forget that Corey could make magma explode, even if I can withstand the magma pillar thanks to my physique. Still, it would not fare well for me if Corey chose to explode the magma pillar. Just when I thought I was winning, another game of cat and mouse began. I was busy escaping as Corey simultaneously summoned multiple magma pillars. Thankfully, Corey did not cause the magma pillars to explode, maybe because she was also within the area of effect. Why are you not using your skill cards? Do you feel you can defeat me with just your physique and close combat cards? It seems I will have to step up my game. Skeleton gate open. I did not use any skill cards cause I had none. I suddenly realized that except for the monster orb and Southern Watch combat arts which I borrowed from Anna, I did not have any other worthy cards. Before I could wonder why, I realized that I forgot about the skeletons that were building dimensional gates. Until I was reminded of it by Corey and the noise of space tearing. Chirp. I turned to look at the skeleton gate where I saw my 3 drones were fighting 30-something skeleton soldiers, while the other skeleton soldiers built the skeleton gate, which was now active upon Corey's command. Watching this, I suddenly realized though my drones were individually powerful and had a slave consciousness equipped with artificial intelligence, the fact remained that they were dumb. Don't get me wrong, these slave consciousness were very smart for their age, that is roughly 3 days. But no amount of codes or programs could make up for experience, or in this case combat experience. If only these 3 fools had focused on the gate rather than wasting time by fighting the skeletons that were serving as a distraction. No, the fault was mine for forgetting something so important during a fight. Corey keeping me on my toes is no reason for me to make such a mistake. I need to cultivate a perfect presence of mind during combat. Hiss! A sharp sibilant sound resounded from the other side of the skeleton gate. Enough to bleed an average card apprentice's ears. From afar I looked into the skeleton gate to see the owner of the sibilant sound, but nothing appeared in the skeleton gate. After a few seconds, a huge vertically slitted eye peeped in through the skeleton gate, as if a creature was using the skeleton gate as a peephole to peep into our world from the other side. Seeing that, I felt my goosebumps stand erect. What the fuck is Corey trying to summon? As I was discerning whom the eye belonged to, I saw Corey walk to the skeleton gate and try touching the eye, but was blocked by an invisible force. Looks like the skeletons built a one-way summon gate. It only allows the creatures from the other side to come. Little Bame, you seem to have grown a lot since the last time I summoned you. I did not realize how long I was gone. Being stopped by an invisible force from petting the creature, Corey chose to speak with the creature. And surprisingly, the creature responded to her. Hiss. Don't be like that. Next time I will summon you properly. I promise. Corey continued her monologue, but from her word it seemed she understood the sibilant noise of the creature, and it understood her. Hiss. I will summon you soon. So do not worry. Hiss. Aw, I missed you too. Okay then, see you later. What the fuck was that thing? I could not help but ask Corey. Date: March 27th, 2321. Time: 1536. Location: Sky Blossom City, 3 kilometers in the sky above the card stadium. Interesting, who is that girl? Being able to create a single-way dimensional gate with nothing but skeletons and bone powder. Now that's just ingenious, asked Luna Lorne as she flew towards her cousin, the annoying Bright couple's only daughter, Corey Bright, about whom they cannot stop bragging. Are the things on your side handle as planned? Anna's expression became serious. I can see why they are so proud. She is indeed a genius to figure a way to create a single-way dimensional gate using skeletons. As for the plans, all done accordingly. Grandpa is adding something extra too. You will love it. Luna Lorne, being an academician, was impressed by the new ways of dimensional transfer shown by Corey. Why can't that old bones just follow my command? Anna complained, but chose to leave Lorenzo be and continued. I heard from the old bones that you two are experimenting on the dimensional rifts. And if you are successful, the world will change as we know it. How is it going? I just found a new lead. Hope it checks out, said Luna with her gaze fixed on Corey and the skeleton gate that collapsed with Corey's command. What fuck was that thing? I asked Corey in horror. The skeleton gate was 5 meters in height, so the eyeball peeking through it must be taller. What kind of creature has eyeballs of that size? And how is Corey acquainted with it? Does it have something to do with her past life? Even so, why are you trying to summon it in the tournament? Don't you know that the tournament law bans giant summons unless you use summon armament? That is not a thing. It is my pet snake, Little Bame. She likes to swim in magma. All my preparations to welcome her are a waste, as she has grown a lot since the last time I saw her. If she were here, she would have given your elementals a run for their money. Anyways, that's not possible now. Looks like I will have to take on you and your elementals by myself. Corey had already observed that my fighting style heavily depended on my summons and figured I was one of those card apprentices who hide behind their summons. But seeing that my physique and individual combat powers were also not something she could overlook, Corey decided to call for her own reinforcement, but turns out that it is way too overgrown to be summoned. For some reason, I suddenly remembered Corey's words that she was unable to use her complete prowess. I guess she may not be lying about that. How dare you space out while you are dueling against me? Without warning, Corey once again attacked me with multiple magma pillars. It was too late for me to dodge them, so I summoned my elementals. Stone Voltronian, I choose you. Stone Voltronian, Stone Sphere. With my command, as soon as the Stone Voltronian arrived, it formed a huge stone sphere with I and it inside, just in time to protect me from the incoming magma pillar. Redtail, Earth Splitter. After attacking me with the magma pillar, Corey did not continue to attack me with the same magma pillar move again. Instead, she flew in the air and slashed her redtail sword at the stone sphere. One slash was all it took for Corey to break through the stone sphere. As the stone sphere crumbled in smithereens and fell apart, Corey continued her attack at Stone Voltronian, behind which I was hiding. Once again, it did not take more than one slash for Corey to cut the Stone Voltronian guarding me in half. Thankfully, the Stone Voltronian was an elemental and had a Calamity Daughter gem. As long as its gem is not damaged, it would not die. Soon Corey continued her combo with her third strike aiming at me. I used the skill I Spy to restrain rampaging Corey with all three pairs of floating hands. I barely managed to slow Corey in her tracks as she wiped out my drones by conjuring a huge magma pillar, which swallowed Corey and the drones. Thanks to her physique, Corey was unscathed, but my floating heads and arms incinerated to ash. I could summon them again by sacrificing a little soul energy, but the problem was that the temperature of Corey's magma seemed to have increased after turning her tail into a sword. It seems her organ armament card adds a buff to both the user and the armament's abilities. Stone Wrap, Stone Coffin. The drones had bought enough time for the Stone Voltronian to rearrange itself. Seeing Stone Voltronian back online, I commanded it to use Stone Wrap and Stone Coffin on Corey back to back, to buy me enough time to get out of Corey's melee range. Corey's melee combat prowess had increased with organ armament, so after gaining a safe distance between me and Corey, I summoned the remaining 4 Stone Voltronians. Why not summon your entire elemental army? Maybe then defeating you will be a challenge. Corey taunted me as she freed herself from the Stone Wrap and Stone Coffin using another scathing magma shower. Yeah, right, so that you can incinerate them all using your magma pool. The truth was that I can no longer use the minion summon of the boss Stone Voltronian as it was in the cooldown period. I had already used it once today to deal with the demigod worshippers. Even if I could summon the minion army, they would be easily wiped out by Corey's magma shower, as they did not have a Calamity Daughter gem and authentic Voltronian physique like the original 5 Stone Voltronians to withstand Corey's magma. And also, I was truly glad for having the foresight to upgrade the Calamity Daughter core of the Stone Voltronians to Calamity Daughter gem before the match. The Calamity Daughter gem not only boosted their physique, but also their stone elemental skills, unlike the Calamity Daughter core, which only strengthened their physique. Surprisingly good judgment on your part, but 5 stone elementals, including you, are not enough to defeat me. You know that, right? I was getting annoyed as time and time again Corey pointed out the obvious that I was lacking in the skill card section. It's about time I showed her what she is begging for. I activated 5 summon armament cards that I took from the referee and turned all the 5 Stone Voltronians into armament after having them undergo the second transformation of Calamity Daughter gem. Summon armament, Stone Gauntlets X4. Summon armament, Stone Boots. I regrew the 3 floating heads along with the 3 pairs of floating arms, and had them equip 1 stone gauntlet each, while I equipped the last stone gauntlet and stone boots. Equipping 5 summon armaments, my combat power grew rapidly. Now time to bully a cocky kid. Corey, you were saying? I gazed at Corey showing off my new equipment. Still not enough. Trap card, Magma Furnace. Corey was not daunted seeing me equip 5 summon armament. Instead, she activated her trap. Magma Furnace, really? This is just a fatter magma pillar. How about calling it a fat magma pillar, cause that's what this is? While swimming in the piping hot magma, I questioned Corey about her sense for naming her moves. After Corey activated her trap card Magma Furnace, the whole pool of magma covering the arena rose to the sky, reaching 130 meters, just like the previous magma pillars. The notable difference was that it was much wider, covering the entire arena and lasted longer. With this move, Corey turned the entire arena and about 130 meters of airspace above it into a boiling hot magma domain. In this magma domain, Corey was like a fish in the water. I am guessing it is due to her physique. As for me, I was also faring well thanks to my Gigamite's super Voltronian physique and the thin stone exoskeleton covering my body, which protected me from the incinerating magma. Summon Armament allows the user to use the abilities of the summon. Thanks to that, I was able to create an exoskeleton of stone to cover my body using Stone Voltronian's stone manipulation skill in time before being submerged in magma. Thankfully, I had help from Hive AI to design the exoskeleton perfectly, which will not affecting my mobility and would be created in time before the disaster struck. If not for this exoskeleton, I may have probably survived the magma, but I would have some seriously burned skin. Give up, or I will explode the area of magma you are in. I hope you do not give up this easily. I would love to see you blow up. Corey revealed her hand and asked me to surrender, but I was confused. Does she want me to accept my defeat or see me blow up? Well, which is it? Go ahead, do it. I also want to check how strong my stone exoskeleton can be. I was not being cocky, as currently I was covered by one layer of A-rank stone exoskeleton, but if I wanted to I can cover myself with a total of 5 layers of stone exoskeletons. So I can easily withstand the explosion of the magma. I know Corey would not make the explosion large enough, as she will also be implicated being in the area of effect. What I am doing right now sounds a lot like a gamble, but I had other insurances in place to be this confident. Magma explosion. I did not have to tell Corey twice. It seemed she was looking forward to blowing me up. But to her surprise, I was unscathed without suffering any injury, damage, or harm. Corey observed something even more shocking. The explosion did not manage to leave even a single scratch on my stone exoskeleton. Seeing this, Corey couldn't help but blurt out, "How is this even possible? A magician never reveals his trick." Yes, I was able to remain unscathed under the explosion because of a trick. The trick was nothing special. The impact of the explosion was completely absorbed by the first layer of my exoskeleton, and I just replaced it in time, making it look as if the explosion could not even scratch my exoskeleton to Corey's eyes. Whatever. Since I cannot explode you, I will cut you. Redtail, Earth Splitter. Believing that the explosion does not affect me, Corey decided to hack me down with her 2-meter-long sword, which was not oversized for her current height. Corey darted towards me with incredible speed and slashed her sword, aiming at my left shoulder, showing that she was not gunning for my life. As the sword descended, I caught it with my left hand, stopping it in its descent. Astonishing, Corey. WTF. Since you delivered yourself, do not mind me using you as my punching bag. Increasing my grip on the sword, I ordered my 3 pairs of floating hands to give their best to Corey. Corey did try to pull her sword from my grip, but thanks to the stats and skills provided by stone gauntlets, Corey's strength was not a match for my current physical capabilities. But Corey had a few tricks up her sleeves. The red tail sword turned soft like an actual tail and wiggled free from my grip before I could react. Seeing Corey escape to a safe distance, I sighed, as I did not wish to drag this too long because of my current surroundings, which is not suitable for a battle of iteration. Fighting in magma was very disadvantageous for me, as the dense magma and my stone exoskeleton restricted my mobility a lot, while Corey's physique allowed her to swim in magma as agile as a shark in the water. So basically, inside the magma furnace, my speed was debuffed while Corey's speed was duffed to some extent. This difference made it so that I could only defend, while only Corey monopolized the offense. Thankfully, I had a near-perfect crowd control ability, I Spy. With this skill, I did not have to worry about my speed being debuffed. I could easily catch her. Thanks to the summon armaments, each of my floating hands had gained extra stats equal to an A-rank stone Voltronian in the second transformation. With this bonus stats, I did not have to worry about them not being able to constrain Corey. Game over, Corey. Give up. You can't beat me. As expected, the floating arms constrained Corey again without suspense, but what was crazy was that Corey chose to explode the magma surrounding the floating arms. This meant she would be in the blast range. I did not think Corey would be willing to go to such lengths to win. Boom. To my surprise, after the first few unsuccessful tries, Corey did not give up, but escalated and decided to explode the whole magma furnace with both of us inside. The game is not over till I say it is. Winning. How important is it to you? How much are you willing to sacrifice for it? What are you willing to sacrifice for it? Wealth? Health? Friends? Family? Soul? Wealth is volatile. One day you lose it, another day you earn it, but the other 4 are irreplaceable. You have to be aware of what you are willing to sacrifice. In Corey's case, she decided to sacrifice her health to win over me by exploding the whole magma domain she had created. The power from the explosion of the magma domain was more than enough to incinerate me, but the only problem was it was enough to incinerate her too. What was Corey thinking? Did she feel that she could survive this explosion? I would survive the explosion, but my Calamity Soul gem would be exposed. Hiding it from the general populace for me was as important as not losing Susan to Corey. There was a split-second period for judgment between Corey's mental command to explode the magma furnace and the magma furnace actually exploding. I did not know what Corey was planning with this suicide move, but I did not plan to reveal my must-take to grave secrets because of her crazy decision. Therefore, I did the only sane thing, even if it cost me this battle. Summon Cloud Lord, Claude. To not fall with Corey's suicide move, I summoned the name Calamity Daughter rune card Cloud Lord and had him free the exploding magma with the condensation part of his world rule cloud. To my surprise, I was not the only one who was thinking of making use of world runes. Corey summoned her ego flames to protect her from the magma explosion, which also indirectly saved her from being frozen by Cloud Lord's condensation. Unlike me, who used my rule to freeze the entire magma from exploding, Corey chose to use her rule to just save her ass, hoping the exploding magma would incinerate me. Did you just try to kill me? I asked Corey with frigid eyes. No, I knew you would survive that. But hey, look on the bright side, we both used the rune cards simultaneously. So our score is still a draw. Corey replied nonchalantly, while the Evo flame covered her entire body and danced with the passing wind. Hearing Corey, I realized what she tried to pull off by exploding the whole magma domain was to force me to use rune cards before her. Being constrained by my floating arms and her small magma explosions, unable to get rid of them, Corey had no choice but to make use of her rune cards, but by doing so it meant that she would lose a battle to me, which she did not like, so she created a scenario where we both would be forced to use rune cards. And having the entire magma domain explode was it. But this also provided Corey a slight chance of winning. That is to see which one of us would cave first and use their rune card. This tactic I had seen in a racing movie back on Earth, where both the car racers drive towards each other at the fastest speed possible, and the first one to cave and deviate from the path would be the loser. An impressive judgment on Corey's part. Not only did she manage to turn a sure loss into a draw, but she had a fighting chance that she could win by outlasting me. Corey's plan may have worked in her favor if I was not sensitive to her magma explosion and suspected her motives for a suicide move. Thanks to Soul Pathway echolocation and Soul Pupils, I could easily tell when the magma was going to explode. Thus was the reason I was able to not use the rune card until the last second to the magma explosion. And I always suspected that there was more to Corey's move of exploding the magma domain, so I had to make sure if she was really going to explode the magma domain and was not just bluffing, which led to me not using the rune cards till the last second. Seeing me wait to the last second, Corey had no choice but to explode the magma and protect herself with her ego flame, which led to us both using the rune cards simultaneously. And the skill card battle ended in a draw. Wait, is that created using the rune of the card Emperor that Southern Emperor had killed? How were you able to use a broken rune to create an elemental summon rune card? How did you manage to achieve that with your strength? Broken runes are very unstable and cannot be used to create an elemental summon rune card. Was it Anna who helped you create that rune card? Even if she did, you should not be able to command it so perfectly. How are you doing that? This time it was Corey's turn to be shocked. The feat of using broken runes to form elemental summon rune cards was not something a low-level card apprentice can achieve. No matter how good my ego gem quality is, this was impossible for someone of my realm to achieve. Therefore, Corey believed that Anna helped me forge an elemental summon rune card using a broken rune. Even if Anna helped me to forge the elemental rune card, then how was I able to control this elemental summon? Rune cards are not like normal cards, they have sentience, and do not easily accept a new master. The sentience of the rune is way more advanced than the beast will. Comparing the sentience of beast will to rune was like comparing a child and a graduate. Location: 3 kilometers above Card Stadium. Wow, this kid is something else. I thought Corey was a genius to create a dimensional portal with a bunch of skeletons, but he has an elemental rune summon card at Card Soldier Realm. These two are monstrous geniuses to be able to create their ego gem at Card Soldier Realm. Remind me again, when did you form your ego gem, cousin? Luna was impressed by the talent displayed by Corey. But to her surprise, there was another monster genius who not only forged an ego gem, but also forged an elemental rune summon card. Must be good to have a card Emperor Sugar Mama to spoil you so much. But an elemental summon rune card? There should be a limit to how much you spoil your boy toy. Corey was very envious of me owning Cloud Lord, and she did not hide it. Must be good to be born with a golden spoon. I responded to Corey's taunt by referring to her rich family. There are so many things where I want to correct Corey, but choose not cause that would not help my case. There are two ways to use runes, one to turn runes into cards, and the other is to derive runes' power as an ingredient to create a card. Corey mistook Cloud Lord as an elemental created using the power of rules from the broken rune, but the Cloud Lord is not an elemental, he itself is a rune. A broken rune to be exact. Those who comprehend element-based world rules after forging their runes can create elemental summon cards using the power of the rune they comprehended, but Cloud Lord is a broken rune that is converted into a card to have the elemental physique. It is more of a walking, talking rune than a common elemental. The reason Corey was envious of the Cloud Lord is that there's a difference between an elemental summon formed using the power of runes and a normal elemental summon. And that is the elemental summon's command over that particular element rule. Normal elementals are a mass of elemental soul energy with sentience, and elementals created using a mass of soul energy influenced by world rules and runes are called elemental summon rune cards. Unlike them, Cloud Lord is a rune with an elemental body. The vast majority of similarities between the two led Corey to misunderstand it as an elemental summon rune card. Using one's own rune power to create an elemental and using a broken rune to create elemental are two different things. Either way, with my current power, I should not be able to use a broken rune power to create elemental summon rune cards. Rune cards have sentiences, and they follow their master's command. But rune cards created using the power of broken runes are different. They do not have a master, so they recognize a new master. Usually, it is the person who created them using the power of a broken rune. Corey was confused that if Anna created the rune card, then its master should be Anna. Why is it following my command? Being contradicted by her speculations, Corey chose to credit Anna with mysteries that confused her. But, you do know that your elemental summon rune card is not a match of my ego flame. Why don't you accept your defeat, so I do not have to break the new toy given to you by your sugar mama? Corey was right. An elemental summon rune card is not a match of ego flame, but Cloud Lord was not an elemental summon rune card, it was also an ego elemental of sorts. Ego flame is a flame created by forging a fire element-based rune into a flame with sentience, quite similar to Cloud Lord, except Cloud Lord is forged from a broken rune, and Corey's ego flame is forged from a complete rune. Forging a flame rule-based rune into an ego flame is a much more advanced process than creating a fire elemental using the power of a rune. This also meant ego flame is also a lot stronger compared to a fire elemental summon rune card. And an ego flame can give birth to fire elementals, but vice versa is not possible. Similarly, Cloud Lord can also make use of the power of broken runes to create numerous cloud elementals. Corey, how about less talk and more fists? Cloud Lord used meteorite hail. This time I chose to go on offense instead of waiting for Corey to make her move. And with my command, Cloud Lord summoned dark clouds, and then from them, 10 basketball-sized hail fell on Corey with incredible speed. Incinerate. Using ice against fire, you're dumb, aren't you? Corey waved her arm, and a wave of fire engulfed the incoming 10 basketball-sized hail and incinerated them. Lightning rain. I did not bother to retort to Corey's lame comments, and instead chose to end this as fast as possible. And with my command, lightning started to shower from the aforementioned dark clouds aiming at Corey. Flame dance. Corey's body flickered and danced like a flame as it escaped the lightning shower with ease. Escaping my lightning rain, Corey added. My turn. Summon 7th hell, eternal agony. Instantly, the whole frozen magma arena once again started to burn with a dark red color flame as smoke from the flame filled the air, once again forcing me to fly and leave the arena. Unlike Corey, who had her time creating moves using ego flame, I had just created Cloud Lord, and did not have any fancy moves like the one Corey had, which literally turned the arena into a burning hell. But Corey wasn't done yet. After summoning the seventh hell, eternal agony, she commanded, "Sinners of agony, arise." The dark red flame covering the arena started making wailing sounds and started to emit smoke in larger quantities. The smoke emitted by the flames started to get dense and denser. Then soon the smoke from the dark red flames started to condense and take shape into the form of creatures I had never seen before. All these creatures looked ferocious and had a huge built and bulky physique. The flame produced smoke non-stop, and the new smoke started to condense and form dark smoke armor and weaponry, which later was equipped onto the monsters. Almost 30-something huge smoke monsters equipped with black smoke armor and weapons stood in the burning dark red flames. Looking at this scene, I suddenly remembered something I had seen a while back. A monster army covered in black armor, standing in formation in a burning land. I remembered seeing this in Corey's eyes a while back. Shocked, there is more where that came from. At this point, you might as well surrender. You fought bravely, but the result was already set in stone the movement you went up against me. Corey preached. Lightning artillery. In response to Corey's words, I just bombarded the monsters with lightning. Having summons fight an ego elemental was redundant. Cloud Lord was not exactly an ego elemental per se, but it satisfies the condition of one. Turning a broken rune into an ego elemental was a huge feat. This could only be achieved when the broken rune completely surrenders to its new master. Using a rune to create rune cards is already demanding in itself, but to use a broken rune to create rune cards is even more demanding, not to mention something as advanced as an ego elemental. Therefore, Corey never thought that my Cloud Lord was also an ego elemental similar to her ego fire, despite it showcasing the prowess of one. She thought of the Cloud Lord as an elemental summon rune card that displayed a high level of power similar to an ego elemental because it was created by a card emperor using a card emperor's rune, which also led her to underestimate the strength of Cloud Lord. But her overconfidence was deserved, as whatever flame rule she comprehended was of a higher tier than a normal flame rule. The huge amount of lightning element artillery bombarded the smoke monsters. Under the enormous power of the lightning, the smoke monsters were reduced to smoke. Before I could put on a victory smile, the smoke once again condensed to form the original 30-something smoke monsters. They appeared to have not taken an ounce of damage. Give up your foolish struggle. You cannot kill them. They are eternal. Corey once again asked me to surrender. She appeared to be extremely confident about her ego fire. Skill name, 7th Hell, Eternal Agony. Skill type, Origin card, Relife, Inheritance, titled Demon Core. Skill rank, Ego Fire, Eternal Flame of Agony, Rune, Eternal Flame. Skill effect, upon activation, the surroundings of the user turn into the 7th Hell burning with Eternal Flame. The area of effect is based on user's power. Additional effect, Sinners of Agony. Sinner of Agony. Any enemy unit killed in 7th Hell that is burning with Eternal Flame has his/her soul imprisoned by the Eternal Flame to live in agony for the rest of eternity. The user can call upon these sinners as a summons to fight for him/her. Note, Sinners of Agony will blindly follow their Lord's orders for eternity. As a result, sinners' strength is tied with their Lord's strength. That is, they cannot be of a higher realm than their Lord. There must be a trick to this. Did they turn into the smoke to avoid being burnt by lightning? But the power behind lightning artillery was very powerful. It burnt all the air in the area of effect, meaning even if the monsters turned into smoke, they should not have been able to survive. The simplest way to end them is to have you surrender. Unable to deduce how to get rid of the smoke monsters, I decide to take care of the summoner, indirectly getting rid of the summoned monster. Cloud Lord, summon elemental minions. If I have to reach Corey, then I had to engage the 30-something smoke monsters in between first. So to keep the smoke monsters busy, I had Cloud Lord summoned cloud elementals. Soon 30+ cloud elementals in the shape of a genderless Voltronian appeared in the air above the arena, burning with smoky dark red flame. It seems I was wrong. Your cloud elemental is more of an ego elemental than an elemental summon rune card. Did I judge it wrong because it is made of broken runes? It seems the Southern Emperor favors you a lot. But how was she able to get the will of broken runes to surrender to you? Corey finally realized that Cloud Lord was an ego elemental made of a broken rune and was confused about how it surrendered to me. No comments. So, what if you have an immortal army? I have a replenishable army. The elementals are hard to kill, but compared to the tenacity of smoke monsters, they were nothing. But I can have Cloud Lord summon any number of them. You think a bunch of elementals are the match of my sinners of agony? Each one of those monsters you see is a tyrant in its own way. They are brutal and vicious, have a lot more experience in combat compared to the elementals you summoned on a whim. Corey's words turned true in 5 seconds. As I sent the cloud elements to fight the smoke monsters, it did not take long before all of cloud elements were torn apart by smoke monsters. Backing Corey's claims, it took a mere 5 seconds for the smoke monsters to kill all the cloud elements. These cloud elementals were not normal cloud elements. They were formed by the power of rules and runes, and have an understanding of rules, and could use them to a point. Yet they lost so devastatingly to the smoke monsters. Interesting. Did you help the boy create an ego elemental out of broken rune? How were you able to get the broken rune surrendered to a card soldier? Broken runes have very demanding requirements for their masters. How did you do it? Luna asked her cousin after seeing Wyatt's cloud elemental create a bunch of cloud elementals using the world rule cloud. No, I did not. I think he did it by himself. Anna was also confused no less than Corey and Luna. Wyatt had created an ego gem just an hour ago. How was he able to capture the cloud broken rune from the dying ego gem and turn it into ego elemental? Ego elemental creation is a very advanced technique. It requires the user to have a very high grasp of the rule. Runes have different tiers to them, and these tiers are based on the comprehension level of the rule used to create these runes. If this is your limit, as I said, give up already. There is no way you can defeat me. Even if you have an ego cloud, it is not the same tier as my ego fire. No matter how many of them you create, be it 30 plus cloud elementals or 100 plus cloud elementals, they will not be a match for my sinners. These guys are the real deal. If not for my low active soul control percentage limiting them, each of them could kill 100 emperors. Be a dear and save me some trouble by surrendering. Corey once again tried to get Wyatt to surrender. Corey knew the ego cloud was not the opponent of her ego flame. She could just defeat Wyatt instead of wasting so much saliva trying to get him to surrender. Someone said, defeating your opponent is hard. Convincing them of their defeat is harder. The best way to defeat your opponent is to have him surrender and acknowledge that he is not your match. Corey didn't just want to win just by defeating Wyatt, she wanted to win by absolutely defeating Wyatt. She thought she could achieve that by beating Wyatt in every possible combat art. But Corey found out that she was not that stronger than Wyatt in the art of combat. Unable to overpower Wyatt in terms of physical prowess, she decided to defeat Wyatt mentally. Being defeated in an arena and surrendering are two different things. Defeat means you fought till the end and the better man won. But surrendering means you accept that your opponent is better than you. Right now, Corey was trying to convince Wyatt of his defeat by having him surrender to her willingly. A person only surrenders when he thinks he has no chance of winning against his opponent. If Corey can have Wyatt willingly surrender, means Wyatt has accepted that he is no match for Corey and she is better than him. Why did Corey go to such lengths to defeat Wyatt both physically and mentally? There were two reasons for Corey to go to such extreme lengths to defeat Wyatt. The first one was simple, but only crazy people could understand. She wanted her to prove to her mother Susan that she was better than Wyatt in every possible way, and she should bet on her and stick with her rather than Wyatt. The second reason was a bit sane. She thought Wyatt would make a good subordinate in her army, and by the capabilities Wyatt has shown thus far in the duel, Corey's resolve to make Wyatt her subordinate has grown stronger than before. Having decided on Wyatt as her future subordinate, Corey started to tame right away. Only Corey knew what awaited her in the future, and in order to prepare for it, she had long planned to recruit people with talent and potential into her private arm. A talented card creationist with promising potential would make a good addition to her private army. I can see that. Don't state the obvious. My summoned cloud elementals are not a match of your smoke army. So what? My cloud lord is not a match of your ego fire. So what? Who told you that this is my limit? Who told you that I have only one ego elemental? Wyatt asked Corey domineeringly. Corey could see that there wasn't even a hint of surrender in Wyatt's eyes. So she clicked her tongue in annoyance. TSK. It seems like me entertaining you till now has gotten to your head. and you are unable to see the obvious. This is not your limit. So what? You have more ego elementals. So what? Show me your limit, and I will crush it today, and help you realize there is always a taller mountain out there. Seeing that her soft approach was not working and Wyatt was nowhere near an answer she wanted to hear from him, she decided to overpower Wyatt with her might until he surrenders willingly. Even if this will break his spirit, it did not matter. She wanted a subordinate for herself, not a tiger that could bite any time. Bring it on. No matter how tall the mountain is, it cannot block the sun. Summon Blood Swordsman. Summon Thunder Grappler. Summon Blue Spring. Summon Autumn Wind. Summon Yellow Sun. Having enraged by Corey's words, Wyatt summoned 5 ego elements in a row, leading to a dumbfounded Corey who did not know what to say and was rendered speechless by Wyatt's display of ego elementals. Having been through Corey Park's memories, Corey knew how hard it was to create an ego elemental, not to mention an ego elemental from a broken rune. It took years for Corey Perry to create her ego flame. If not for the titled Demon Core inheritance from her life card, she would never have the ego fire. And if not for the ego fire recognizing her as the reincarnation of Corey Park, it would be impossible for her to control the ego fire so easily and skillfully. Ego elementals formed from broken runes are a lot weaker than ego elementals formed using runes, as the power of the ego elemental depends on the rune used to create it, and the tier of the rune depends on the level rule comprehended to forge it. I want a sugar mama. Where can I get one? Corey could help, but blurt out these words. What kind of existence do you have to be able to create 6 ego elementals from 6 different broken runes and have them surrender and accept a card soldier as their master? Now do you want to surrender? Wyatt asked Corey with a sneer. He felt good for finally being the one to say these words rather than be on the receiving end. You don't have to be smug about it. If not for you, sugar mama, you're nothing. Sinners of agony. March. Corey finally realized where Wyatt got his confidence from. That stupid Southern Emperor had showered her boy toy with 6 ego elementals. Over a field of fire floated 6 handsome elementals facing 30-something smoke monsters, while 2 card apprentices, the people responsible for summoning the 6 elementals and the 30 smoke monsters, stood behind their trust summons. One hovered over the dark red flames, other bathed in those dark red flames. Wails of the crying flame filled the arena with the passing wind. The Southern Emperor sure knows a man's body. Look at them. All 6 of them are so stunning, as if they were works of art. Their bodies will charm any woman and put any confident man to doubt himself. It is such a shame that they lack. I guess leaving some to the imagination is also part of the charm. Corey praised the ego elements and their physique, while her eyes couldn't hide the disappointment as they lingered on the pelvic region of the elementals. Be it Cloud Lord or Thunder Grappler or Blood Swordsman or the others, each of them had an elemental body that was shaped using the physique of a Viltronian. The Viltronian physique not only gave these rune spirits a hunky shape, but also rejuvenated their age, making them look no less than young models. The part that made their body a work of art was the elements that arranged themselves and fit together perfectly to give the curves and lines outlining a well-chiseled body. Autumn Wind, a wind elemental. Its body was made up of dense green wind elements. Except for his green body, his light green silky hair is the most distinctive part of him. The green wind elements in them were aligned in such a way that they appeared to be thinner and softer than skill. They floated in the air as it hovered over the smoky dark red fire. Despite its domineering stance, it looked courtly and full of grace, similar to a scholar. Thunder Grappler had a huge build with a bulky physique. With one glance at him, one could tell that he was an athlete. Thunder elements filling its body raged and mimicked bulging muscles. They were densely packed and looked quite similar to a hardened muscle. The most attention-grabbing feature about the Thunder Grappler was that its physical body made a constant thundering sound, like an engine ready to go full throttle. It felt a brutish and berserk first impression. Blood Swordsman had a slim and delicate physique, making it look harmless. But when one glances at the sharp, blood-red sword it is grasping, you feel the fiendish aura it is hiding behind its delicate look. Its physical body was made up of blood so naturally, it was red. Blue Spring and Yellow Sun were no exception. Their body color was fitting their name and elemental. They had a majestic and elegant physique, but standing next to Autumn Wind, thunder grappler, blood swordsman, their presence was dampened. But one could not doubt their combat effectiveness and be underestimated. Cough. Corey, wipe your drool. They are just elementals, not something worth getting into the heat. And don't forget we are in between a duel. Blue Spring use Calming Spring. Cloud Lord use Disaster Rain. Yellow Sun use Holy Beam of Light. Skill combo Holy Rainbow of Purification. Seeing Corey drool over my ego elementals in between a duel, I couldn't help but shake my head. Girls have gone rogue. I commanded Blue Spring, Cloud Lord, and Yellow Sun into using a combo move from one of Card Emperor Claude's arsenal. These ego elementals have only been with me for an hour or so, and I wasn't very familiar with their capabilities. I had their card info and stats, but that is different from knowing how to deploy them on the battlefield to my advantage. Therefore, I had no choice but to use the combos that Card Emperor Claude used this broken rune in, expecting the best possible outcome. With the introduction of Calming Spring, the wailing cries from the red flame decreased a lot. As I suspected, Corey's ego fire wasn't just pure fire, it had a dark attribute to it. There are two reasons I chose this combo attack from various combo attacks in Claude's arsenal. First, Calming Spring has a purification effect. Thanks to this, I was able to confirm my suspicion that Corey's ego fire wasn't a normal fire rune, but it was a combination of two rules, fire and darkness. The normal fire rule will not mix so well with the darkness rule. The flame rule that Corey comprehended must have additional attributes, allowing her to combine it with the darkness rule and form these monsters. The second reason was that this combo packed huge power behind it and had an area of effect covering the entire arena. Meaning even if my suspicions were not answered, this combo could attack Corey with her 30-something smoke monsters. And there was still another possibility. If my suspicions are correct, then not only will I be attacking Corey directly because of this AoE skill, but will also be able to do a lot of damage to these smoke monsters that Corey claimed to be immortal. Along the Calming Spring, the clouds turned dark and started to rain heavily, as if not tomorrow. Unlike the Calming Spring, Disaster Rain was a normal skill that only caused heavy rain, but it was the centerpiece of this combo. Without it, this combo was not possible. As Calming Spring and Disaster Rain filled the arena, a beam of bright light descended on the arena. It was the skill Holy Beam of Light. Meeting the water drops of Calming Spring and Disaster Rain, the Holy Beam of Light split into 7 different beams of light, forming a rainbow beam, completing the combo skill Holy Rainbow of Purification that descended on the arena. The sight was right out of the myths, and rainbow beams showered over 30 dark beings bathed in the dark red fire as 6 handsome beings watched from the sky. The 7-colored light beams showered on the arena as the disaster rain poured heavily until the wail cries in the arena finally vanished. Seeing the large bridge of rainbow descend, Corey finally showed panicked expression and yelled at her 30-something smoke monsters. Sinner disperse, summon Sin Fiend Chimera. With Corey's orders, the 30-something smoke monsters dissipated. Then the smoke from the monsters gathered and started to condense into 10 huge 8 meters tall monsters with 3 heads and 3 pairs of arms. What the fuck? Can I sue her for copyright? I blurted out, seeing Corey's smoke monsters turn into 8 meters tall 3-headed and arms monsters. My transformation was very symmetric because all of my heads and arms were identical, but these monsters were an abomination. There was no symmetry in the monster's body. One pair of arms was short, one pair of arms was big. One head was too small, another head was without a neck. These monsters were the definition of freak. How are they even able to move with such an unbalanced body? Soon I understood why Corey canceled her previous summons and summoned these abominations. As I watched each one of the abominations sacrifice themselves one by one to the incoming rainbow beam, the scene was like moths running into flames. Now I understood, despite her claims, Corey knew her smoke monsters can be killed with my combo skill, Holy Rainbow Beam Purification, so instead of losing her elite forces, she decided to use her reserve forces to shield her from the combo skill. And her plan succeeded. As the 3-headed abominations sacrificed one after the other to the descending rainbow beams, the rainbow beam's power decreased after purifying each of one of the abominations. By the time the Holy Rainbow Beam descended to the arena, the Holy Rainbow Beam was nothing more than a shade of rainbow beam, leaving Corey unscathed. I thought that they were immortal. What happened? Why did they die? I taunted Corey after debunking her claims about her summons being immortal and unkillable. Who said that they were dead? Gather Sin Fiend Chimera. Corey responded to my taunt with a sneer and another batch of Sin Fiend Chimera. WTF? Summoning new summons of the same kind doesn't mean that they are immortal. Corey, don't be a sour loser. I asked impatiently, seeing Corey shamelessly condense another batch of Sin Fiend Chimera and call them the same batch as the previous one and claim her monsters to be immortal. Are you a fool, or are you trying to make a fool out of others? Look carefully. They are the same monsters they used their bodies to protect me from your combo skill. If not for protecting me, they could have easily dodged your attack. Wyatt, just give up before I beat the SHD out of you and force you to surrender. Giving successfully defended against my rainbow beam. Corey once again returned to her casual self as if she wanted, she could end this duel anytime she wanted. I keenly glanced at the smoke abominations and realized what Corey said was true. These are the same monsters as the previous one that sacrificed to stop the holy rainbow beam. But how? Isn't the darkness rule weak against holy attribute rules? Why aren't these monsters purified? I just saw them get purified. Then why are they still alive? Are they immortal, or is there a trick to it? But why did the smoke abominations sacrifice themselves to stop the holy rainbow beam? They could have just covered and guarded Corey until the rainbow beam passed. Asking the right question, I finally found the right answer. What was the need for the monsters to sacrifice themselves? Was it to protect Corey, or was it to protect Seventh Hell, Eternal Agony? All 10 of the Sin Fiend Chimera sacrificed because they wanted to stop the holy rainbow beam from reaching the Seventh Hell, Eternal Agony. I can be sure about this because when all the 10 Sin Fiend Chimera had been purified by the holy rainbow beam, a residual of the holy rainbow fell on the Seventh Hell, Eternal Agony, causing the dark red burning flame to recede. From this, I can conclude that they were not trying to protect Corey, they were trying to protect the Seventh Hell, Eternal Agony. Why try to protect the flame? What makes the flame so important is that the monsters would sacrifice themselves to protect the flames. Come to think of it, Corey did not summon these monsters using cards. It's clear they are part of her ego fire. But where is her ego fire? I did not see being summoned. Is it hiding in the flames covering the arena? Or the flames covering the arena is Corey's ego fire? Why not ask her, Corey, where is your ego fire? I don't see it. This question would clear a lot of doubts about Corey's ego fire and these smoke monsters. You are not strong enough to see my ego fire, Corey domineeringly answered. Is it hiding in the flames covering the arena, or those flames your ego fire? Corey's ability is tricky, and until I fully grasp the required information, it will be impossible for me to break the immortal tricks of these smoke monsters. I see. You want to gather related information on my ego flame and decipher the immortality of my sinner's army. Impressive. Instead of getting overwhelmed, you can maintain your calm and think straight under all the pressure. Good, I am immersed. But aren't you too naive to think that I will do all the work for you? Try harder or just surrender. It's not a surprise that Corey guessed the motives behind my questions to her, because I could not be more blunt and so obvious. It would be shocking if she did not realize the motives behind my questions. But thanks to her ambiguous answers, I found the answer to the questions I was searching for. The mystery to the smoke monster's immortality lies in the dark red fire covering the arena, the Seventh Hell, Eternal Agony. This was obvious, seeing how Corey would choose to not speak about these fires. The dark red fire stopped wailing with the disaster rain, but it did not get extinguished due to rainwater. It kept burning unhindered. Clearly, it's a special flame with dark attributes, and water did not seem to harm it in any way. The only time the fire showed any sign of damage was when it came in contact with the residue of the holy rainbow beam. Until now, I've been acting thinking the fire covering the arena is just a field skill, but what if this skill has more to it? The flames wail and cry when they come in contact with the wind, but go silent when in contact with water. What's weirder is that they produce dense smoke despite not burning anything. How is that possible? My first assumption was it was a skill, so it did not need anything to burn as long as Corey supplies it with enough power from the world rules. But soon I realized there are too many holes in this assumption. Even if the fire continues to burn by burning power from Corey's world rule, it cannot produce such dense smoke. Seeing how long this duel is taking, Corey would be stupid to maintain these flames for so long, compromising her world rule's power. when the flames have no contribution to the duel and require her to spare her attention to it during a battle. Despite all these disadvantages, Corey continued to maintain the flame, raising many questions about my assumption. Is the flame continuing to burn by burning the power of Corey's world rule? Why does the flame produce so much smoke, when the flames using world rule's power as fuel produce zero amount of smoke? Answering these questions leads to a new assumption that these flames do not continue to burn by the burning power of Corey's world rule. Rather, they use something else as fuel. The reason behind the dense smoke produced by the flame must be the said fuel. One would think that someone with skills like soul pupils and soul echolocation would figure out the fuel of the flame covering the arena sooner, but the thing is that the fuel for the seventh hell, eternal agony, was inside Corey, so I mistook that the flame's fuel was the power of Corey's world rule and did not investigate further. But now that I have new questions to find answers for, I investigated the source of the fuel for the flames inside Corey, and finally landed on a pitch-black bead. Surprisingly, this bead was in the same location where an ego gem should be. Seeing no ego gem nearby, I believe this black bead is Corey's ego gem. I decided to explore it, but just when I was about to investigate further, I got notifications from the grimoire. Host has discovered titled demon core property of subject Corey. Would the host prefer to use Calamity's soul gem to peek or invade the titled demon core? Peek, invade, decline. WTF is a titled demon core? Isn't this Corey's ego gem? It does look a lot like a black-colored ego gem. If it is not an ego gem, why does Corey have it? And what do you mean by peek or invade? Using the soul pupils to investigate the power source of Corey's flames, I discovered that what I believe to be Corey's ego gem is a titled demon core. I had no idea what the titled demon core is, but seeing how it has a demon in its name, I guess it must be powerful. Many questions ran through my head regarding Corey's titled demon core, seeing how it allowed Corey to use the power of world rule. I believe it is something like a monster core. This explained a lot, especially Corey's physique, which gave her a pair of horns and a detachable tail. The titled demon core gives Corey the ability to use the power of rules and a demonic physique quite similar to my Calamity soul gem. Assuming the titled demon core is something similar to a variant monster core, I was left with another question. What does the Calamity soul gem mean by peeking or invading the titled demon core? Is it something similar to a mental attack? I won't know unless I tried it. So, I decided to peek into Corey's titled demon core first to know what I am getting into. Because if this is something like a mental attack, then I bet Corey has a way to defend and fight against it. If I, who knew nothing, got caught in this, might end up becoming lamb at Corey's mercy. Peek. Calamity's soul gem, using soul pupils and soul echolocation to peek into the titled demon core. My vision blurred, and the scenery changed to a panorama view of a burning land with dark red flames. When I concentrated further in the flames, I saw numerous black figures of various shapes and sizes living in it. These black figures were very similar to the smoke monsters summoned by Corey. I remembered that I saw the same sight once in Corey's eyes and the tournament arena. What are these black creatures? Why do they live in dark red flames? How many of them are there? Inside the titled demon core, as far my sight could see, I saw numerous black monsters covered in the dark red fire. With these many summoned monsters, Corey might as well subdue the whole Sky Blossom City and the nearby cities. If not for her realm holding her back, this army was enough to gain control over the whole southern region. I finally understood. Corey did indeed have the ability to be arrogant. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard a thundering roar. Who goes there? I turned to see the source of the roar. It was Corey, but this Corey's physical body was completely made up of dark red-colored flame. Have you seen enough? Asked the Corey look-alike with a fire elemental body, seeing that my gaze lingered on her body for way too long. I couldn't help it, as the fire elemental had the most beautiful yet vulgar female body I had ever seen. Even though the body of the flame elemental was made up of densely packed fire elements, it was well defined with all the perfect curves at the right places. The fire elemental's face resembled Corey's, but its body below the neck was voluptuous and mature, unlike Corey's. The chest region had ample bosom, each one designed so perfectly that they had the bounce of the originals. The waist was so slim and well-chiseled with a seducing belly button. Not to mention the lower posterior region together with the bosom, they gave the body a perfect S shape. The The thighs looked so soft and comforting that I wanted to use them as a pillow to rest my head on them. It felt so wrong, but a desire to make this mine ran in my soul. The fact that it had horns, a tail, and a fire element body made it dirtier and nasty. What is happening here? You two sick perverts. Wyatt, wipe your drool, and you put on some clothes. This time the real Corey with an illusionary body appeared next to the curvaceous Corey and yelled at both of us. It seems she realized me peeking into her titled demon core. Hee hee, with a mischievous giggle curvaceous Corey willed and generated a dark, dense mass of smoke from the fire down below. Then this mass of smoke covered the fire element body and soon shaped into a mesmerizing smoky black evening gown. Seeing the fire element Corey in her evening gown, I finally understood the words that the right clothes make a woman more gorgeous and alluring. If I could, I would not mind passing my time just gazing at her, mesmerized in her beauty. No wonder you did not want to summon your ego fire. Such a shame. If you had summoned her, I would have surrendered to her stunning charm long ago. I may have blurted out these words unconsciously, but they meant what I felt. The nasty and wrong feeling in my mind only made it more arousing and tempting. If by now I did not realize that the fire elemental with Corey's face was her ego fire, then I might as well surrender to Corey. The fire elemental body was clue enough, adding the similar face, horns, and tail. Its identity couldn't be more obvious. In the ego fire, I bore witness to the famous words demonic charm. Otherwise, there is no way a fire can be this arousing and seductive. You are in luck then. At her current realm, she cannot summon me. The ego fire spoke. I finally noticed that other than her devilish body and demonic charm, this ego elemental was capable of making conversations, and its eyes shone with advanced sentience. May I have the pleasure of your name? If the ego fire had high-level sentience as I guessed, then it might prefer being called by its name. The pleasure is all mine. You can call me Corey Park, and you must be Dalton Wyatt. If you do not mind, before I send you out, could please answer, how are you able to do this without invading my titled demon core? The ego fire did not just display high-level sentience, but unparalleled wisdom that came with experience. She grasped the situation perfectly and asked the right questions while making her intentions clear. What Corey Park was referring to was my conversation with her. When a person peeks into another person's ego gem, all she can do is vaguely feel the rules inside for a few seconds. But in my case, not only was I able to accurately peek for a long period, but also listen to their words and have a conversation without actually entering their ego gem. This surprised the ego fire. Unlike the broken rune spirits in the Cloud Emperor's dying ego gem, who took this ability of mine for granted as a talent of genius, the ego fire asked how I was able to see and talk to her without actually entering her titled demon core. Not only did she ask the right questions, but she also informed me that if not for finding answers to these questions, she would not entertain me peeking into her titled demon core, and would have already kicked me out of here. What fuck is happening here? Corey got irritated. She was still stuck on the thought of being ignored by Corey Park and me. Childish. The ego fire seemed to be wiser than Corey herself. Corey, honey. Language. Corey Park reprimanded Corey for cursing. I dare you to say that once again. If not for me taking pity on your life experience, I would have erased you long ago. Remember, you are mooching off me. You better behave. Corey yelled in irritation. First she ignores me, and now she acts like my mother. Wyatt, you perverted freak. First, you put your moves on my mother, and now you are after my ego fire. You sick psycho, get out of my titled demon core this instance before I kill you. After snapping at her ego fire, Corey yelled at me. These words of hers gave me a clear understanding of two things. First, Corey had complete authority over her titled demon core, but she did not know how to use the titled demon core. I came to this understanding because of how she was able to suppress the ego fire, which was clearly stronger and wiser than her. This meant that she had the highest authority over the core and the ego fire. But when it came to how to utilize this authority, Corey was worse than the ego fire, as instead of pushing me out of the core, she asked me to leave, showing that she doesn't know how to stop me from peeking. Second, the ego fire was more than what meets the eye. She was stronger and knew how to use the core better than Corey herself. She showcases unparalleled wisdom, which can only be obtained by decades of accumulated experience. But I had a strong feeling that there is something strange afoot here. How can a person's ego fire be stronger than their personal strength? That is only possible if it is transplanted from another ego gem, like a broken rune. Don't mind her. She usually doesn't act this way. I guess she is lashing out because her private and intimate space is being invaded and violated by your presence. After all, a person's demon core is more private, personal, and intimate than their birthday suit. And I'm still waiting for your answer. Please hurry, we don't like you peeking in here. A person's ego gem is private and personal. This is the sacred temple where her spirit is housed to connect with the world. And also the one place where a card apprentice can count on to feel safe, peaceful, and clean of any other disturbance. Like how a social convention dictates that one's birthday suit is one's business and nobody else's business, making the act of peeping on others' birthday suits to be considered a punishable crime. Similarly, peeking into another person's ego gem is considered as seeking death or declaring war in the card apprentice community. This I conferred by the amount of hostility shown by Corey and her ego fire. Thankfully, the ego fire did not seem to be as unreasonable and unhinged as Corey. The ego fire wanted to block me from peeking, but it was curious as to why I was able to see and hear normally without actually entering her demon core. I did not think Corey was overreacting to me peeking into her titled demon core, as I would be equally distributed if someone were to peep into my Calamity Soul Gem. I do not know about Corey, but my Calamity Soul Gem is the place where most of my secrets are hidden and would prefer to not have any unwanted peeping toms, trespassers, or invaders. Thankfully, I could trust the Calamity Soul Gem defense with the protection of my mutated soul and mutated spirit from any type of peeking or invasion. Otherwise, right now, instead of analyzing Corey and her ego fire, I would be busy worrying about how to defend myself or stop something like this from happening to me. Fortunately, Dungeon Calamity Seed's shell was meant for this kind of threat, and it is best at it. Ms. Park, I am sorry, but I cannot answer your questions as they involve some of my important secrets. Revealing them is not an option. The ego fire was tolerating my presence in her titled demon core so far because she wanted some answers to her questions from me. And yes, I was mesmerized by the demonic charm of her devilish body, but that did not mean I would foolishly reveal my core secrets which I planned to bury in my grave. I understand, Mr. Wyatt. Then let me show you out. The ego fire seemed to have reached the limit of her tolerance and was in no mood for wordplay with me. Hence, seeing me play hard to get, she did not bother to negotiate and decided to send me on my way. Wait, those secrets are important, but that doesn't mean I am not open for negotiations. I hurriedly said, stopping the ego fire from blocking my feed to her title demon core. Seeing her uninterested face, I added, Ms. Park, how about we conduct a transaction? I will answer one of your questions for every one of my questions you answer. Oh, I see. I am open to your idea, but how do we proceed with your said transaction? My suggestion of a transaction of answers for others' questions interested the ego fire, and she withheld the thought of blocking me. You, what the heck are you doing babbling with him? Throw him out of here this instant. Don't ignore me again. This is an order. Corey seemed to be bothered by my presence in her titled demon core. She seemed to grow more annoyed and irritated with passing time. Don't blame me. I did not want to order you, but you kept ignoring me. Just as second, Mr. Wyatt. Excusing herself, the ego fire dragged Corey farther from me and started a heated conversation. Corey, understand, his method of peeping is more advanced. We need it. Will help us. Okay, why here? Ask him outside. I can't outside, you know. Fine. 1 minute. Fast. Send him out. Gaining Corey's cooperation, the ego fire returned, and looking at me, it said, how do you plan to proceed? As a sign of good faith, let me answer a part of your question first, and then we take turns in an orderly fashion. I am able to listen to your conversation without entering your titled demon core, because I have soul echolocation. It is a part of my origin card. I had no other option than to answer truthfully, because inside the ego gem, ego elementals are more sensitive to these things, maybe because their connection to the world is stronger here. Higher the grade of the ego gem, the more sensitive and easier it is for the ego elemental to tell whether I am telling the truth inside the ego gem. If the ego fire feels I am not being truthful enough, I will not be able to find the answer to my questions. So I tried to be enough without touching my core secrets. Aren't you lucky to have soul echolocation as a part of your origin card? And how is your vision so clear here? Soul echolocation is a pretty common card among high-grade card creationists. What surprised her was that it is a part of my origin card, as in my current state, I can only utilize my origin card abilities, rules, and runes. I will get to it after you answer me. Why do you guys keep referring to this place as the titled Demon Core? I need to confirm whether my speculation of this place was correct, that this is a variation of the Monster Core. Do you not know Demon Core and Titled Demon Core? But I feel the presence of something similar in your body. Titled Demon Core is the source of our power. It provides us with our strong physique and ability to comprehend the world. The ego fire was honest and did not try to be misleading. As I suspected, let me warn you, do not let people here know about your Titled Demon Core. Here we have Ego Gem for what you call Titled Demon Core, but it only gives the ability to comprehend the world and not a monstrous physique. Ego Gem is kind of incomplete. So for your safety, if anyone asks, you answer you have an Ego Gem. I think you understand the gravity of this matter. From what Ego Fire explained, my speculation about the Titled Demon Core is correct. But the problem was the Ego Fire did not know people here did not have Titled Demon Core, but an Ego Gem, an incomplete version of it, and did not seem to realize the gravity of this matter. But I decided to remind her, as I did not mind having an entity like her owning me a favor. Well, hold on. Ego Gem is not a new concept to us, and the ego you describe and the one we know are the same things. The Ego Gem we know has the ability to connect with the world, but it can also provide the host with a strong physique, but then it will be called a divine Ego Gem. And I am not an Ego Fire, but a Demon Fire. From your words, it seems this world does not know about divine Ego Gems, Demon Core and Titled Demon Core, or anything related to demons for that matter. I thought I was doing a favor by telling the Ego Demon Fire about Ego Gems, but it seems they know a whole lot more than me. Turns out Ego Gem has two stages to it. The first stage is the Ego Gem, which helps the host connect to the world. And the second stage is known as Divine Ego Gem, which gives its user a physique, something known as Divine Physique. Similar to Ego Gems, Demon Cores have two stages. The first one is the Demon Core, which gives the host a demonic physique, and the second is Titled Demon Core, which gives the host ability to connect with the world. Ego Gems and Demon Cores are quite the same. They achieve the same results in two different approaches. I thought you knew about Demon Cores, as until before lunch I felt a similar presence in you. That kid Pax, your friend Elliot, and a few of your other friends. But now, I do not know how you achieved it, but your demonic core has evolved to the second stage Titled Demon Core. No, it seems to have taken another evolutionary route. It seems to have mutated somehow. Now that I think of it, only that girl Jaya seemed to have an authentic demon core. She also has the bloodline of a demon race. If I can get a drop of her blood, I can tell which demon race she belongs to. Hearing the Demon Fire, I finally started to connect the dots. The Viltronian core from which I derived my Calamity Soul core turned out to be a demon core. Like all demon cores, it provided the Viltronian with their demonic physique. So the source of the superhuman abilities of the Viltronian was the demonic physique given to them by their demon core. So the Calamity Soul core I built is a variation of a demon core. And also the Osmodite core and Mecha core seem to be variations of demon cores. Except for Jaya, the rest of us all have a variant form of the demonic core. No wonder Corey's Demon Fire felt an authentic demon core in Jaya, while a similar presence in the rest of us. According to the Demon Fire, my variant demon core seems to have entered the second stage, but it seems to have a huge mutation. I guess the mutation may be because I fused a variant demon core with an authentic Ego Gem. And here I thought I had attained something unique. Whereas there is nothing unique about my Calamity Soul Gem. It is just a chimera formed using the inside of demon cores, Calamity Seed, Ego Gem, and finally the mutated souls. Thinking of this, I grew curious about soul pupils, which allowed me to successfully create my so-called Calamity Soul Gem. I bet many capable and great figures of their period might have tried to decipher or enhance any one of these four demon cores or Calamity Seeds, or Ego Gems, or mutated souls, but have failed devastatingly. But I was able to accomplish it thanks to the false relic soul pupil left to young Wyatt by Mama Wyatt. This makes me wonder who is the real owner of soul pupils, and how powerful are they? If I can achieve all this with soul pupils, then the one who owned the soul pupils, the original owner, might have already reached the peak of this card universe. But this also raises a concern in me. Now that I am the current owner of soul pupils, then that means the original owner of the soul pupils must have fallen. What kind of power exists out there to kill such an entity? Thinking of this, a shiver ran down my spine. I shook my head and did not concern myself with that question because it was too big for my current self to digest. For my own sanity, I had to leave these questions at that and continue with the things that are within my strength. Currently, with my strength, I was having a hard time just defeating Corey, who has a normal titled demon core. Now the question remains if Anna knows about divine ego gem, demon cores, and titled demon cores. But seeing how she did not recognize the cores in Elliot and me, I guess she does not know about demon cores and titled demon cores. But the same cannot be said about the divine ego gem. It seems I will not know for sure until I ask her or become a sophomore in one of the top 10 universities. I came here to decipher the trick behind Corey's immortal smoke monsters, but I end up gaining more than that. But these answers also led to many questions which were yet to be answered. Throwing all this to the back of my head, I looked at the demon fire and said, "Thank you. I am indebted to you. If you need my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I will help you to the best of my limits." I was planning on getting the demon fire to become indebted to me, but it's funny how things turned out. Considering that you were kind enough to warn me about the ego gems in this world, I wanted to do you a favor this time. If you want to help me, then I don't want to ask much of you. I hope you don't take the words and actions of this kid seriously. In exchange for knowledge and strength of past lives, she is burdened by the sins and regrets of the past lives. She is a good child, but is troubled with mistakes she never made and are not hers to begin with. I am not asking you to lose the duel or pamper her. Just be there as a friend to her. She is a lot, and this will only worsen as her strength increases. I just hope she has a good friend. As with the power she is burdened with, she may never have one of those. Demon Fire requested me. I do not know what she meant by the last few sentences of hers. Knowledge and strength of past lives, sins and regrets of the past lives, mistakes she never made, the power she is burdened. Once again, Demon Fire exceeded my expectations of her. Not only did she have a high level of sentience, but she also possessed what I can only describe as human. What she asked of me was a lot. Honestly, it would be easier if she had asked me to lose the battle so that way I could reject her and move on. Park, you idiot. How many times do I have to remind you that I have a lot of friends? And I don't need someone like him as my friend. Corey yelled at her Demon Fire in irritation. Why does she always have to be in my case? Make some true friends, Corey. You don't have to go through this alone, Corey. Now she has done it, she wants me to be friends with Wyatt, the mother-stealing bastard. No way. See you outside, Corey. Trip to Corey's titled Demon Core proved to be more rewarding than I thought. Having achieved the purpose of me peeping into the titled Demon Core, I bade goodbye to Demon Fire, Corey Park. I left in a hurry as I did not want Demon Fire asking how my vision was clear in the titled Demon Core without actually being here. I preferred avoiding that question to lying to her because of our newfound relationship. You better surrender as soon as you go out, or else you might not get a chance to later. Corey warned me. It seems she no longer planned on having me surrender to her, rather wanted to vent her accumulated irritation and anger by implicating as much physical pain as possible to me. My purpose for peeping into Corey's titled Demon Core was to find the trick behind Corey's immortal smoke monster, which I was able to achieve triumphantly. The smoke monsters are in fact smoke puppets formed in the projection of their original souls trapped in Corey's titled Demon Core, while the Demon Fire covering the arena acted as a projector. The idea behind this was simple. The actual monster souls were trapped in the Demon Fire field inside Corey's titled Demon Core. The Demon Fire field on the arena was connected to the Demon Fire field in the titled Demon Core through Corey. Using this connection, the Demon Fire field on the arena would create smoke monster puppets in the image of the monsters trapped in the Demon Fire field inside Corey's titled Demon Core. Since my attacks were unable to inflict any damage on the original monster soul, and the Demon Fire could produce infinite smoke puppets, it appeared as if the smoke monsters were immortal. I was able to deduce this theory 3 incidents in Corey's titled Demon Core. 1. The first incident was when I was looking at the monster army in the Demon Fire field inside Corey's titled Demon Core. I noticed a set of familiar monsters which appeared the same as the smoke monsters outside. Upon closer inspection, those black monsters turned out to be souls, and they appeared to be imprisoned in the Demon Fire, then covered in them. 2. The second incident was more like an experiment I conducted to confirm if the monster souls in the demon fire inside titled Demon Core are the same smoke monster outside. The experiment was simple. I had my ego elementals outside engage in battle with the smoke monsters outside. As a result, the monsters I saw in the core were doing weird moves as if they were fighting when there was no opponent for them to fight. Demon Fire was quick to hide them in the depths of the Demon Fire field, but I had already seen enough to conclude my experiment with a positive result. 3. The third incident was when Demon Fire created a smoky black evening gown to cover her voluptuous body. This proved that Corey and Demon Fire both had enough control over the smoke from the Demon Fire to materialize perfect smoke puppets for the monster souls in the core to use. This incident also answered the question of where did the smoke in Demon Fire come from? As the fire burning using the power of rules does not emit smoke. It turns out the flames of Demon Fire did not just imprison the monster souls in the Demon Fire field, but they were being burned, giving rise to the wailing sound and the smoke. The more the monster souls agonized, the darker the smoke was. Another thing I noticed, which is more like my hypothesis yet to be determined, is that the monster souls are black because they are charred by the Demon Fire. The only way of conforming to this is by asking about this to Corey or Demon Fire. Having understood the trick behind the immortality of the smoke monsters summoned by Corey, now I had to find a solution to this trick. The obvious way to get rid of these smoke monsters would be to kill the monster souls trapped in the Demon Fire field of Corey's titled Demon Core. But to do that, I would have to enter Corey's titled Demon Core in my spirit form. Then I will not only be facing both Corey and Corey Park. Corey was somebody I could handle with my current strength, but the Demon Fire was unfathomable. Through the conversation I had with her, I am pretty sure she can easily wipe the floor with me. Since the obvious way to get rid of the smoke monsters was beyond my current strength, my mind once again circled to the idea of defeating the summoner to indirectly defeat the summons along with her. But seeing how I could not get past false immortal smoke monsters protecting Corey this way was pointless. By now I understood where Corey got her confidence to call her smoke monsters immortal. I would have also been under the same assumption if not for me already having found a way to null Corey's trick. Killing smoke puppets was useless as Corey can make hundreds of thousands of them. But what if I get rid of Corey's smoke puppet production factory, making it impossible for Corey to make any more smoke puppets? By Corey's smoke puppet production factory, I mean the Demon Fire covering the arena and generating smoke puppets in the projection of their souls trapped in the Demon Fire inside Corey's titled Demon Core. The Demon Fire field covering was creating the soul puppets and serving as the connection between monster souls trapped in the Demon Fire Corey's titled Demon Core. So extinguishing the Demon Fire covering the arena would automatically get rid of the smoke puppet monsters, without having to deal with Corey or her Demon Fire, Corey Park. Demon Fire covering the arena seemed to be very tenacious. Luckily for me, I had already found its bane. Figuring out the trick was strenuous, but now I was faced with another arduous problem: how to disable it. All I had to do was extinguish the Demon Fire covering the arena, but its master Corey and her smoke puppet monsters won't sit by. Extinguishing the Demon Fire was not the only problem, but what came next that is facing Corey. With my time in her titled Demon Core, I have realized if I continue to fight the duel as Corey intends on one battle at a time, then there will be no end. She has an unfathomable Demon Fire looking after her. If my guess is right, she is the type who gets stronger the more adversaries she faces. Thanks to the presence of the Demon Fire, Corey's potential is a bottomless pit. So I had to end this even before Corey gets the chance to make a comeback. I remembered the Demon Fire saying that Corey's realm was too weak to summon her. That could also be the reason for Corey not being able to summon more than 30 normal smoke puppets or 10 giant smoke puppets at a time. Previously, I was under the assumption that she could summon more, but being restricted by the arena space, she chose not to, but now I think she did so, because her realm is not enough to summon more puppets. Wyatt, you 8-armed freak, face the wrath of my sinner Chimera's stampede. As soon as Corey returned from her titled Demon Core, she no longer held back her smoke puppet monsters and commanded them to launch an attack. It seems her talk with her Demon Fire after I left only added to her irritation and annoyance. The opposite result of what Demon Fire was trying to achieve through the conversation. Card name, Stampede. Card type, Skill card. Card rank, A rank, rare grade. Card rating, 7 stars. Card durability, 97 out of 100. Card effect, when 5 or more beings of the same race battle together, all their stats are increased by 150%. Additional effect, coordination plus 10. With Corey's command, the passive smoke puppets bathing in flames that covered the arena moved despite their unbalanced body. They had astonishing speed and balance. Out of the 10 chimeras, 6 chose to block my 6 ego elementals, and the remaining 4 smoke puppet monsters' target seemed to be me. The smoke puppet monsters were strong and had an unparalleled combat experience, but Corey overestimated their power compared to my elementals made of broken runes. Their strength was not sufficient. So as her good friend, I choose to remind her of that. Blood Swordsman, Autumn Wind engage the incoming enemy. Blue Spring use Calming Spring. Cloud Lord use Disaster Rain. Thunder Grappler use Lightning's Wrath. Yellow Sun use Holy Beam of Light. Skill combo Raging Lightning Mine. Skill combo Holy Rainbow of Purification. In response to Corey's stampede, I decided to have Blood Swordsman, Autumn Wind engage the smoke puppet monsters, while the other ego elementals executed 2 skill combos. One to take care of the smoke puppet monsters, and the other to extinguish the flames covering the arena. The first skill combo will be using Blue Spring's Calming Spring, Cloud Lord's Disaster Rain, and Thunder Grappler's Lightning's Wrath to successfully launch the skill combo Raging Lightning Mine. Calming Spring and Disaster Rain would create a domain of rain droplets to strengthen the lightning wrath enough to break the insulation of the atmosphere and turn the entire domain covering the arena into a highly charged lightning-filled mine, Raging Lightning Mine. Raging Lightning Mine has a huge area of effect. This skill combo should be enough to take care of the smoke puppet monsters and also keep Corey busy while my second skill combo is released and successfully achieves its goal. Holy Rainbow of Purification was not a new skill combo. I had used the skill combo already, and it proved that it was the bane of the tenacious demon fire. Making use of already deployed Blue Spring's Calming Spring and Cloud Lord's Disaster Rain, Yellow Sun will launch its Holy Beam of Light to get the skill combo Holy Rainbow Beams of Purification. This time the Raging Lightning Mine would have taken care of the 10 smoke puppets' center chimeras. With the smoke puppets gone, there is nothing obstructing the Holy Rainbow Beams of Purification from reaching the demon flames covering the arena to purify and extinguish them. My plan worked, rather it worked too well. By the time enraged Corey knew what was happening and could respond to the skill combo, Raging Lightning Min had been detonated, destroying all the smoke puppet monsters to smoke. Corey tried to react by trying to defend herself by gathering smoke and enclosing herself into a smoke sphere. But she underestimated the strength of the skill combo. Not only did it break through the smoke sphere, but electrocuted her into unconsciousness. While Corey fainted, 7 huge beams in 7 different colors descended on the arena, clearing the demon flame, covering it with little suspense. With the clearing of the flames, the arena floor was finally visible, filled with pits and cracks. Corey's tail and her magma bombs have done a number on the arena floor despite it being cast of high-grade ingredients, showing just how Corey's demonic physique was. Just when I thought Corey was done for, the unconscious body of Corey floated in the air while her pale white skin turned red and released high-temperature waves, turning the atmosphere in the arena similar to that of a furnace. "Hi, Mr. Wyatt." The floating Corey finally opened her eyes with flaming pupils and greeted me. "Corey Park," I exclaimed. It seems I was successful in rendering Corey unconscious, but had awakened a monster in her place. You guessed right. If it were some other time, I would have not come out and used this loss as a teachable moment for Corey. This time the stakes are too high for me to sit back. Susan is an extremely important person for both of us. Susan again. Miss Park, you too. Don't tell me you also think she is your mother. I thought Corey was not strong enough to summon you. Considering how Corey has memories of a past life, I have an itchy feeling that all this Susan-Corey mother fiasco is related to it. But how does Corey Park fit in all this? This girl is more messed up than I thought. Anyhow, the involvement of Corey Park is not a good turn of events for me. Yes, Corey cannot summon me physically, but I can possess her when she is unconscious. Wyatt, I hope you surrender because I do not know to pull my punches. Flames started to slowly spread on Corey's body. It seems she is preparing to act based on my next answer. Sorry, Ms. Park, Susan is an important person to me too. I won't surrender her even if my bones are beaten to dust. With Corey, I sensed a childish rivalry, but in Ms. Park I sensed resolve. It was as if she was not here to fight me, but just to bring Susan to her side. As if the duel had already concluded in her favor. I see. Are you trying to court my MO? Susan is mentioned by Corey. If yes, then you have to prove yourself worthy of her to me through this duel. I thought Corey was messed up. This elemental chick is also SHD crazy. What do you mean by courting, prove myself worthy? How much did that origin card of Corey's mess up the two of you? No, it's not like that. Don't listen to Corey. Susan is well, it's complicated. I was not comfortable explaining myself to a demonic fire about my relationship with Susan. So I just said the first words that came to my mind, but these words sounded misleading when I said them out loud. It seems we have reached an impasse. Words no longer enough, let our fists do the talking. Where I come from, the heaviest fist gets to choose first. I do not know what Ms. Park understood from my words, but it seems she was more determined to defeat me now. As I saw the flames that were covering her body grow. Where I come from, the biggest minds get to choose first. But yours is also good. It's easier. From the moment Corey Park possessed Corey, I had opened my soul pupils to observe her every move out of caution and to know how she was able to do that. And the results of my caution and curiosity were rewarding as I gained new knowledge about how to use rules and runes from her. Flame on. Saying this phrase, floating Corey's body literally rocketed to the sky as the flames covered her lower half, the torso section, and formed a flaming tornado tail to carry Corey to the sky. It wasn't just Corey's torso that turned into a flaming tornado tail, but the upper half of Corey's body was also covered in flames and morphed into a huge flame body. Right now, Corey looks like a red female genie. Except her entire new body is made up of a fire elemental rule with the original body as a core. The upper torso of Corey made up to 5 meters in height, while the flaming tornado tail was on the arena floor, supported the upper torso to maneuver as it willed in the air. Thanks to the stretching and inflating flaming tornado tail, Corey could fly 100 meters high and also hover 5 meters near the ground level. Other notable features of this fire genie form were that the upper body was in female humanoid shape covered in dense smoke armor. And the head of the genie had the same facial features as Ms. Park with her signature pair of ram horns. Organ armament, horn helmet, with Ms. Park's command of the horns on her head, turned into a helmet with a relatively small pair of horns. Soon I noticed that the tail sword red tail also grew to fit the 5-meter upper torso body of Ms. Park and was equipped in her right hand. Mr. Wyatt, what is the big brain of yours telling you right now? Are you ready to give up, or should I make you? The genie from Corey asked. She seems to have been offended by my biggest brain comment from earlier. Haha, Miss Park, you have opened my eyes. With my soul pupil, I saw what Corey Park actually did and deduced how she made use of her demonic fire rune and rule to her advantage and turned into a perfect battle god. Haha, this is not a big deal. If not for the tournament rules constraining me, I would show you my true battle god form, but for now, this should be enough. Ms. Park boasted about her new form. Come to think of it, this form of Corey does not violate the minimum aerial height rule of the tournament. As the area of the arena had increased, there was a relaxation on the giant summons rule. But the aerial rule of 100 meters height remained. To balance the tournament. How about I show you what the big brain of mine is saying? Condense. Saying that I executed what I had explored from Corey's new form. Are they for real? First that boy, now Corey. How can she have such strong control over her rule and rune? It's as if she has been practicing the rules from her mother's womb. It took me 5 years to get such control over my rule, that is after I spent years comprehending the rule. These two are monsters. Real monsters. Luna exclaimed, seeing Corey transform. She was shocked and dumbfounded. This did not make sense. The two monsters below changed the definition of genius in her dictionary. Ms. Park's possession over Corey's body to her using demon fire rule to transform Corey's body to genie battle form. I observed and studied each moment of it carefully using my soul pupils and Hive AI. The way she regulated the power from rules and runes to transform. The soul pathways that participated in this transformation and their reaction. All the changes in that body were scrutinized and recorded. Now I am planning to use this information to replicate Ms. Park's transformation. I had no choice but to. As my ego elementals made of broken runes when compared to a fully aware high-grade ego elemental like Ms. Park fell short in terms of strength, rule comprehension, rule, and rune control, sentience by a large margin. I had 6 ego elementals, even together they were not the comparison of Ms. Park in any field. This is the reason why I wanted to replicate her genie transformation. There was another method. I could have the ego elementals use the second transformation of the Calamity Daughter gem. But the second transformation only increases the physical prowess, not the power of rules and runes. And to defeat Corey Park, an increase in physical power is not enough. Therefore, I stuck with replicating Ms. Park's transformation. But replicating her transformation was not easy. I know how Ms. Park achieved the transformation, but the reason she was able to transform was because of her high comprehension of the rules and runes along with her extremely efficient control over their power. Being made of broken runes, my ego elementals lacked in comprehension, power, and control. Even though thanks to my Calamity Soul gem, the control department was not a problem, but there's nothing I could do about the comprehension and power level of the rules and runes of each one of them. No matter how you look, my ego elementals did not stand a chance against the demon fire. Individually, they did not. What if I combined their powers? Maybe then I stood a chance. The question was, how do I achieve it? I had a crude answer for that, is to let 6 ego elements possess me. The ego elementals will not be possessing me, but my slave consciousness. And then all together they will replicate Ms. Park's transformation. I did not know if this would work, but I had a choice. It was either this or losing to Ms. Park without a fight. I wasn't one of those guys who had to win no matter what, but this duel I had to win because I was foolish enough to wager Susan as a bet. If Susan left me out of my own will, I would not. I may feel betrayed, but it will not be my fault, but now if I lost Susan because of my foolishness, I will regret it. Seconds after I was reborn, I promised myself I will live my new life without regret, so right now it was the moment I test how strong my resolve was back then, and if it is the same now. All or nothing. Hive AI commenced the Project Battle Genie transformation. I do not know what Ms. Park calls her new transformation, but I decided to call it Battle Genie transformation. Authorization received. Commencing Project Battle Genie transformation. Cloud Lord and Thunder Grappler possessing Avatar Calamity Daughter Gem, C1, Copy 1. Autumn Wind and Yellow Sun possessing Avatar Calamity Daughter Gem, C2, Copy 2. Blood Swordsman and Blue Spring possessing Avatar Calamity Daughter Gem, C3, Copy 3. Possession complete. Commencing Battle Genie transformation. Please choose the main world rule. Set main world rule Cloud. I did not have time to think of a perfect combo to how to proceed with this combination transformation. Therefore, I designed the combination in the form of Card Emperor Claude. Card Emperor Claude may be a feed card emperor, but he chose all the broken runes to enter his ego gem after great consideration, and that would support his own rune cloud. Each broken rune represented an element that could form a combo with the rune cloud. Wind, thunder, water, sun. Each of them had high compatibility with rune cloud and could lead to many great combo skills. As for blood, even though it did not have any type of compatibility with the rune cloud, it satisfied another sinister need of his, so Card Emperor Cloud added it to his ego gem. Setting Cloud as the main world rule. Commencing Combo Battle Genie transformation. Having such a quality ready-made combo, I didn't hesitate and chose Cloud as the main world rule for the Combo Genie transformation. Soon the rule Cloud started to cover my body, and after fully covering my body, it morphed my torso into a tornado tail made up of Cloud Elemental. And my upper body, along with 3 pairs of floating arms and 3 floating heads, morphed into a 5-meter-tall, 8-armed, 4-headed humanoid Cloud Elemental body. Right now, I basically looked similar to a Cloud Elemental Gigamite, with its lower body replaced with a cloud tail. Other noticeable changes were that summon armaments were scaled to fit my new huge cloud body. As for the summon armament stone boots, it was rendered useless as the summon armament card used was one-time use, and I did not have more of them on me. And it was too late to borrow one from the referee. These were just the obvious changes, but the important ones were made to the 3 pairs of floating arms and the 3 floating heads. Each one of them was made up of different elements representing the result of the combo possession and then the transformation. The C1 floating head was made up of dark cloud face and thunder for hair. The C2 floating head was made up of a light elemental face with dancing wind for hair. The C3 floating head was made up of a liquid head that was half red and half blue. As for the 6 floating arms, each one held an element. C1 left arm, thunderlance. C1 right arm, cloud trident. C2 left arm, sun eye. C2 right arm, wind whip. C3 left arm, blood sword. C3 right arm, water chakra. Are they planning to kill each other? This is just a tournament, there is no need for them to go that far. Cousin, do something. Even if one of them dies, our southern region will be making a huge loss. Luna no longer was astonished. She just accepted everything as normal if it included those 2 monstrosities. Yep, those 2 had changed Luna's worldview. We can't interfere. Whatever they are fighting for, they should resolve it today right here, otherwise it will only accumulate and grow into something more than just a rivalry. Ms. Park, this is what the big Brian of mine is saying. I said, looking at the huge fire elemental donned in black smoke armor and carrying a huge heavy sword, showing off my new Gigamite Battle Genie transformation. Haha, Mr. Wyatt. You do know that the limits of an imitation and the original are far apart. No matter how good the imitation is, it can never be as good as the original, said Park, referring to my Battle Genie form, which was a copy of her transformation. Miss Park, you could not be more right. Imitations can never be the same as originals, but they can surpass the original and become the better version of the original. Clearly, I thought my Gigamite Battle Genie form was better than Park's Demon Swordsman Battle Genie form. Better version of the original, huh? Mr. Wyatt, I have heard that you were a genius, but aren't you too confident for someone who is playing with toys given by his sugar mama? To the world, Corey was a genius to achieve such high comprehension and control on rules at such a young age, but only Park knew that it took years of hard work and sweat for her to achieve such a high level of comprehension and control on rules. And now a boy wet behind his ears is saying that he has created a better version of her skill, which she mastered and perfected through years of blood and sweat. There is no way in hell Park would sit quietly after hearing something like that to her face. Forgetting her previous calm and collected self, she lashed out. I did not want to argue about this. There was a lot of misunderstanding about how or whom I got my ego elementals from, but this misunderstanding favored me, so I chose to let it go. After all, I do not know how to answer to the world how I was able to forge broken runes into ego elementals without revealing my core secret, Calamity Soul Gem. I will end this quick and less painfully out of consideration for our friendship. Redtail, Earth Crusher, seeing me not argue with her, Park took it as her victory and aloofly claimed that she would win against me easily, while executing an attack at me. As its name Earth Crusher, when Park slashed her sword at me, I felt a heavy pressure locking me and pressing me down to my location, limiting my movement. Even with my new enormous body, the effect of Park's sword was more obvious and serious compared to Corey's swordsmanship. Thunderlance, Lightning Bolt. In response to Park's Earth Crusher, I choose one of the most devastating and fastest attacks to counter her. One lightning bolt was not able to stop the descent of Corey's sword, but thanks to the speed and acceleration of this attack, I was able to fire another 5 lightning bolts, successfully blocking the sword. I could feel the difference in Corey and Park's swordsmanship. Corey, though she did not smell of a rookie and could not pass as a master unlike her, Park's swordsmanship was decisive, and domineering her swordsmanship could pass as a grandmaster. If it was Corey who was executing Earth Crusher, it would not take me 6 lightning bolts to stop its descent. 1 or 2 at max would be enough. That's the difference between a veteran and a rookie. Fire Beam. With her sword being blocked, Park was not surprised. She used the momentum of her sword being pissed back to tilt her body and launch a beam of concentrated fire at me. With a body of cloud rule, I should not be afraid of fire rules, but Park's fire was not an ordinary fire rule. It was a demonic fire rule. It was sinister and tenacious. Once it latches on, it will not detach until the victim's energy is completely burnt. Sun Eyeball. Holy Torch. Thankfully, I had the Holy Attribute Rule Sun, which is known for its prowess against dark attribute rules. With my command, a beam of light shone from the Sun Eyeball like a torch. This beam of light quickly swallowed the incoming fire beam, purifying it into nothingness. As I took care of the fire beam, the heavy sword of Parks circled back with the same move as before, but twice the power. This time the speed of the lightning bolt was not going to be enough. Even before I can fire 12 lightning bolts, the Earth Crusher will have landed on me and have claimed one of my heads. Though right now my current huge body is made up of rules, it does not mean I can fight recklessly and take damage head-on. It doesn't work that way. The damage taken to the rule body will transfer to the original body, which is currently acting as core to this new enormous body. Therefore, I had to avoid taking damage as much as possible. Knowing that my previous counter against the attack is not going to work again this time, instead of defending against Park's sword, I decided to go on the offensive in order for Park to withdraw her attack and switch to a defensive stance. Water chakra, whirlpool of purification. I had no choice but to stick to the water rule and sun rule, as only their purification attributes can do alarming damage to Park in a short time. The water chakra in my floating hand generated a whirlpool of water which headed towards Corey, who was slashing her heavy sword at me. Flickering flame. To my surprise, just when I thought Park was going to give up her attack and dodge or defend against the incoming whirlpool, she suddenly disappeared in front of me and magically appeared right next to me, with her sword slashing at my shoulder. Left with no choice, I chose to take the attack head-on. Stone gauntlets, stone skin. Facing Ms. Park's imminent attack, I had no time to dodge, so I chose to face it head-on using the skill of my summon armament. Soon 3 layers of stone covered my entire cloud body. The stone skin was more concentrated where I calculated Park's attack would land. Without much suspense, Ms. Park's heavy sword landed on my shoulder, breaking through all 3 layers of stone skin one by one like a knife through butter, and finally lodged 50 centimeters deep into my shoulder. I never expected Park to be capable of using the flicker ability in this form. It was as if she had planned 3 moves ahead before every attack. She not only defended and dodged skillfully, but also continued to attack me without the slightest delay. With every attack, she kept me on my toes. I never saw it coming, which led to me being caught in her melee range. Then the fight grew more intense. Park kept attacking continuously. Compared to the fight with Corey, this one was more fierce. Having successfully landed an attack, Park had no intention of stopping after all her prey was trapped in her melee range. There would be no better opportunity for Park than this. So Park started to attack relentlessly. Every sword slash of hers would leave a deep cut on my cloud rule body. If it were just the cut wounds, then it wouldn't be a problem, as I could heal the wounds infected indirectly on my original body with the ability of Calamity Soul Core, in turn indirectly healing the cloud rule body. But it was not that simple. Every cut made by Ms. Park's sword Redtail was not only deep, but it would also leave a demon fire burning in the wound. Demon fire being a flame rule that burns using the power of rules, and runes, it was tenacious and hard to get rid of. With it festering the wounds, it was difficult to heal my wounds. To heal my wounds, I had to get rid of the demon fire festering my wounds first. To achieve that, I would have to purify my wounds first using the purification ability of the world rules Sun or Spring. But being under a constant barrage of attacks from Park, I was having a hard time defending against her, much less making time to purify the wounds and heal them. They say the best defense is offense, and right now I had to go on offense, as being in a defensive stance would only stack more wounds until my cloud rule body gets weaker and Park finally claims my head. Shine explosion. Upon my command, the floating head of Avatar, C2, swallowed the sun eyeball and gulped it down. Soon my cloud rule body started to balloon up and finally became bloated like a pufferfish. Ms. Park, who was madly attacking me, noticed the changes in my body, and her intuition rang an alarm, alerting her and promoting her to retreat in haste. But it was too late. My cloud rule body soon inflated while letting out a huge flash. It was like a 5-meter-tall flash grenade exploded. The shine explosion covered the entire arena. No matter how fast Park was, or if she used flicker, she couldn't escape taking damage. Park, who was next to me, took the full brunt of the shine explosion. But thanks to the dense smoke armor and the horn helmet, she was able to protect her vital parts and escape with a few significant injuries. Being a veteran, Park could continue to fight with these wounds, but they would continue to hinder her. The shine explosion had a purification effect, causing huge damage to Park's body. And also, this purification effect of the shine explosion purified the demon fire, festering my wounds. While Park was still dealing with the aftermath of being caught in the shine explosion, I took the opportunity to heal my wounds. I seemed to have underestimated the defense of Park's smoke armor and her organ armament helmet. They blocked more than half of the shine explosion's damage and were the reason why Park made it out of the shine explosion while still being capable of fighting. The purification effect of the shine explosion is the bane of the dark attribute of Corey's demon fire, of which her entire body is made up of. I thought with the range and damage of shine explosion I could render Park unable to fight, but it seems the power of the explosion was not enough to break through her defenses and knock her out. Having learned from our last clash, this time around Ms. Park focused on increasing her defensive prowess compared to last time. She planned to achieve that by forming a denser smoke armor to cover her vital regions. But she could not make the armor too dense and tough, as it would hamper her movement and reflexes. Adding the hindrance from the injuries earlier, her combat prowess will decrease by a sharp margin. Flame Shower. Since her close combat is no longer sharp as before, Park decided to switch to ranged attacks. Being the master of demon fire, she did not lack those, but she believed that melee can get the work done faster. With Park's command, the sky turned red and a huge fire vortex formed 300 meters over the arena. From the mouth of the vortex, numerous large fireballs started to spray out of its mouth, and their descent was aimed at me. Skill combo, Raging Lightning Mine. A strong lightning spread throughout the arena. This time, instead of summoning dark clouds for disaster rain, I replaced it with my cloud rule body to complete the skill combo. As the sky was covered by the flame vortex, it was impossible for me to summon clouds for the skill disaster rain, which is essentially part of the skill combo. As the Raging Lightning Mine covered the arena, it nullified the incoming large fireballs. Neither I nor Park were done here. We both prepared for our next big move. Blood Burning X3, Shine Explosion, Skill Combo, Enhanced Shine Explosion. The reason Card Emperor Claude added the Broken Rune Blood to his Ego Gem is because of its taboo skills like the Blood Burning, which can burn the user's blood to enhance his other skills or physical prowess. I planned to use it to enhance my Shine Explosion. Since I had 3 spare avatars, I did not have to worry about this taboo skill affecting me. So I used Blood Burning on all 3 avatars without any restrictions, which enhanced my Shine Explosion by 3 times. Usually one would restrict Blood Burning in order not to damage their physique. Due to this, they only get a boost of 50%, but since I did not restrict it, I got the complete 100% boost for all 3 of them, adding to a 300% boost. Hell Sanction, Hell Bridge. After spraying the large fireballs, the flame vortex above the arena sky did not dissipate, rather it grew larger, and with Park's command, the vortex split the sky, and a huge flame beam of the radius of the arena descended. Just as the Hell Bridge neared me, my balloon body inflated and let out a huge flash from within, Shine Explosion. With Park's Hell Bridge and my enhanced Shine Explosion clashing with each other, the aftermath was devastating. Arena 2 and the area surrounding it were entirely covered in dust, and the 2 tornado-tailed giants fighting in it were nowhere to be seen as the dust slowly settled. Cough, cough. I coughed out some blood as I forced my charred body to stand up and climb out of the pit I was in. But soon I realized my Shine Explosion had turned the entire arena into a pit. This meant that climbing out of the pit was equal to walking out of the arena, so I stayed put and searched for my opponent, but she was nowhere to be seen inside the pit. Cautioned, I started to scan the sky in search of her. Enhanced Shine Explosion is a wide-range attack with the host at the center. It is more of an outburst of stored energy than an explosion. Here the stored energy is the accumulated World Rule Sun's shine within the Cloud Rule body. The cloud body balloons into a bloated cloud, filling itself with shine. Upon reaching its limit, the bloated cloud body inflates by emitting the shine within it in the form of a complete 360-degree outburst of stored energy with the host at the center. Thanks to this 360-degree outburst, the Shine Explosion is the perfect example of the saying that the best defense is the offense. It not only helped me attack Park, but also defend against her attack, Hell Bridge. Despite successfully defending against Park's attack Hell Bridge, I was in my present sorry state, because to enhance the skill Shine Explosion, I sacrificed all 3 of my avatar to the skill Blood Burning. With my avatar sacrificed, I could no longer maintain the Gigamite form. Since the Gigamite Battle Genie transformation was formed with my Gigamite form as foundation and core, it disintegrated as I lost my Gigamite form. This was within my calculation as I came up with the combo skill. I also knew that being bound to rule body when the Gigamite Battle Genie transformation disintegrates the original body will also suffer from a huge backlash. But what was not in my calculation was how much of a backlash will be directed to the original body from the disintegration of the rule body bound to it. This error in the calculation was because I underestimated the bond between the rule body and the original body. Since the original body acted as the core to the enormous rule body, I should have guessed that the recoil would be deadly, but I did not. With the disintegration of the rule body, I felt as if my own body was being disintegrated. It was so painful and traumatic. This pain I felt was because of the sense-sharing bond between the original and rule body. The real backlash was more painful as my body suffered indirect injuries to its organ, muscle, and bone structure. Basically, every part of my body was either torn or bruised as a result of the rule body disintegration. I could have died or suffered more severe damage if not for me acting quickly and using my restructuring skill to heal my body as it suffered from the recoil. Despite knowing the skill had a recoil, I used blood-burning skill for the skill combo Enhanced Shine Explosion because it was the only skill that could cause any substantial damage to Park's rule body. Park is a lot different from Corey. She is a veteran and has more experience in combat compared to Corey. If not for the tournament rules and Corey's card soldier realm constraining her along with her holding back to not kill me in the process of defeating me, the battle would have taken a very different course. The longer the duel prolonged, the chances of me losing would increase. Therefore, I decided to go all in with the skill combo Enhanced Shine Explosion. I risked it because I knew I could not win against Ms. Park in a direct confrontation with her combat experience, control, and comprehension of world rules. Fortunately, my bet was spot on. Contestant Corey Bright disqualified, violation, out of arena. Semifinals, Arena 2, winner Dalton Wyatt. Hearing the announcement of the referee, my body relaxed and slumped down in the arena pit, gazing at the sunny sky. The damage to my physical body as the result of the recoil was still present, as the damage taken was too severe even for my restructuring skill to heal in moments. As I gazed at the sky waiting for the arena medic staff to arrive, I saw two shadows descend from the sky towards the arena. The two shadows parted ways as one headed towards me and the other headed out of my sight. I recognized the shadow as it neared me. It was Anna. "Let's get you patched up," saying that, Anna picked me up and flew towards the VIP box. On the way to the VIP box, I finally saw the second shadow, who descended with Anna. She seemed to be carrying unconscious Corey. The unconscious Corey's body did not seem to have any visible injury. Seeing her without injury, I was puzzled, thinking, how did Ms. Park manage to avoid the recoil of her rule body being destroyed? Was there a trick to it? Demon Fire has a huge advantage against other rules. This advantage is void when it meets rules which can dampen its dark attributes. For example, the world rules Sun and Spring. They both have a purification effect, which is the bane of Dark Rule in general. In presence of this effect, the Dark Rule or Dark Attribute associated rules will take double damage. Therefore, when faced with Enhanced Shine Explosion, Ms. Park knew she had no place in the arena to dodge the attack, and she could not take the attack head-on. Having mastered and perfected the rule body transformation, she knew the recoil would be a BTCH, and the current physique of Card Soldier Realm Corey cannot withstand the damage taken, so when faced with the choice unharmed Corey's body or struggle to the death, she chose to retreat in face of 3 times Enhanced Shine Explosion, resulting in her going out of arena bounds and being disqualified from the tournament. "Why did you not heal me back in the arena?" I asked, after experiencing a mysterious force washing down in my body and healing all the torn and bruised organs, muscles, and bones within a matter of seconds. "Then you would not have let me carry you," Anna responded innocently, but the sly glint in her eyes gave her away. "How's Corey?" I asked, looking at the unconscious Corey being treated by a girl who addressed Anna as her cousin. "She is in a coma of sorts. Her body and mind have withstood a lot of burden, being possessed by a power higher than her realm. For now, there is nothing to worry about. With enough rest, she should be able to recover, and my card should help fasten the recovery process." Instead of Anna, the girl treating Corey answered. "This is," I asked Anna, not knowing how to address her cousin. "She is Luna Lorne, my cousin and old fart Lorenzo's granddaughter. She is here to meet the great discoverer of silver milk powder." Anna introduced her cousin Luna and her purpose of visit. Anna's choice of words like "great" left me a bit shy for being called so in the presence of 2 card emperors. "Hello, Mr. Wyatt. I conducted the experiment you suggested to derive silver milk powder. The results were as promised. But I noticed that you made use of too many mortal components in the process, making it a bit more complicated than it should be. I think that using appropriate cards as a replacement for those components would yield a more efficient process. Luna did not shy and directly talked about her agenda as she continued to nourish Corey using her card. Miss Luna, you are right. Due to my lack of knowledge in the field of experimental cards and my low budget, I had to make use of mortal components instead of their card counterparts. Feel free to make any modifications you deem fit. This way I believe that the production process can be more efficient and faster. My knowledge about different kinds of cards in this world was still too shallow. So I left the process of modifying the silver milk powder extraction process to Luna. She seems to already have a vague picture of where to start. Considering your age, your shallow knowledge of experimental cards is quite understandable, but your knowledge of mortal technology and research is profound, and the silver milk powder is the evidence. What Luna is indirectly asking is how come my knowledge about mortal technology and research is profound for my age, but knowledge of experimental cards is shallow. This world revolves around cards, so why would a young man of my age spend time mastering boring mortal technology instead of spending time fascinated with cards, like the other teenagers of my age? There were too many loopholes to my existence in this world. How do I explain to these people that what I do is normal with my experience and prowess without revealing my secrets? That was impossible, so the best course of action for now, when faced with such questions, would be to act ignorant with an innocent smile pasted on my mug. I guess every genius has a side, which cannot be explained by common sense. Luna, how about you take Corey to her family? They should be worried. Seeing me uncomfortable with Luna's question, Anna made an excuse for me and sent Luna out, gaining privacy for both of us. Sigh. Letting out a sigh, I comfortably laid on the couch. Anna walked next to me and lifted my head. After sitting down, she rested my head on her lap. Under the softness of Anna's lap pillow, I felt more comfortable. What are you up to? I asked as I smelled the pleasant fragrance of Anna's body. Waiting for you to explain yourself, said Anna, referring to 6 ego elementals that I summoned during the duel earlier. The whole world assumed that Anna gifted me the ego elementals, but how do I explain myself to Anna? I had not thought this far ahead when using the ego elementals. Don't you dare feign ignorance in front of me. Fine. If this is the way you want to act, let me help you. How did you turn the 6 broken runes into ego elementals in less than 20 minutes? How are you able to control the power of the rules so well when you just forged your ego gem? Anna did not want to dig into my secrets, but now after all these events, if she did not, then that would be foolish of her. Anna, I will try to answer your questions without lying to you as much as possible, but could you only ask the questions that cause you concern? I did not plan on lying to the people whom I trusted as friends. I already promised you I will not dig in your secret until you are ready, and I will do so. But the comprehension and control of broken rules you showcase are very alarming. So I cannot help but ask whether you did something questionable to achieve this. Anna nodded in agreement to my request and asked the question which raised her concerns. I understand what you are concerned about, but let me assure you that you have nothing to be worried about. I would not do anything stupid to gain strength. Anna's concern was legit. To her, the rise in my strength was worrying, but for me, who knew all the secrets behind its growth, it was normal. I will take your word for it. But let me tell you a story about the demigod Redfall, who was stuck in the early demigod realm. To achieve a breakthrough, he secretly cultivated humans as domestic animals and drained their blood essence to increase the comprehension of his world rule blood. Rest is the same old. He is just a popular example, but there are more out there. I believe you are wise enough to not indulge in such things. But if you are, I will be one to kill you. Anna's words sent a chill down my spine. Just when I wanted to assure her once again, the VIP box staff walked in after knocking and conveyed, "Your Highness, Clown Mask from the Circle wishes to have an audience with you. Tell me, why shouldn't I kill you right here and right now?" I asked, looking at the figure kneeling in front of Anna with a clown mask on. My words were not for the show. Even though my opponent was Card Lord, she had not forged an ego gem yet. And with my 6 ego elementals, killing her was as easy as squashing a bug. I am not here to beg for my life. I am just a mere tool, which points in the direction its master points it at. If you want to kill me, go ahead. With the prowess you have displayed in the duel earlier, only a handful of people in the Sky Blossom City are your match. The clown mask answered emotionlessly. You are the one that killed Wyatt's parents? Aren't you daring? State your purpose for the audience. Anna, feeling the tension in the room, jogged her memory of her mother's report to remember why the clown mask was able to conjure such hatred from me. Your Highness, I am not here to address you, but Mr. Wyatt. The clown mask's emotionless voice made it hard to determine whether she was being serious. How daring was she to meet the child of her victims? My hatred for the clown mask was not to the level to go berserk at the mere sight of her. But currently, her words made it hard for me to stay calm. What I felt right now was similar to the feeling one would feel watching a movie where the villain or serial killer laughs in pleasure at the disgruntled and devastated friends and family of victims. My hatred for the clown mask or the circle was only to the level of a sympathetic third person. After all, I only knew Mama, Papa, and young Wyatt through young Wyatt's memories. Mr. Wyatt, I am here to beg for my daughter Courtney's life. Seeing me not speak, clown mask went ahead and spoke about the purpose of her visit. Ain't this funny? The killer begging for her child's life to the child of her victims. Huh. I heard she was the special weapon the Circle had prepared to kill me if the other talents of the city failed to do so. Does the Circle even know you are here? What are you trying to pull? Every word from the clown mask was like adding oil to the flame burning in my body, craving vengeance for the Wyatt family. No, the Circle doesn't know about this. As I didn't come here as the Circle's hunting dog, but as a sorry excuse of a mother trying to do the best for her daughter with her life on the line. Finally, I heard a bit of emotion in the clown mask's voice. She sounded to be filled with regret. If you are not here as the Circle's hunting dog, then why hide behind the Circle's mask? Show me your face. I want to see the desperation and despair in your face as you beg. Yes, I planned to toy with her before I killed her. With my current leap in strength, I was planning on uprooting the Circle after the tournament anyway. It's good that I get to kill the tool that killed Papa and Mama Wyatt. Clown mask hesitated at first, but soon she removed her mask, revealing her face, but what I saw made me gasp in fright. Not just me. Even Anna couldn't help but gasp looking at Clown's mask face. The reason for our gasp was not because she was ugly. She could be dubbed a beauty if one can ignore the big hole in her forehead. The frightening thing was that hole located around the middle of her forehead, slightly above the junction of the eyebrows, had vertical eyelids on it, which made it clear that this was a fabled third eye. But vertical eyelids seemed to be torn, as if someone pried open the eyelids to scoop out the third eyeball, making it hard for them to close the hollow eye socket. Were you born with a special physique? What happened to your third eye? Who scooped it out? Too gruesome. Anna, who had decided to keep out of this one, couldn't help but inquire about the clown mask's third eye in pity. Yes, Your Highness. I was born with a special physique. When I contracted my grimoire, it awakened. It is called the third eye of Tao. And that's the day my world went upside down. Circle found me and killed everyone and anyone who knew about or saw my physique. Soon the leader scooped my third eye as a card ingredient. The clown mask was not fazed by our weird gazes and answered Anna's questions one by one patiently. Fuck, the third eye of Tao. Which one of the abilities did your Tao? I have superhuman visions, clairvoyance, the ability to observe aura and spirit, precognition, or out-of-body experiences. Sigh, such a pity. Anna was excited to hear that the clown mask's special physique was Tao Eye. But her excitement soon died down, realizing it did not matter anymore, as the clown mask's Tao Eye was already stolen. You can put the mask back on. Don't think your tragic past will weaken my resolve for revenge. Unable to stand the nightmarish sight of her hollowed third eye, I asked Clown Mask to put her clown mask back on. I never planned to, said the clown mask as she wore her mask back on. Fuck those bastards. To think that they would dare to steal the property of the southern region. I will personally kill them all, those motherfuckers. Grandpa is going to be pissed when he finds out. To waste a Tao Eye as a card ingredient, who does that? Don't they know Tao Eye is just a tool, and the real power lies in the host physique? Those fucking imbeciles. Belated but justified. Anna yelled in a fit of rage. She claimed the Tao Eye as the property of the southern region and continued to curse in anger. Fuck those bastards. I will wipe them out for stealing the national treasure. Done with cursing, Anna finally declared to wipe out the circle for harming something that could have potentially become a national treasure. Your Highness, That won't be possible. The core members of the inner circle and the leader have already fled the city. I do not know the precise reason, but they made use of the emergency escape teleportation array to flee the city. And other important personnel have been asked to flee the city as soon as possible by any means possible and meet at the rendezvous point. Clown Mask did not hesitate to rat on Circle and its plans. It seems she isn't here as Circle's hunting dog. But I was having a hard time believing it because the Circle's hunting dogs are known for their loyalty and absolute subordination. Because of this, the Clown Mask abandoned her only daughter Courtney in the first place, and now she wants me to believe that today she got up and decided to betray the Circle, which she has been loyally serving for decades, just like that. What? Are these fuckers involved somehow? Anna's mind immediately connected the card emperors lying in ambush to the fleeing Circle. Thinking of this, the frown on Anna's brow grew narrower. The Circle knew that the city is soon going to become a war zone for nearly 36 card emperors, which explains why they fled in haste. Hearing that the core members of the Circle and their leader had already fled, I was dumbfounded. What's with these people? First Kevin Zhang and now the Circle. Did fleeing become a new trend among miscreants? We don't have much time in our hands. The finals are going to start in another 10 to 15 minutes. Please save my daughter. The kneeling Clown Mask faced me and begged. Why are you begging me? Can't you just have her forfeit the match or something? I do not get what the big deal was. After all, I did hear Courtney say that she participated for her mother. I guess she will happily forfeit the tournament if Clown Mask asked her to. That is not possible. She cannot forfeit the tournament no matter what. She gave her word to the Circle that she will kill you in the tournament in exchange for my freedom. Clown Mask answered. I don't know if she realizes that her words are not helping her case. So what? The Circle has already fled. I bet they do not care about a deal with a teenager. It was getting harder for me to understand Clown Mask's intentions. The Circle has fled and Courtney could forfeit any time, but why is Clown Mask here begging? No. Courtney's words cannot be treated the same as common words. She, like me, has a special physique, Tao Tongue. Her every word is like a bond. Any verbal arrangement with her is equal to a soul contract with the world and the rules it as the witness. Therefore, Courtney will try her best to kill you in the finals. Clown Mask finally explained why she was so desperate enough to beg. Tao Tongue. Holy SHD, who are you people? How can you both mother and daughter have a national treasure level physique? The southern land was blessed to have 2 Tao physiques, but its people were not fortunate enough to experience its blessing because of a few traitors. I will hunt them all. Those damned fuckers have done it now. Anna could no longer act calm and collectively. Were the Tao Eye and Tao Tongue such miraculous physiques? For the Southern Emperor to lose her calm over them. If the Tao Tongue is such a mysterious and powerful physique, why is the Circle sending Courtney to her death? This doesn't make sense. Is Circle stupid? First, they ruined the physique of Tao Eye, and now they were planning on killing the physique of Tao Tongue. I don't understand them. Even if the first time was an ignorant mistake, then the second time can only be considered as deliberate. That's because Courtney asked for freedom in return for completing the task. In the Circle, dogs with dreams are put down first so that they do not infect other dogs with their dreams. The moment Courtney uttered the word freedom, she was no longer an asset to the Circle. And the funniest thing is, if Courtney finishes her task, I am tasked to kill her. But this gave me the idea to fake Courtney's death and give her the freedom she asked for, but the plans changed with the sudden increase in your power. The only way to save my daughter right now is to beg you to spare her life. The Clown Mask explained her plans, but the more I heard her, the harder it was for me to believe that she is the loyal hunting dog of the Circle. Wait, your words are contradictory. If Courtney wins, you are free, so why will you follow the Circle's orders? I was confused. The true members of Circle are not owned by Circle. They chose to be loyal and work for the Circle out of their own free will. The Circle has an age-coming ceremony for this. What I mean to say is the Circle doesn't own us, so they do not have to give me my freedom. Clown Mask's words only confused me more, but I noted the key thing, that is the Circle's mysterious coming-of-age ceremony. So they also used the cult ceremony. These damned fuckers. How were they able to flourish in the southern region despite such atrocities? Anna seemed to know something about the coming-of-age ceremony, and it only increased her anger towards the Circle. The Circle was starting to seem more than just a mere organization to me. And also, why did they suddenly decide to flee? Were they afraid I would use Anna to seek revenge on them? No. With their diplomatic status, they did not have to worry about that. So, why did they flee so hastily? Mr. Wyatt, please spare my daughter. She is an unfortunate child and is not related to the grudge between us. Clown Mask knew Bond by her word Courtney would either kill or be killed trying. I do not see how I am obligated to help you. Let's keep the grudge between us to the side. Your daughter took the task to kill someone, so she should be prepared to die. There is nothing I can help you with. Please return and wait for me to claim your life after I have claimed your daughter's. Whether I was going to kill Courtney or not, I had not made up my mind yet, but I wanted the Circle's cold tool to feel the pain of losing something close to her. I knew me begging would not change your heart, but I came prepared. In exchange for my daughter's life, I will tell you everything, starting from how I was the one who placed your precious false relic in your mother's grimoire. I was hoping it would not come to this, but I do not want to save the world which my daughter cannot be part of. Hearing the Clown Mask speak about the false relic in Mama Wyatt's grimoire, I was perturbed. Is she referring to soul pupils? What does she mean by she was one who placed the false relic in Mama Wyatt's grimoire? Wasn't it Mama Wyatt who placed it there using a forbidden technique? If she knew about the false relic, then why place it in Mama Wyatt's grimoire? Your mother, using her dying breath, performed the inheritance technique to let you inherit her origin card or a sight. I let her perform the technique because it would be the best place to hide the false relic for eternity. But to think that my one deviation from the course would lead to such a butterfly effect. The person who was supposed to end his life in despair lived and inherited the power which brought the world to its knees. Clown Mask spoke mysteriously. She seems to know that Mama Wyatt has performed a forbidden technique for young Wyatt to inherit her origin card or a sight. Inheritance technique, hide false relic, butterfly effect, end his life in despair, inherit power. Each word from Clown Mask's mouth hit near the deepest secrets of mine. She seemed to know a lot, and that was unsettling for me. Even the fact that young Wyatt would kill himself. How does she know all this? Enough of this wordplay. Clearly state what you want to say before I lose patience. Anna ordered the Clown Mask. Though she did not understand what Clown Mask said earlier, seeing my face turn pale, she should have guessed the obvious. Your Highness, earlier you asked what ability did my Tao I gain? Precognition, that's the ability of my Tao I. This ability gives me foreknowledge about upcoming dangers. It would be a good ability if I could control it, which wasn't possible as it is very willful. But in the shock of seeing my parents getting killed by the Circle in front of my eyes, I gained full control of my Tao I, from which I learned why what was happening to me was happening. Knowing that the Circle will scoop out my Tao I anyway, I touched the taboo of my precognition ability. In exchange for being able to see my complete future, I sacrificed my Tao I. Your Highness, the future I saw was very bleak. The world we know as of right now had changed and humanity was enslaved by one man, the founder of the Circle. Clown Mask's previous words kinda started to make sense to me. In exchange for her Tao I, she gained foreknowledge for the rest of her life. It is quite similar to living your entire life and regressing. But I don't know if I could trust the words coming out of her mouth. You were saying you saw the future by sacrificing your eyes, but how does it explain what you did? Especially the part about the world changing, humanity being enslaved, and you trying to save the world? Do you have any proof? Even though it is hard for me to believe you, I will listen to you and decide whether to trust you or not based on more context. Anna seemed to have decided to hear the Clown Mask's story. I guess she is willing to listen to her solely because she was the host of Tao I. There is no way to prove my words because the future I have seen is no longer in place. Because of my intervention, it has deviated a lot from its original path. For example, 1. The founder of the Circle should have used my Tao I as an ingredient to gain a third eye, which allowed him to perceive 2 seconds into the future. But that is not possible since I sacrificed it to see my future. 2. The false relic that Wyatt has should be owned by the founder of the Circle. In the future I saw I kill the Wyatt couple and give the false relic to the founder, giving birth to his rise to enslave humanity. To avoid the future I foresaw, I did not give it to the founder, instead hide it in your mother's grimoire. I thought the false relic will be hidden for eternity in your mother's grimoire, locked by the forbidden blood inheritance technique, with you committing suicide, but for some reason, you did not commit suicide, and also contracted your mother's grimoire with help of her blood inheritance technique. Since then, the timeline hasn't been the same as the one I saw. On March 22nd this year, the Sky Blossom City saw one of the worst disasters known to humankind, Dungeon Calamity Seed. But it did not happen because of your intervention. According to what I foresaw, J.K., Elliot's entourage will try to steal the Dungeon Calamity Seed for him under his siblings' orders, but in the process, they end up awakening the Calamity Seed. The awakened Calamity Seed ends up destroying half of the city before it is subdued by Jack Whitebun, William Bright, and Mark Hunt. Because of that disaster, the school tournament never happens. Not to mention you're dead, so the whole city is not trying to kill you. And obviously, silver milk powder is never discovered. Except for these 2 times I tried my best to not cause the slightest deviation from the future I foresaw, which is why I do not know what causal effect led to you not committing suicide. And also I do not know what the false relic does, but I believe it is very powerful seeing how you and the founder showed a sudden increase in prowess after gaining the false relic. Clown Mask narrated how she stopped the future she foresaw from happening and how I was the variable she did not expect in her calculation. The most shocking thing in her words was that the Dungeon Calamity Seed awakens in the middle of the city and is able to wipe out half of the city. What were the city enforcers doing? How did they not notice an awakened Calamity Seed and allow it to grow to such an extent? To sum it up, if not for me curing Elliot's genetic disease, he would never have given me the Dungeon Calamity Seed and would have become nourishment to the Dungeon Calamity Seed along with half of the city before it is stopped by 3 card lords. Because of this incident, the school tournament would get cancelled and Courtney would not be tasked to participate in the tournament. I am trying to avoid thinking about how the soul pupils should have been in possession of the founder of the circle who used its power to enslave humankind. Because I seem to have developed a similar ability using the soul pupil, Calamity Daughter Gem. Did the Clown Mask's actions, in order to stop an oppressor from being born, end up creating another tyrant? Yes. I was starting to believe Clown Mask's words. But I will not fully trust her words after I implant Calamity's daughter gem in her and go through her memories. If she has seen the future as she says, then her memories are going to be a treasure trove for me. Let's kill her after the Hive AI has made a copy of her memories. What? Your words are groundless. Any con man with enough information can come up with a better story. It is common knowledge that Wyatt's mother has hidden a false relic from the circle before being killed by you, and the circle has been searching for it for more than 2 months now. Seeing Wyatt's strength, anyone can guess where his mother had hidden the false relic. Let me ask you, if the false relic was so powerful, why did you not use it yourself instead of hiding it? Next time you tell a story, do not make such obvious mistakes. The Dungeon Calamity Core incident and you saving the world was a nice touch, though. Anna debunked Clown Mask's words just like that. The reason I did not use the false relic is that the founder could have gotten his hands on it by killing me. The timeline within the Sky Blossom City has seen drastic change, but the other parts of the world have yet to be affected. What if I told you that your grandmother has already broken into the demigod realm years ago? And today she led the Southern Watch across the way beyond to kill the Bone Dragon Supreme, occupying the Forsaken Treasure. While your uncle, grandfather, and grand-aunt distract the Lich Supreme and his forces at way beyond. In the future she saw, the founder of the circle did not rise to power till another 6 months, meaning the timeline outside the Sky Blossom City will not have a great effect until then. And some of the major events which do not involve him will still take place. Interesting, this is the top secret of my family. Except for the elites of the Southern Watch and core family members, no one has a hint of an idea about this mission. But to think that an ant of Sky Blossom City like you knows this means either the Heatsin royal family is infested with rats or there is truth to your claims. I want to believe the latter, but the mission Forsaken Treasure was the reason why the Heatsin family hid the news that her grandmother broke through to the demigod for years now. This mission is also the reason why Anna could not call for reinforcement, knowing that she is about to be ambushed by a bunch of card emperors. As the teleportation array was out of juice, teleporting the elite Southern Watch army stationed in the southern region and her grandmother across the way beyond covertly, without drawing the suspicion of the eyes monitoring her family. This way, when her uncle, grandfather, and grand-aunt engage the Lich Supreme and his army, it will appear like just another normal day at way beyond. To make it more believable, all the core and capable members of the family with authority to make decisions like Anna's mother, Lorenzo, Luna, herself, and other cousins did not gather to act as a backup, but went on doing their own thing so that it does not appear as if the Heatsend family is up to something. The Heatsend royal family has been planning for this mission for years now, and a high level of confidentiality was maintained for this mission. Even the elite Southern Watch participating in the mission did not know about this until today. This is the reason Anna wanted to believe Clown Mask's words, but she still could not bring herself to trust her as it was too freaking unbelievable. I did not plan on revealing this, but I no longer care about saving this world except saving my daughter. I hope what I am about to say next will be enough for me to exchange my daughter's life. Your Highness, your grandmother will kill the Bone Dragon Supreme, but will not be able to claim the Forsaken Treasure as she will be ambushed by the man you hate the most. That man will not only claim the Forsaken Treasure, but kill your injured grandmother and brutally massacre all of your subordinates. Clown Mask detonated a nuclear bomb in the VIP box with her words. As a tyrannical aura leaked from Anna and filled the atmosphere, almost suffocating both me and the Clown Mask. Anna no longer argued the authenticity of Clown Mask's claims because her gut told that what Clown Mask reported was true. Right now, only one thought played in her mind. No wonder that man called me in the morning. That guy is a narcissistic, raving egomaniac. If it's him, he would do something like this. I should have guessed why he was calling. Anna summoned her grimoire and made a call. Old Bones, leave what you are doing and come to my location ASAP and bring Luna with you. Dalton Wyatt versus Courtney Ress. I walked to the big arena in the center of the card stadium as the anchor announced the tournament finals between me and Courtney. Right now, my thoughts were not about the upcoming match, but in the VIP box number 1 with the Clown Mask and Anna. Because of the presence of Anna, I did not get the chance to see the Calamity daughter gem in Clown Mask. And I am worried that I will not be able to do so in the future. Anyone can see the potential in Clown Mask's memories. I am afraid Anna will shelter Clown Mask like how she asked me to spare Courtney for the information provided by Clown Mask. She did say she owes me one. I wasn't planning on killing Courtney anyway, and it's good to have a powerful and influential card emperor such as Anna owe me one. Maybe I can use that to my advantage. For that, I will have to finish my duel with Courtney as fast as possible and get back to VIP box no one. Before the Heatsend royal family vanishes Clown Mask from the face of this world. I do not see a reason why Anna would not do such a thing. Though the future that Clown Mask saw is altering at a fast pace and is only good for another 6 months or less, it was still something that doesn't come with a price tag. I do not care what the Heatsend royal family does, but I want all the information that Clown Mask has. It will be beneficial for me when I plan to kill the founder of the circle. That guy is someone who would have enslaved the entire humanity of this world if not for the intervention of Clown Mask. Even though he has lost his opportunity, one believes the founder of the circle is still a capable man, because just having power is not enough for one person to enslave entire humankind. Otherwise, the current world's strongest demigod or royal family or hidden family or sects, etc., would have already achieved that. Therefore, I believe this guy is someone capable of great things, and I should be cautious and well prepared if I plan on killing him to avenge Wyatt's family. Clown Mask, with her relationship with the Circle, I bet she would know many secrets about the Circle's Sky Blossom City branch leader, and the people that I have to watch out for if I plan on taking on the Circle. Clown Mask's memories are a treasure trove to a person who knows how to use them. I want to be that person and build my reputation before I make more powerful enemies. I had Anna and her family's protection, but they were a third party. They would only protect me until my existence and friendship benefit them. The moment it stops being so, it's wham. Bam. Thank you, ma'am. Hi, Courtney. I greeted Courtney, who climbed the arena after me. Hi, Wyatt. Courtney politely greeted me back, and her face seemed to be haggard, unlike her usual self who would not hesitate to speak her mind. To be expected of someone who has no choice but to walk towards their demise. What did you think of my nanomorpher hoverbike? Did you like them? Courtney was totally out of it. It seems she has still not made up her mind to kill me, but her Tao tongue doesn't give her a choice. Even if she is having second thoughts, she has no choice but to participate in the duel against me. For some reason, I felt like cheering her up and impulsively acted upon it by trying to make use of her love for hoverbikes and similar machinery. It was awesome. I did not know hoverbikes could get cooler. Is it the same hoverbike you drove to the school? Did you name it Nanomorpher because it transforms into a golem? What is the strength of the floating golem? Can its strength be increased? The floater system and soul reactor powering the hoverbike seemed to be the latest version of C rank. But the golem displayed a higher level of strength. Did you add any custom changes to it? As if a switch is turned on, being asked about Nanomorpher Courtney's face instantly grew brighter enough to not be considered tired and haggard. She enthusiastically started to barrage me with questions. Hey, are you just going to ask all the questions here or buy one and see for yourself? Seeing Courtney cheer up my mood also brightened. What kind of salesman are you? You want me to buy your Nanomorpher without checking the specs? I know we are friends, but when it comes to hoverbikes I cannot make any compromise. Courtney lectured with a serious face. Final round, Dalton Wyatt versus Courtney Ress. 3, 2, 1 start. The referee did not care for our talk. He began the duel at sharp 17:15. Did you guys take care of those ants already? I know sending 5 card emperors to kill a group of ants is overkill, but this is more unbelievable, as you guys just left. Greyfur exclaimed, seeing the team that went to take care of the secret organization known as the Circle return so soon. I thought you said the city's array was down? I clearly felt the array scan us as we went in search of those ants. And also their hideout is empty, and we found a hidden teleportation array. After interrogating a mortal, we found that the target had already fled the city using the teleportation array. The leader of the 5-man team that went hunting the Circle gave the mission report narrating the reason they returned so early was that the target was missing. If the city arrays are up, then it means that the Southern Emperor is not planning on giving up easily. That's not a problem since we already know this wasn't going to be easy. The only problem now is which one of you guys is going to explain to Madam Webb about the failure of the secondary mission. Location, Sky Blossom City, Card Stadium, Arena. Final round, Dalton Wyatt versus Courtney Ress. 3, 2, 1 start. Debt collection, Blood Supreme, Bloodette, Summon. With the start of the duel, Courtney's face turned expressionless and she made her move in a blink of an eye, without hesitation. It was different from Courtney, who was still deciding. This may be the Tao Tung clown mask spoke of. Little girl, you finally summoned me. I was getting bored stuck in that seal. Spoke a puddle of blood summoned by Courtney. Soon the puddle of blood elongated into a 4-foot-tall blood jelly. Then the blood jelly transformed into a small humanoid being. To be precise, into a legal lowly dressed in red cloth made out of the red jelly. Kill him. Courtney did not respond to the legal lowly. She just ordered her to kill the man standing opposite to her. Hey, what's with this cold welcome? I know I made a contract with you, but you cannot treat me like this. I protest. Bloodette protested, seeing Courtney not respond to her, instead ordering her like a slave. I said kill him. Courtney's voice got colder in response to Bloodette's tantrum. No, I don't want to. Not unless you apologize to me and give me blood pudding. Bloodette did not seem to notice the changes in Courtney, and continued with her tantrum. Debt recovery. Bloodette. Courtney did not order Bloodette for the 3rd time. Instead, she used her ability to force Bloodette. Ah! Bloodette screamed in pain. She felt the world rule blood which she was friends with forcing her to do Courtney's bidding. Bloodette did not understand what was happening. Why did her friend suddenly turn against her? Why? I thought we were friends. Pain-ridden Bloodette looked at expressionless Courtney and begged for an answer, but was only faced with ice-cold silence. She clearly remembers promising Courtney that as long as she summons her out of the seal, she will help Courtney. But how did it turn into a one-sided slave contract? She never agreed to something like that. Bloodette wanted to return to her home, the dungeon she was sealed in, but the world forcefully stopped her from doing so. Bloodette felt as if the world and its rules, who were her friends for a long time, suddenly turned on her, and now were forcing her to follow Courtney's orders, which confused Bloodette, because Courtney had not formed her ego gem yet, and she doesn't even know the concept of world and the rules within it. Bloodette remembered the reason she became friends with Courtney out of all the people that visited her seal, because she seemed to be close to the world and rules. Though Courtney had no idea about the world and rules, she was very much favored by them, as if they had blessed her. Blood manipulation, blood petrification, unable to bear the punishment of the world rule, Bloodette gave in and attacked the man standing in front of her. I, who was watching the show between Bloodette and expressionless Courtney, suddenly felt my body go stiff and was unable to move a single muscle in my body. It may be because of the sudden increase in the temperature and speed of blood flowing I felt in my body. So the blood petrification ability that Bloodette used does not actually petrify my blood, it just manipulates it to increase the temperature and flow speed of the blood. It may seem simple, but it was deadly. If not for my strong physique, my heart would have already exploded with the current rate of blood flow. Two can play that game. Summon Blood Swordsman, Blood Manipulation, Nullify. I summoned my ego elemental to nullify the Bloodette's blood manipulation on me. But contrary to my expectation of Blood Swordsman, he could not nullify Bloodette's blood manipulation. Though he was not able to completely nullify it, he was successful in dampening its effects, turning my status from stunned to sluggish or slow. This raised concerns in me, so I hurriedly asked Blood Swordsman, "What's wrong?" Blood Swordsman responded with an obvious answer that Bloodette's blood manipulation was stronger than its own. With its current power, it could only hinder her blood manipulation. Blood manipulation, blood needle shower. Bloodette did not wait for me to finish my talk with the Blood Swordsman and showered numerous blood needles at me. Deck collection, river nymph possession, virility of river. To make things worse, Courtney added a buff to Bloodette. Seeing that Blood Swordsman was surprisingly weaker than Bloodette, I had no choice but to summon reinforcements, summon Blue Spring and Cloud Lord. Blue Spring, water barrier. Cloud Lord, lightning descent. Blood Swordsman, blood manipulation, faint. The water barrier summoned by Blue Spring successfully blocked the blood needles aimed at me, and the lightning descent of Cloud Lord kept Bloodette engaged. While Blood Swordsman manipulated blood in Courtney's body to decrease blood flow to her brain and cause her to faint. And now for the finishing move, Gigamite form. If you see me, I see you. Decreasing blood to Courtney's brain made her sluggish as she tried to resist fainting. Taking this opportunity, one mobilized my 3 floating heads and 6 floating arms to restrain her, render her immobile, and knock her out. An easy win, but it was far from that with Courtney's fainting. Her summoned creature Bloodette did not vanish, rather she went berserk. Date: March 27th, 2321. Time: 1708. Location: Sky Blossom City, Card Stadium, VIP Box Number 1. Anna, Lorenzo, and Luna, who were interrogating Clown Mask, suddenly felt a terrifying presence in their proximity. Alerted, all 3 of them searched for that existence. "What the fuck? Is that a supreme being?" Anna exclaimed. "Yes, but something different about it. Its power level is only at the Card Overlord realm. Anyway, why is a teenager able to summon a supreme being?" Luna looked at the dwarfed blood humanoid with great curiosity. Her caution went out of the window once she realized that the supreme being did not possess even 1/100th of its original strength. It's Blood Supreme, Bloodette. She is a supreme being who was sealed even before my time. I heard stories of your ancestors suppressing her in the southern region. It turns out to be true. According to the myth, Blood Supreme's body was destroyed, but her will couldn't be, so your ancestors performed a forbidden seal technique and sealed her in a dungeon in the south. By the looks of it, Blood Supreme seems to have awakened from a long slumber and has started to form her new body. The question remains, how is that kid able to control the supreme being? Lorenzo narrated all the information he remembered seeing Bloodette. She is the holder of Tao Tong. I think there isn't much to be explained on how she can control it, answered Anna, and turning to Clown Mask, she said, "It looks like your concerns about your daughter were unnecessary." "No, Your Highness. You underestimate the power that boy bears. If you had seen what I have seen, what that power is capable of, you will not say those words. His strength is developing way faster compared to the Circle's founder. I underestimated him, and now my daughter is paying the price. Card apprentices can summon familiars to do their bidding using summon cards. Be it graded or unique summon cards, they all are useless without a card apprentice to summon and maintain them. In fact, the first page of How to Fight a Summoner 1-0-1 teaches that the summoned familiar's Achilles heel is their summoner themselves. Therefore, it is a widely used strategy to get to the summoner first to end the duel early with fewer casualties. That is how it was supposed to be with Courtney and her summons Bloodette. But it wasn't, as even after Courtney was knocked out, her familiar continued to rampage in the arena. I was not the only one who was confused by the current situation. Even the referee was in a bind on how to judge the current duel. Blood weapon, blood scythe. Bloodette used blood manipulation to materialize a scythe condensed out of the blood. Despite going berserk, her target was still me. She ignored Cloud Lord, who struck her with lightning, and her master, who was unconscious right now. This was mysterious. Bloodette seems to have lost her reasoning, but still, she continued to aim at me, ignoring everything, even her defense. Normally, if a contestant is rendered unconscious, he/she loses since he/she is unable to continue to fight or defend themselves. Right now, the situation is similar, but also not. The contestant has been rendered unconscious, but somehow her summons continues to maintain its existence and execute her task. So even though the contestant is unconscious, she has not lost her ability to fight or defend herself. Now, this is tricky. Should he declare a winner or let it continue as it is? The referee was not in the predicament for long, as he received an order to let the fight continue. Seeing the referee not planning on declaring the end of the match by declaring my victory, I decided to make my victory more obvious. But before that, I had to get Bloodette off my back. Blood Swordsman, Blood Manipulation, Blood Reinforcement. Blue Spring, Water Dome. Cloud Lord, Lightning Mesh. Summon Stone Viltronian X5. With Bloodette losing since going berserk, it would be given that her blood manipulation on my blood would have cancelled or decreased, but it did not. The blood manipulation became stronger. It continues to passively manipulate my blood. The temperature and blood flow of my blood was reaching record high despite having the Blood Swordsman hinder her blood manipulation on me as much as possible. If it continued, I could die with my heart exploding, so I had Blood Swordsman reinforce my blood so it can resist the external influence on it. Meanwhile, I ordered Blue Spring to trap Bloodette in its water domain, which was easy since Bloodette had lost all her reasoning and just charged right in like some kind of wild monster. After trapping Bloodette in the water dome, I strengthened it with Lightning Mesh as insurance. I know these two measures are not enough and they cannot last long against Bloodette, but they are enough to keep her busy as I executed my plan to have unconscious Courtney thrown out of the arena. This way the referee will have to disqualify Courtney, bringing an end to this fight. After rendering Courtney unconscious, I had retrieved my floating heads and hands, thinking that the duel ended with my victory. But it did not. Since Courtney is unconscious, I can no longer use my ability. If you see me, I can see you on her. Meaning now I cannot use my floating heads and hands to reach her covertly and throw unconscious Courtney out of the arena bounds. Therefore, I summoned Stone Viltronians to have them carry Courtney out of bounds while the ego elementals, and I draw Bloodette's attention. Bloodette did not seem to care about unconscious Courtney, but the same cannot be said if it feels its summoner Courtney is in danger. So to not take chances, I had to plan it elaborately. As planned, while I and the ego elements trapped Bloodette in the water dome and lightning mesh, the Stone Viltronians carried unconscious Courtney to the edge of the arena and gently placed her out of the arena. The plan worked without a hitch. Courtney rests disqualified, out of arena bounds. Winner Dalton Wyatt. The referee finally had no choice but to declare me as the victor. But there is one problem. Bloodette seems to have not heard the announcement, or she doesn't care. She continued her onslaught as she ripped apart the water dome and the lightning mess with her blood scythe. I had defeated Courtney and the duel had ended, but it did not seem to matter to Bloodette or the referee and the audience for that matter. They continued to watch Bloodette wave her blood scythe at me. I finally realized that I could not avoid fighting Bloodette even if I had won the duel. And also the authorities were not that keen on helping me out. Screw it, summon Yellow Sun, Holy Light of Purification. Skill combo, Holy Rainbow of Purification. Blood Swordsman Possession, Blood Burning X3. Skill combo, Enhanced Holy Rainbow of Purification. I was hesitant to use the possession skill again, therefore this time round, I only had Blood Swordsman to possess me so that I could perform Blood Burning once again to enhance the combo skill Holy Rainbow of Purification. And also because Blood Reinforcement was no longer enough to hinder Bloodette's blood manipulation on me. The three avatars were a huge part of my physical prowess. After having them sacrificed to blood-burning skill of Blood Swordsman in the previous battle against the Demon Fire Quarry Park, I made use of Calamity Daughter Gem and Soul Jades to recreate them to complete my Gigamite physique. Being possessed by Blood Swordsman was more productive than I had thought it would be. I was no longer sluggish under the effect of Bloodette's blood manipulation, and was able to move more agile. If I knew this, I would not have hesitated to have Blood Swordsman possess me since the beginning of the duel. Card name, Tome of Contracts. Card type, origin card. Card rank, unique grade. Card rate, nil. Card durability, nil. Card effect, Tome of Contracts allows the host to form contact with all beings, and it records all the contracts. Additional effect, loan shark, debt collection, debt recovery, polyglot, debt imprisonment. Note, every contract must have at least two parties to a contract, that is offeror and acceptor/offeree. The contract comes into existence when one of the parties makes an offer or proposal to the other, and hence is termed as the offeror. Caution, effectiveness of the skill is dependent on the host's strength. Loan shark, the skill allows the host to charge extremely high rates of interest on promised compensation mentioned in the contract. Note, interest can be received in the form of compensation mentioned in the contract or something of equal value with or without the consent of the parties involved. Caution, effectiveness of the skill is dependent on the host's strength. Debt collection, this skill allows the host to pursue payments of debts owed by individual soul contracts. Caution, while using this skill, the host, as the offeror or offeree, should have high strength, otherwise the collection depends upon the will of the other party or parties involved. Debt recovery, this skill allows the host to outsource the process of pursuing payments of debts owed by individuals or collective contracts to a trusted third party. Caution, the host can make use of a third party at her own risk. Debt imprisonment, the host can imprison a debtor who fails to pay his debt on or before the date due in the Tome of Contracts. Note, forceful imprisonment is also possible in case the interest to be paid equals the debt principal. Caution, effectiveness of the skill is dependent on the host's strength. Polyglot, this skill allows the host to know and be able to use several languages not limited by race and species limitations. Tome of Contracts, Courtney's origin card. Created using her fated card ingredient, a contract. Courtney's origin card is not as impressive as its name makes it to be. It is just a normal contract that comes with a few additional skills such as loan shark, debt collection, debt recovery, debt imprisonment, and polyglot. At first glance, the origin card Tome of Contracts and its additional skills loan shark, debt collection, and debt recovery look impressive, but they are not. With the exception of the additional skill, polyglot, and debt imprisonment. This origin card is nothing compared to the alternative in the market, soul contract. The contract in Tome of Contracts is a normal paper contract, but it has similar properties to soul contract. For example, the absolute legitimacy of soul contract. This absolute legitimacy of the soul contract comes from its omnipresent witness and omnipotent enforcer, the world and its rules. In the case of Tome of Contracts, its absoluteness depends on the strength of its host, that is the realm of Courtney. Meaning when Courtney enters into a contract with somebody using Tome of Contracts, she can force that person to pay up using debt collection if only she is stronger than the said person. But the same cannot be said if the other party is stronger than her. Thanks to debt recovery, she can hire a third party to force the said person to pay up, but the risk of hiring a third party was on her. In simple words, Courtney's origin card Tome of Contracts was nothing but a fancy card that allows the user to enter into a contract with various creatures, with effects similar to that of a normal mortal contract. Even after undergoing one baptism, Courtney's origin card showed no improvement. Except for skills polyglot and debt imprisonment, other effects continued to remain as worthless as before. The intention of the creator of this origin card was to allow Courtney to enter into a contract with monsters so that she can walk the path of the monster tamer, which he achieved brilliantly with skills polyglot and debt imprisonment, but these were like double-edged swords. And which side Courtney was on depended on her strength. Except for this one negative, the origin card was okay. Though it did not increase Courtney's strength drastically, it gave her a unique path to wake and slowly accumulate strength. This is why it's important to select a perfect card creationist based on your needs to create an origin card. There are hundreds of cards out there, and not every card creationist is capable of creating every type of card. So they become specialists at creating certain types of cards. The card apprentice must search for the card creationist based on the type of origin card they want and the fate ingredient they possess. Otherwise, they end up getting subpar origin cards that barely help them in any way. Thankfully for Courtney, as if the world was watching over her, the origin card created ended up being a perfect fit for her physique, Tao Tong. The strength that the origin card Tome of Contract lacked to collect a debt, It tried to make up for it by adding the option of hiring a strong third party. But this option, instead of becoming a solution, ended up becoming the problem itself. But thanks to Courtney's physique, she found an omnipotent and trustworthy third party to help her recover her debt and filling the shortcomings of her origin card. With the combination of her physique and origin card, Courtney no longer had to worry about the requirements of the skills loan shark, debt collection, debt recovery, and debt imprisonment. With an omnipresent witness and omnipotent recovery agents like the world and its rules, Courtney had an omnipotent ability at her disposal. Courtney would use her skill polyglot to get into a contract with monsters, then use her origin card ability to ramp up the interest, and then imprison the monsters with help of the world and its rules. Thanks to the presence of the world and its rule, Courtney could jump the realm limitation and turn creatures of any realm into a debtor and imprison them till they pay the interest and debt principal. For Bloodette, from the moment her memory began, she only remembers the barren dungeon in which she is sealed. For her, this place was her home, even though it imprisoned and isolated her from the real world outside. Bloodette does not know why she is sealed in this dungeon, but for her, this is the place where she was born and raised by the world and its rules. Bloodette has this special and deep connection with the world where she is nurtured and nourished by the world rule blood. Day by day, despite doing nothing, her strength increases at a steady yet slow pace. It almost took decades for her strength to reach her current level. According to the world rule, blood, once her strength reaches supreme rank, then she can break free of the dungeon seal and return to the outside world. Bloodette constantly asked her friend the world rule blood why she cannot break free of the dungeon seal now. She always received the same answer, that the outside world is not safe for her. Her friend made it sound like the dungeon seal did not imprison her, but protected her from the dangers of the outside world. Reborn Bloodette was like a newborn with a completely blank slate for a memory. She was like a fresh piece of mold that could be shaped into any form. Under the protection of the dungeon seal and the guidance of the world rule blood, she grew up as a willful, naive greenhouse flower with high curiosity for the world outside of her prison. Growing up, Bloodette spent most of her time at the dungeon entrance gazing at the world outside with a longing gaze. She would look at the humans that would pass by her dungeon and try to communicate with them, but it seemed as if they could not listen to her voice and would pass by the dungeon. It was as if they did not notice the existence of the dungeon. Until one day, a young girl in her mid-teenage, covered in bruises and wounds, ran into the dungeon entrance to hide from her pursuers. "Fuck, where did that little BTCH go? Come on, let's go. We already have enough girls for today's consignment. We can get that girl for the next one. You know, boss does not like delays in shipment. That girl is different. I think she has contracted a grimoire and can be sold for a higher price. But you are right. We cannot delay any longer. We will get her next time." Unlike other humans who did not even notice the existence of the dungeon right in front of them, the girl not only noticed the dungeon, but she entered it without any problem. Seeing her pursuers leave, the girl hiding in the dungeon entrance sighed in relief before fainting in exhaustion. Bloodette, who always wished to go to the outside world, was shy and scared at her first encounter with the humans. Being a loner for her entire life, Bloodette did not know how to socialize, and her friend the world rule blood was no good at it either. According to it, she could drink the blood of the human in front of her to increase her strength at a faster pace. Bloodette ignored the instructions of the world rule blood, and also did not disturb the unconscious girl. Instead, she healed her wounds and watched over the girl from afar. As she continued to gather the courage to make contact with the girl, the unconscious girl soon regained consciousness and left the dungeon before Bloodette could gain the courage to reach out to the girl. Thankfully, it was not the last time she will be seeing the girl, as the girl had found the uniqueness of the dungeon, that it was only visible to her, and it could heal her wounds. Started to use the dungeon as her secret base to hide from her pursuers, heal her wounds, and store her day-to-day haul. Eventually, a year passed, and both the girl and Bloodette had grown a lot since then. The girl had grown stronger. She would no longer have bruises and wounds on her as she returned to the dungeon. As for Bloodette, treating the injuries of the girl in secret for a year, she had become a high-level medic. This weird arrangement continued between the girl and the Bloodette until one day the girl yelled inside the dungeon, "Hello, is anybody there? Thank you for healing my wounds and taking care of me. I wanted to pretend like usual, But today is the last day. I will be coming to this place as soon I will leave with my mother. Thank you for everything. She had noticed Bloodette's presence, but chose to pretend as if she did not. Having said her words, the girl walked towards the exit. Little girl, please don't leave. Hearing that the girl will not be coming back again, Bloodette panicked, and in a panic, she forgot her shyness and called out to the girl. Hi, my name is Courtney. What is yours? Courtney was not afraid to hear a voice from within the dungeon and instead introduced herself to the voice. I am Bloodette, answered Bloodette as she showed her humanoid physique made of blood to the girl. Wow, your entire body is red in color. How cool is that? Courtney was not scared seeing a humanoid creature made of blood. Having gained her origin card recently, she had a new understanding of monsters. Really, are you going to leave? Bloodette was happy to see the girl was not afraid of her appearance. To interact with the little girl, she had taken the humanoid form. It seemed to have worked in her favor. Bloodette was enthusiastic knowing that the little girl did not fear her appearance, but the enthusiasm did not last long, thinking that the girl will be leaving soon. No, I lied to get you to talk to me, Courtney said with a smile. Sorry, lied. What is it? Bloodette asked with a puzzled face. Lied was a new word to Bloodette. She did not understand what it meant. A lie is when you say one thing and do another thing. No, that is hypocrisy. I got it. Lying is when you say something to trick someone. Yes, that's it. Courtney was no scholar, and her words made it apparent. Okay, so does that mean you will not stop coming here, right? Bloodette's understanding of a lie was still shaky, but she cared more about Courtney leaving. Well, I will no longer be sleeping and spending time here because I am moving in with my mother. But I promise to come to visit you when I get the time to. Courtney was happy she gets to live with her estranged mother, but also sad that she will be able to spend more time with Bloodette, whom she just got to know. Okay, having learned about lying a while ago, Bloodette did not know whether to trust Courtney's words. But something amazing happened when Courtney made the promise. The world and its rules, which would barely look at humans, started to observe Courtney very closely. And soon an illusory pact was born between Courtney and Bloodette. This led to Bloodette believing Courtney's promise unconditionally. Little girl, you are here. It has been 3 weeks since Bloodette last saw Courtney and was very happy finally meeting her. Sorry, it took so long to visit you. I was busy with my master's training. Courtney apologized to Bloodette for not coming to visit her early. I thought you were with your mother, Bloodette asked, hearing Courtney was busy doing training with her master. I am with my mother, but she asked me not to call her mother, but master, Courtney said in disappointment. Little girl, you sad? Bloodette asked in concern, feeling Courtney's disappointment as she spoke of her mother. Yes, a little. It is okay because now I get pocket money like other children and can buy things I want. I brought something for you too. I didn't know what you would like, so I brought blood pudding. Since you are made of blood, I thought you would enjoy eating it, as it is made using monster blood. Courtney summoned her storage truck and retrieved the jumbo blood pudding pack she had stored in it. Concept of eating was just theoretical to Bloodette, as she grew up being nourished by the world rule blood. Except for that one time when the world rule asked her to drink Courtney's blood, Bloodette never considered eating or drinking. Nonetheless, for the sake of the little girl, Bloodette ate the blood pudding. I want more, give me more. Having tasted blood pudding the first time, Bloodette was hooked to it despite being warned by world rule blood to not devour junk blood like blood pudding, as it will not help increase her strength. That's all of it. I did not know if you would like it, so I did not bring more. I promise I will bring more on my next visit. I also brought some blood wine. Do you want to try some? Once again, when Courtney made a verbal agreement with Bloodette, the world and its rules started paying attention to her. Soon an illusionary pact witnessed by the world was formed between Courtney and Bloodette. Yuck, it is so disgusting. Bloodette seemed to prefer blood pudding over blood wine, telling a lot about her mental age. Let's watch cartoons. I bet you will like it. Courtney decided to spend the rest of her visit watching cartoons in her grimoire with Bloodette. What took you so long? I have been waiting for an eternity for you. Give me the blood pudding. Bloodette showed first stage withdrawal symptoms of high sugar blood addition, crankiness. My master to me for survival training after regular training. And you don't have to exaggerate. It has only been a month since my last visit. I brought enough blood pudding that can last you for another month till my next visit. Considering when her next visit will be, Courtney brought enough blood pudding to last a month, roughly 90 jumbo blood pudding packs. 3 per day should last a month. You are the best. Seeing a small mountain of stacked jumbo blood pudding packs, Bloodette turned into a blood blob and soon engulfed the entire stack of jumbo blood pudding packs. Courtney's jaw hung open seeing Bloodette engulf the pudding worth a month in one gulp. At least leave the containers. They are good for health. And to her surprise, the front of the blood blob swallowed the puddings, and the posterior spit out the containers of the pudding. Do you have more? Bloodette did not seem to be satisfied yet and asked for more. No, that was supposed to last you a month, Courtney answered in dismay. Hee. Bloodette let out an embarrassed laugh and added, but I want more. Bloodette, honey, you have a problem. I will be a bad friend if I do not stop you here. Courtney was warned by the shopkeeper that too much blood pudding may affect her health. Remembering this, Courtney decoded to put an end to Bloodette's blood pudding madness. You are Bloodette's friend? Bloodette asked innocently. She did consider Courtney as a friend, but hearing it out loud from that very person had a different feel to it. Yes. Why do you think I spend the only leave I get for a month with you? You are my friend. Courtney did not hesitate to call a humanoid, blood-hungry monster her friend. Yeah, Bloodette has a friend too. Bloodette celebrated in great joy. Okay, I have to go now. See you next month. Seeing it was already late, Courtney decided to leave before the curfew. Wait, you are leaving already? I want blood pudding, Bloodette said, pointing towards the empty pudding packs. And whose fault is that? That was supposed to last a month. Courtney rolled her eyes to Bloodette's plea. But, Bloodette was at a loss of words since it was her fault to eat all the blood pudding at once. How about you come with me? This way I can give you blood pudding every day, Courtney suggested. Bloodette cannot leave the dungeon, answered Bloodette pitifully. But soon her eyes brightened, hearing the world rule that it has a way to help her. So you are saying you want to form a contract with me, so that I can summon you out of this dungeon whenever and wherever I want. In return for blood, pudding, and watching cartoons, you will fight for me. Courtney summarized the equal contract put forward by Bloodette. Yes, I am strong. I will help you. In return, you will summon me out of this seal and give me pudding. Let me watch cartoons in your grimoire. Little girl, what do you say? Bloodette was enthusiastic about the contract as it allowed her to leave the seal as long as she abides by the contract rules. After a heated discussion, both sides reached an agreement to desired terms and signed the contract under the witness of the world and its rules. Soon an illusionary pact formed between Courtney and Bloodette. But this time the pact turned into a card and laid Courtney's palm. That is a soul pact card representing the contract between us. You can use that card to summon me. Little girl, don't forget to summon me whenever you get a chance to. Bloodette explained about the pact card. Wow, I didn't know that cards like this one existed. Expressing her surprise, Courtney added the soul pact card to her origin card tome of contracts. I will kill the target. In return, you guys give my mother her freedom. Courtney clearly remembered her deal with the circle. Later, knowing the target was Dalton Wyatt, someone considered as friend, Courtney could not make up her mind. Courtney was not worried she could not complete the deal because she knew her physique would force her to complete the deal, and during this period of deal, suicide was not an option. Knowing that she will kill Wyatt no matter what, she keeps reminding Wyatt that she will kill him so that he will grow to hate her. Courtney did not know why she did this, but something in her told that she wanted to reduce her guilt of killing him by having him hate her. As expected, once the match began, her thoughts were suppressed by the world and its rules, forcing her to execute her part of the deal. With her body being taken over by the world and its rules, Courtney blanked out completely. This was the side effect of having an omnipotent witness. The expressionless Courtney went all out and did not hold back to complete the deal by summoning Bloodette using debt collection on her, Courtney's strongest trump card. Kill him, expressionless Courtney ordered Bloodette, but seeing her protest, expressionless Courtney used debt recovery to use the world and its rules helped to get her way. Under the influence of the world and its rules, Bloodette continued to execute the order given to her by expressionless Courtney even after she fainted. Under the impact of the enhanced holy rainbow of purification, the humanoid blood creature wailed in pain and broke down into a puddle of blood as it hurriedly retreated backward. Seeing that the enhanced combo skill did not kill Bloodette, I was surprised and failed to notice that the blood puddle was not retreating but running towards unconscious Courtney. I did not understand what the blood puddle was trying to achieve by reaching Corey, But remembering blood rule can recover upon consumption of blood, I knew it was up to no good. It was too late for me to act and stop the blood puddle as it was already pouncing on unconscious Courtney. Since the blood puddle was Courtney's summoned creature, I think it will not harm her. But just when it was about to engulf Courtney, a bright light barrier covered Courtney's body. Good idea to use holy attribute against dark attribute rules, but if the holy attribute is not strong enough, it is nothing but a sunburn to the creatures with dark attribute. The dark attribute is like a cockroach. It finds a way to live in the harshest condition and with severe injuries. So always be on guard when dealing with them. Luna, I can't believe you. Did you just lecture about dark attributes? Stop boring people by giving them unnecessary lectures. You have your students for that back in your college. Anna rolled her eyes at her cousin, who lectured me about holy and dark attributes. What to do with this creature? It's too weak for a supreme being and seems to have lost its reasoning under the influence of the world and its rules. Luna asked Anna as she boxed in the blood puddle with a light barrier that seemed to have a holy attribute to it. By killing it, all you are doing is destroying its new body. Its consciousness will return to the seal, only for it to form a new body from scratch. How about letting Wyatt's ego elemental devour it? After all, its body is derived from the world rule blood. This way at least its body can be used as manure. Anna asked Luna to give bloodette to me, so that I can enhance the strength of my ego blood elemental by devouring it. I do not think it's a good idea. Doing so we may be putting him in harm's way rather than helping him. No matter how weak this creature is, it is a supreme being, and its body is derived from blood rule. By feeding on it, his blood ego elemental will try to break through to the next realm. With his current realm, I do not think he will be able to achieve it. Luna expressed her concern. Yes, you're right. I too do not think his golden grimoire will allow his ego elemental card to break through to the higher realm, because the ego element card is already of the highest realm the golden grimoire can support. Anna also thought deeply about Luna's argument and agreed with it. All the ego elemental cards I created were of card lord realm strength, which also happens to be the maximum strength my golden grimoire can hold. Unless I upgrade my grimoire to a higher platinum grade, there is no way my cards can break through to a higher realm. Hey, you boneheads don't talk as if I am some kind of blood tonic. I will get back at all of you for today's humiliation. Bloodette finally regained control of her body. As she came to her senses, she realized she was trapped by a light barrier. Ignoring that, she hurriedly searched for Courtney. Seeing Courtney unconscious and alive, she was revealed, but hearing the two card emperors planning to use her body as manure to nurture another blood elemental, Bloodette was scared to death and also felt humiliated. But her strength was not enough to do anything about it, so she chose to retreat to her seal for now. The blood puddle, which was imprisoned by Luna's light barrier, suddenly spoke up. It seems Bloodette was no longer under the influence of the world and its rule. Soon it vanished in thin air. Fuck, it ran away. We should have extracted its body as a card ingredient to use later. Anna exclaimed, seeing Bloodette vanish in thin air. It did not run away. It just returned to its seal. Corrected Luna. How is it any different? Anna asked, rolling her eyes at Luna. She finally started to remember why she used to avoid talking to Luna. Wyatt, honey, congrats on winning the tournament. Anna congratulated me for winning the tournament. Thank you. I thanked Anna, but I didn't feel I had won, because the card stadium did not have the atmosphere of a tournament any longer. The problem was the intervention of the card emperor duo. The authorities and the school staff who did not come to my rescue were in a pinch, especially the school staff who held this tournament. While Anna and Luna stepped out to capture the Blood Supreme, Lorenzo made a call to his niece, Corey's mother. Despite having agreed that during the mission Forbidden Treasure all contacts will be kept to a minimum. Hello, Uncle Lorenzo. It must be urgent for you to call now. Corey's mother answered the call. Yes, something big is afoot. What is your mother's current status? Lorenzo asked his niece in a deadpan tone. She has already engaged the enemy. Corey's mother responded to the best of her knowledge. We still have time. Some new information has come to light, and I have reason to believe that the mission Forsaken Treasure is compromised. Lorenzo did not believe that the clown mask could see the future. Yes, she had the Tao, but it was stolen and there is no credibility to her words. So, he interrogated her using his rune balance, which would help him discern if a person is telling the truth or not. and the results informed that the clown mask was not lying. After having all his facts straight, he contacted his niece. Location: Sky Blossom City, city outskirts. Team 2 reporting for briefing. Team 3 reporting for briefing. Team 4 reporting for briefing. Team 5 reporting for briefing. Team 6 reporting for briefing. That's all of them, Sniper reported. Good. Now that all of you are here, let's begin the briefing. Grayfer nodded his head in satisfaction, looking at all other 29 card emperors waiting for him to debrief them. This is what Grayfer likes about this organization. With his status out in the real world, none of these 29 card emperors would bother to become acquainted with him, much less organize under his command and wait patiently for his debriefing. Combined with the other perks like being able to do anything he wants and get paid in what he desires. First up, there is good news for Team 3, which failed to undertake the secondary mission. Madam Web is generously willing to forego your punishment if you guys are able to complete the primary mission, which is to kill this boy by any means. But this also means you will not be getting any rewards, as Madam Web's pardon is already your reward. Gray first spoke, projecting the life-size 3D hologram of the target, Dalton Wyatt. Wait, hold on. What do you mean by completing the primary mission? I thought all of us were going to take part in the mission. The leader of Team 3 voiced his concern. We are. Your team will be spearheading the mission, while the rest of us will be lying in wait and ambush for them. Grayfer calmly explained. Aren't you just sending us to our deaths? One of the members of Team 3 exclaimed. You guys were the ones who insisted on doing the extra credit secondary mission, but failed to complete it. Consider yourself lucky if not for the sensitivity of this mission. Well, you know, I do not have to tell you. And also, if you do not want to do this, no one is forcing you. But Madam Web will be disappointed. Grayfer offered Team 3 an opportunity to back off the mission. No need. We follow the instructions. The leader of third team agreed, as he knew they had messed up with the secondary mission. It was already generous of Madam Web to allow them to redeem themselves. Failure of secondary mission was not our fault. They were clearly tipped off. Third team member was not willing to back down, as the failure of the secondary mission was not the team's fault. The target escaped even before Team 3 reached the rendezvous point. Boy, watch what you are barking. Do you know what you are implying? Sniper reprimanded the Team 3's member. Claiming that someone tipped off about the mission is equal to saying there is a traitor among them, which is equal to doubting Madam Web's ability and control over their little club. Don't try to spin my words. Team 1, you people were the ones to compromise the mission in the first place. Maybe they noticed your presence and escaped. Who knows? But one thing is certain, that your team compromised the mission. Why aren't you being punished? Clearly, you fuckers are using us as scapegoats. If you had not revealed your presence during the recon secondary mission, would not be a failure. The Team 3 member blamed Team 1 for the failure of the second mission. But the points he made were valid. Why weren't Team 1 being punished for their blunder? Yes, we are using you as a scapegoat. You got a problem with that, Sniper answered provocatively, as he could no longer tolerate being blamed for compromising the mission. You. If not for his team leader holding him back, the third team member almost jumped on the Sniper. Does everyone in Team 3 have the same opinion? Grayfer asked with a frown. Grayfer was not dull. He already guessed that Team 3 member was just a puppet and was playing as his leader directed him to. No, but is it just our team being punished? The team leader of Team 3 stopped hiding behind his team members now that they set a stage for him to build on. I think you are forgetting something. Team 3 is not being punished. You have been given a chance to redeem yourselves in front of Madam Web. And who said that Team 1 will not be punished? Each team has been assigned its part. Now let me ask you once again, are you up to this or not? Grayfer pointed out the key points of the situation, breaking the claims Team 3 leader stood on. Team 3 was not satisfied with the role assigned to their team. Leading the primary mission was already full of dangers and unknown variables. Now that the mission has been compromised and the Southern Emperor is on alert waiting for their ambush, the danger level of this mission directly went from DEFCON 3 to DEFCON 1. This mission no longer seems like a mission to redeem themselves, but a suicide mission. Since the Southern Emperor is already expecting them, then the first team to lead the ambush will face the complete burnt of whatever the Southern Emperor has stored in for them. The worst thing was that Team 3 knew their part in the mission was not to lead it, but to act as a decoy while the rest of them located the target and finished the mission as the Southern Emperor and reigning alchemist were busy dealing with them. Fine, we will do it. It's not like we have a choice, right? Though these card emperors had willingly participated in the Madame Web's club activities out of their greed, they are not willing to go to their deaths no matter how much dirt Madame Web has on them, because living on the run is better than sleeping for eternity in a coffin. But right now, being surrounded by 25 card emperors who could rip them to pieces, the leader of Team 3 and its members had no choice but to act as a decoy. Gray Fur, the temporary long-distance teleportation array has been set up. Now, all it needs are coordinates. Will you input them, or should I? A old man with a long and lush white beard reported. I will enter the coordinates, said Gray Fur as he took the control steel from the old man and inputted the coordinates. Now that the temporary teleportation array is set up, our escape route is secured. All that remains is to assassinate the target and complete the mission. If you don't mind me asking, can you tell me where the coordinates lead to? The third team leader asked in suspicion. If Gray Fur had nothing to hide, then he would have just narrated the coordinates to the gray-bearded old man. The coordinates led to a secured location where 30 different temporary long-distance teleportation arrays are built. Each teleportation array leads to a different location. Any other questions? Gray Fur answered the third team leader patiently. The chances of all of them making it to the rendezvous point and escaping at the same time were nil. So, Gray Fur cleverly arrayed 30 different teleportation arrays, each leading to different locations at the other end of the first escape teleportation array. This way, each of them can access a teleportation array and destroy it without having to worry about being tracked or being left behind or be afraid about others destroying the teleportation array to avoid being traced. Since there are 30 teleportation arrays for each one of them, each one can destroy the teleportation array after they use it without worrying about small details like being traced or leaving a comrade behind. I thought the plan was to take the whole city hostage. Flower Thief could not help but ask, as he had simulated numerous ways to assassinate the target while the others negotiated with the Southern Emperor. Gray Fur and Sniper gave the Flower Thief a stern glance, as they did not want the mission to escalate to the point of taking the whole city hostage. It would only happen during the worst-case scenario. Madame Web's club is flourishing because its existence is well hidden. And today's mission of ambushing the Southern Emperor to assassinate a high-profile target like the creator of the silver milk powder stood against the club's secrecy policy. Since Madame Web was the one to create this rule, she could break it at her will, and nobody dared to oppose her. The news of a squadron of 30 card emperor coming together to kill the creator of the silver milk powder was already shocking and enough to alert the world leaders. Adding the blood of an entire city would be pushing their luck. Gray Fur never considered killing the Southern Emperor, not only because Heatsind royal family was fearsome, but because he knew 30 card emperors may corner the Southern Emperor, but they could never kill or capture her. With her strength, she could easily escape with the target if not for her wanting to protect the city. Yes, why are you not using the newbies plan? One of the card emperors asked. Clearly all of them want to avoid going to fight against the Southern Emperor and the reigning alchemist if possible. Except for the few capable ones like Sniper, Gray Fur, and the team leaders, most of the card emperors present here were the bottom of the bottom in terms of strength. If they were capable, they would not succumb to the lure of the Madame Web's club. Other than their numbers, these card emperors have nothing to be confident about. Therefore, most of them would choose to avoid going to fight against the Southern Emperor and the reigning alchemist if possible. So for them, taking the Sky Blossom City hostage and negotiating an exchange with the Southern Emperor seemed a better option. Yeah, this plan sounds more passable than ambushing the Southern Emperor and the reigning alchemist. Not to mention the Axe Emperor and Fire Fist Emperor from the Duskborn family. They might not be as strong as the Southern Emperor and the reigning alchemist, but they are also titled emperors. Their strength cannot be underestimated. The leader of the third team added. For him, any mission was better than the current suicide mission his team was allocated with. He did not care about the secrecy of the club like Grey Wolf and other team leaders. After having tasted the bitter side of the club, the sweetness which made them loyal to it had vanished. After all, no amount of riches can equal his life. Sigh. Fine, let's settle this by voting. Seeing the teams divide even before the mission began, Gray Fur let out a sigh in frustration. He knew it would not have come to this if not for Sniper compromising the situation. But still, Gray Fur chose to protect the Sniper from scrutiny because he was a very useful teammate with his sniper skills, which rank in the top 100 of the world ranking. If not for Sniper's presence, he would not have gathered enough merits for his current position in the club. Sniper's strength was very valuable and an integral part of his team, so Grey Fur did not mind covering for him. Madame Webb can see all their memories, but she would not care about such small incidents as long as they got the required results. All those in favor of Newbie's idea vote. Between covering for Sniper and pushing Team 3 to their deaths, Grey Fur knew forcing these people to ambush the Southern Emperor would only lead to dissatisfaction between them. So he chose to step back and let the masses decide, even though their answer was obvious. Team 2, we vote in favor of Newbie's idea. Team 3, we vote in favor of Newbie's idea. Team 4, we vote in favor of Newbie's idea. Team 5, we vote in favor of Newbie's idea. Team 6, we vote in favor of Newbie's idea. All the teams voted to take the entire Sky Blossom City as a hostage and negotiate an exchange with the Southern Emperor. Flower Thief was in a daze as he heard everyone credit the plan to his name. It was clear what they were doing. They were pushing all the risk onto him. If the plan was successful, there was nothing much to gain, but if the plan was a failure, then his name would be paraded to carry all the blame for the rest of them. Seeing that everyone else chose the same option, Team 3 leader and its members rejoiced that they would no longer be used as decoys. But their joy was only short-lived. According to the popular vote, we will proceed with the Newbies plan. Team 3 will reach out to the Southern Emperor for negotiations, while the rest of us will hide in the city. Grey Fur announced. Hearing Grey Fur, the rejoicing Team 3 suddenly turned cold. What do you mean? Shouldn't you be the one to lead the negotiations as you are the one leading this mission? The third team's leader argued. As negotiating with the Southern Emperor would be too much of a bargain. Who knows how that crazy woman will react? While Team 3 worried about the trivial stuff, Grey Fur thought of all the ways this could go downhill. 1. What if the Southern Emperor did not choose to exchange the creator of silver milk powder for the people of the city? Seeing how she stayed behind instead of escaping with the target, it's clear she cares about the safety of the people of Sky Blossom City. But that was not enough. The question was, whether in her eyes the lives of millions in the city outvalued the life of the discoverer of silver milk powder. 2. Did she invite any kind of reinforcement? This could also explain why she was confident enough to stay behind with the target. If this was the case, then they should hurry with negotiations. Every delay would be equal to helping the enemy stall for time. 3. Even if the negotiation was successful, how do they escape from here after killing the target? So the best option would be to use the target as a hostage as they escaped to the rendezvous point, where the temporary array was built for their escape. And after reaching the secondary secure location, they could kill the target, and each one of them could go their separate ways using their separate temporary teleportation array. For what if the Southern Emperor doesn't care for the city and its people and went on a killing spree? This one was the least possible scenario, but this is the reason why Grey Fur asked Team 3 to lead the negotiations. The third team might not be strong, but they should buy enough time for the rest of them to reach the rendezvous point and escape through the teleportation array. Having thought of contingencies for all the plans and scenarios he can think of, Grey Fur decided it was time they launched the mission. Are you sad? Asked Anna, seeing me preoccupied in my thoughts. Why would I be? I was busy thinking about how to feed a Calamity daughter gem to Clown Mask before she is detained by the Heatsend royal family. Because the circle ran with all the rewards promised for winning first place in the tournament. Anna pointed out something I had not thought of. The main sponsor of the tournament was the circle, but those fuckers ran away. If I didn't know better, I would think they ran away to avoid giving me a false relic. But that wasn't it. Why did the circle run away? What would promote them to do so? That was a question for another day. Right now my objective was to feed a Calamity daughter gem to Clown Mask. And the presence of Anna, Luna, and Lorenzo wasn't any help. I'm not worried about that. Even though the circle is missing, the City Hall is still present. I will have the City Hall fork out false relic. After all, they were the second biggest sponsor to this tournament. There was still time for the tournament award ceremony, which would be after the young hero list is prepared and the top 10 are decided. Right now in the arena, other ranking fights are taking place. But after the appearance of Anna and Luna, the tournament was no longer the highlight of the evening. From small-time bureaucrats to any family with some influence, all of them were lining up near the VIP box section to greet the Southern Emperor. Old man, what did my mother say? Anna asked Lorenzo as she glanced at the clown mask seated on the couch, giving a lap pillow to unconscious Courtney. About that I think it was a bad idea informing your mother about it, Lorenzo said, remembering his conversation with his niece. Uncle, Grandpa, and Grandin are at the way beyond. Who else is there for you to report to? Anna asked, hearing the concern in Lorenzo's tone. Right now, except for Anna's mother, all the demigods belonging to the Heatsin royal family were holding their post and playing their part in the mission Forsaken Treasure. So the current highest authority was held by her mother. I thought your mother had gotten over that man, but clearly she isn't. Lorenzo expressed his worries that Anna's mother was not making the best decision and her judgment is clouded by her hatred for her ex-husband. What makes you say that? Yes, my mother becomes a little uncomfortable when that man is involved. But I do not think that she will let that affect her when it concerns the lives of Grandma and our trusted subordinates. Anna knew that man was a sore spot for her and her mother, but she did not think that would affect their judgment when something as big as their family is at stake. Her history of bad decisions when it involves that man is also the reason why Anna let Lorenzo lead the investigation into the clown mask. Because she almost believed in the clown mask story, which does not have any solid evidence backing it when the clown mask brought up that man. The best course of action right now would be to have sister-in-law give up on the mission Forsaken Treasure and withdraw from the way beyond. Instead of this, your mother plans to play the Oriole preying on the mantis stalking a cicada. Lorenzo narrated that Anna's mother planned to arrange a counter-ambush for her ex-husband's ambush, personally led by her. Lorenzo believed this was a bad idea because there is no way to determine how many demigods are in cahoots with that man planning to ambush Anna's grandmother. What guarantees that man will be alone? Clown Mask said that she heard the news about Anna's father ambushing the injured general of Southern Watch, aka Anna's grandmother, and stealing the Forsaken Treasure. Clown Mask's future vision information only came from the news that spread after the incident, and it was not detailed. It did not contain information regarding how many and who were involved in the ambush, and what exactly happened. According to Clown Mask's info, the world did not know who ambushed Anna's grandmother and what happened until later when it was found that the Forsaken Treasure was in possession of Anna's father. Except for the certainty about the ambush, everything else was uncertain. Therefore, Lorenzo believed that instead of arranging a counter-ambush, it would be best to give up on the mission and withdraw the forces. I think Mother must have her plans behind her judgment. She isn't one to make light of the lives of Grandma and our subjects. As for your worries, they are not unfounded, but I don't think that is likely. Anna believed in her mother, trusted her judgment, and supported her decision. According to Anna, Lorenzo's worries about the information regarding the ambush were not without merit, but she believed that the possibility of that happening was highly unlikely. Way Beyond is not some kind of dungeon for the demigods to form groups to raid or lay traps. It was the freaking no man's land crawling with insane supreme beings who would not be thrilled to sense so many demigods gathered at one place near their territory. So, it was highly likely that her father would be acting alone. Not to mention the Forsaken Treasure is not something that can be shared. Grandpa, I believe Auntie should have her reasons. She will not let her hatred of that man get to her and put the lives of thousands at risk. She might hate that man, but she loves Grandaunt more. Luna also spoke in support of her aunt's decision. She strongly believed Anna's mother was not arranging a counter-ambush out of spite of her ex-husband endangering the lives of her grandaunt and thousands of loyal subordinates. Sorry, I hope we are not interrupting anything. We patrolled the city borders, and there's no sign of hostile card emperors. We believe they are either hiding in the city or on the outskirts of the city. How are things at your end? The two unknown card emperors from earlier appeared in the box uninvited. Anna and the rest did not answer them. Instead, Anna turned to Luna, Lorenzo, and said, "Enough about that. I am sure Mom can handle herself. Also, our discussion on that matter is pointless. Not to forget the issue at our end. Let's focus on that matter for now." Anna put an end to the discussion and diverted the topic to something I wasn't aware of. I have upgraded the city array and added my rain positioning array to it. The array is up and running as we speak. It will sniff any rats hiding in the city any minute now. Old man Lorenzo reported his upgrade to the city array. Guys, what are you talking about? What rats? Is there a problem I should know of? I could not help but ask, seeing that I could no longer understand what they were speaking about. Wyatt, about Taish. The older one of the two unknown card emperors spoke up as Anna, and the rest were considering whether to involve me. But before he could get to what he was about to say, he was interrupted by Anna. Did I allow you to speak? Anna questioned the older unknown card emperor with a stern gaze. To my surprise, the card emperor did not erupt, instead tolerated Anna's oppression. Sorry, Your Highness. The older card emperor apologized to Anna, but the younger seemed to be dissatisfied with Anna's words and did not hesitate to express his opinion. Your Highness, you said we could talk with the boy once the tournament is over. The younger card emperor, though dissatisfied, still maintained proper etiquette while addressing Anna. The younger unknown card emperor's words made it clear to me that these two unknown card apprentices were here for me, and from their words, it appeared that Anna had prohibited them from addressing me. Knowing this, I was thankful that Anna decided to attend the tournament today, because if not for her presence, these two unknown card emperors would not be so courteous. This was clear from their attitude towards Anna. They appeared to be the type of people who feared the strong and disbanded the weak. Was I not curious about the purpose of the two card emperors with me? I was not. I know it had something to do with the silver milk powder, and I was happy Anna was blocking them for me. Has the tournament ended yet? Anna knew what the younger card emperor meant by his words, but she no longer planned to let these two get close to Wyatt, not until it's clear who is behind the hostile card emperors. That? Not yet, Your Highness. The younger card apprentice understood that Anna did not plan to let them close Wyatt. Despite knowing that Anna was purposefully making things hard for them, the younger card apprentice could only swallow his anger and frustration. As he was not stronger than Anna, neither was his family background. The weak had to know their place. Wyatt, this matter is out of your strength, so you do not have to concern yourself with this. Just trust me, and all of this will be over soon. After showing the two unknown card apprentices their place, Anna made it clear that she will not involve me in whatever is going on, and the reason was my strength was not enough. Even if Anna did not involve me. From their conversation, it was clear that we are currently, or soon, will be facing an enemy attack. And it appears the enemy is of strong men in the card emperor realm. Knowing that card emperors are after my life, I was alarmed, but soon calmed down as I had already anticipated that this would happen when Anna visited my warehouse to force me into giving her the silver milk powder. Having calmed down, I began calculating the chance of my survival in case of an enemy attack. Counting the two unknown card emperors, Anna, Luna, and Lorenzo, I had 5 card emperors guarding me. 5 card emperors should be more than enough, and I chose to believe in Anna's strength. Old man, are you sure your array is working? Why haven't you found any of them yet? Assuring me, Anna turned to old man Lorenzo and asked if his upgrade to the city array was working, since after all this time it was unable to pinpoint the location of the enemy. The city array and my upgrades to it are working fine. It appears the rats are not hiding in the city. They must be hiding in the outskirts out of the range of the array. But don't worry, once they enter the range of the city array, I will be the first one to know. Old man Lorenzo assured impatient Anna that his upgrade to the city arrays were working fine, and the delay in detecting the location of the enemy was because they must be out of the city array range. You better locate the enemy as soon as they make their move. It's the only advantage we can have. Anna had to pause, being interrupted by Lorenzo. Hold up. Rats detected. They appear to be done with hiding and are on the move, old Lorenzo suddenly reported and added. 25 rats detected. Their numbers are way more than I would have guessed. 5 are heading here, while the other 20 have spread across the city, as expected. Hearing Lorenzo report that 25 card emperors were attacking us, I was shocked to the core. And I no longer believed that 5 card emperors were enough to guard me. Just 5? Are they that confident in their strength, or are they just underestimating our strength? Anna asked, hearing that only 5 of the hostile card emperors were heading towards us, and later added, it doesn't matter. Either way, I will have fun breaking them. I don't think that breaking any of them would be the best course of action. Those 5 must not be heading here to fight with us. Judging from how the other 20 card emperors chose to hide in the city, it appears like they are taking the entire city hostage, and the 5 card emperors that are heading here, if my guess is correct, are the negotiators. Luna deduced the situation to her understanding. Clearly, the hostile forces did not underestimate Anna. If anything, they overestimated her, and despite their advantage in numbers, They decided to take the entire city hostage rather than fight her. Thanks, genius. If not for your explanation, I would never have guessed it. Anna made snarky comments on Luna's deduction, as she already knew that the hostile forces had taken the city hostage. But as always, her cousin explained the obvious, as if she was too dumb to understand what was happening without her explaining. Are you guys serious? Fuck, they are card emperors, not some common mercenaries. How can they stoop so low to take a city hostage? I could not help but voice out as this directly concerned my well-being. They may be card emperor realm mercenaries, who knows? Replied Anna nonchalantly. You said negotiate. What do they want to negotiate? Ignoring Anna, I asked Luna. Aren't you supposed to be a genius? Is it not obvious? They want to negotiate and exchange you for the lives of millions of people in the city. Wow, I get it where Anna's snarky comment stemmed from. Her cousin was indeed how to put it? Is quirky the right word? When it involves you, it is wise to double-check the facts. I had already guessed what the hostile forces were after, but it was hard to believe that I, a countryside card soldier, was worth the lives of 25 card emperors. Done with the dumb questions, I looked around the room and asked the question which was bothering me the most. Don't tell me you guys are okay with sacrificing one life for millions of lives, because let me remind you, each life is equal in value, and you should think hard before making any decision. I was worried the people that were supposed to protect me would sacrifice me in exchange for millions of lives in the city. I would be a fool not to. I basically had no value if not for being the discoverer of silver milk powder, which is of little use since the production method of silver milk powder and its key ingredient silver ocean had already been handed over to Anna. Right now I had my fingers crossed that Anna would be the self-righteous type who is willing to sacrifice millions for one, instead of a rational one that would not hesitate to save millions in exchange for one. Don't worry, Master Wyatt. We will protect you with our lives, the younger unknown card emperor assured me. Anybody else? I ignored the younger card emperor as previously demonstrated by Anna. Those two unknown card emperors' opinions did not matter here in this group. Wyatt, aren't you being selfish? Do you believe your single life is worth millions of lives? Even with your logic that each life is equal, it would be wiser to sacrifice you in exchange for millions. Wyatt, if not for anybody else, at least consider the lives of the toddlers. Even though you are young, you have lived a life. Those toddlers haven't even experienced life yet. In a way, you owe them. If not for you, they would not be in this situation. Luna reached out to my guilty conscience by blaming the victim for being a victim. Yes, the victim I am talking about here was me. All I did was try to better the world by discovering a miraculous powder. And in return, they are trying to kill me. How is that fair? Did I have other not so pure intentions attached to my discovery? Yes, but let me ask, is it wrong for a guy to earn a living for himself? Even more so to have him killed for it? Is she being serious right now? I asked in dismay. I don't know why you tell me. Luna is making some valid points here. Don't you think what she is saying makes sense? I was planning to escape with you, but after hearing you say that each life is equal in value, I changed my mind. Anna responded playfully. I rolled my eyes at Anna. Her playful tone was enough assurance for me that she did not plan on exchanging me for the lives of millions. Clearly, Anna was the strongest and one in charge here. So with her on my side, the opinion of other people did not matter. Was I being selfish here? It did not matter, as no matter how I answered this, I would only come out as a bad person or a stupid person. So I decided to have the one in charge do my bidding. How about we greet them? Old man Lorenzo responded. Sure. Anna agreed, and looking at my pale face, she stated, Do not worry, Wyatt. Luna and these two will be here to protect you. Really? You are going to leave my protection to her and those two nobodies? And you asked me to not be worried. It seems I was too hasty to trust Anna. Don't be snarky. Earlier, I was just pointing out how contributory your words were. Personally, I believe your brain is worth more than all the lives in this city combined. Luna explained herself and added some of her disturbing opinions. Greetings, Your Highness. I am Grinch, and we were about to meet you. The team leader of the third team greeted Anna. Despite his fears, he maintained a sharp composure and demonstrated a calm front as he greeted the Southern Emperor and turned to the old man next to her and greeted him. This must be the legendary reigning alchemist. Greetings, sir. Don't tell me your mother actually named you that, and your father let her do that to you? Anna asked with both her eyebrows raised in shock. Cough. Your Highness, it's just a code name. not my real name. Grinch's mouth twitched uncontrollably hearing Anna, but he still did not dare to be disrespectful to Anna. Considering the distance separating him from the Southern Emperor or the reigning alchemist, they could snap his neck before he could even react. Grinch had no choice but to swallow his anger and frustration. Save it, dirtbag. Old man, do your thing. Anna did not give the 5-card emperors any face and directly ordered old man Lorenzo to lead the negotiation. Young man, how many of you are there in total? Lorenzo did not wait for the other party to make their demands and began his questioning. What the? Grinch was confused seeing the response of the Southern Emperor, the reigning alchemist, and thought, why aren't these people not playing according to the script? It's below 40 and above 26, right? Lorenzo ignored the confused Grinch's face and asked him weird questions. No, Grinch instinctively responded to Lorenzo's question. But soon remembering the other reason reigning alchemist was famous for other than killing hundreds of thousands is his ability to discern the truth. Grinch regretted responding. It seems there are more people than we thought. About a dozen more, or just one more extra, Lorenzo reported to Anna. At least a dozen card emperors. You sure you can handle them? Anna asked old man Lorenzo. The city below will be a hindrance. It will be challenging. And you know how I feel about a good challenge. Lorenzo was pumped up and a wild, untamed glint flashed in his eyes. The adrenaline from the challenge makes you feel young again. The adrenaline from the challenge makes me feel young again. Anna and Lorenzo yelled simultaneously. Lorenzo seemed to be looking forward to the upcoming battle as he cracked his bone joints in expectation, and he jubilantly said, the last time I faced a dozen card emperors at once was in the previous war. I just hope these people do not disappoint me. Grinch and his team members who stood witness to this were in a daze. Fuck. They are here to negotiate. No negotiation is just sugarcoating it. They were here to blackmail the Southern Emperor and the reigning alchemist into handing over their target. But nothing here made sense. It is as if these people did not care about the lives of millions of people that are at stake here. Rather, they seemed to be confident that they could kill them all with near zero or fewer casualties. Lorenzo Lorne, aka reigning alchemist, has comprehended and forged many powerful and handy rules and runes in his entire life. Still, there's one rune that has proven to be particularly handy for him throughout his career as the trusted minister of the patriarch of the Heatsend royal family. And that rune is balance. This rune has helped Lorenzo earn another title known as the expert interrogator. As a rune, balance allows Lorenzo Lorne to do many miscellaneous things. But Lorenzo Lorne mainly uses it to discern if the opposite party is telling the truth, which is not the actual intended purpose of the rune balance. The rune balance ability is to let Lorenzo evenly distribute different elements of a situation, enabling him to comprehend if the situation is equal or in the correct proportions. There are many ways to use this ability. Lorenzo Lorne mainly uses it in research and interrogation. As a tool for interrogation, the rune balance is not the best fit. Still, the way Lorenzo uses it makes it possible to get satisfactory results with many limitations, but with enough time, he can get to more credible truth. The way Lorenzo uses the rune is straightforward to understand but challenging to execute flawlessly, which is the reason why he cannot use this ability all the time to discern if the opposite party is telling the truth. Therefore, he is an expert interrogator rather than an expert lie detector. It is easier to understand how the rune balance works by comparing it to an actual balance used to measure weights. This is how Lorenzo Lorne uses it to infer truth from lies. During interrogation, what Lorenzo does is tell a lie inwardly and load the rune balance with the weight of his lie while the culprit is answering his question. Then the balance takes the weight of the culprit's answer and compares its weight with Lorenzo's lie. Later, depending on whether the culprit is telling the truth or not, the rune balance will change. If the culprit is telling the truth, the rune balance will remain in equilibrium, indicating that the culprit is telling the turn. What happened here is the rune balance took Lorenzo's answer and culprit's answer to weigh them. Since Lorenzo was lying and the culprit was telling the truth, the weight of Lorenzo's lie balances out the weight of the culprit's truth. Therefore, there is no change in the rune balance. Suppose the culprit was lying. The weight of the culprit's lie would add to the weight of Lorenzo's lie, and the rune balance would indicate that there is no equilibrium since both are telling lies. Basically, Lorenzo makes up a random mental lie while the culprit is answering, If the culprit is lying too, then the rune balance will indicate a change, but if the culprit is telling the truth, then the balance will show no change. For example, during the conversation with Grinch, Lorenzo executed the same steps on him and discerned that Grinch was lying and there were more hostile card emperors in hiding. When Lorenzo asked Grinch, "Young man, how many of you guys are here in total?" he activated his rune balance. Seeing Grinch was confused, Lorenzo made the question more specific and asked, "It's below 40 and above 26, right?" While asking this question, Lorenzo mentally thought of a random lie that he is sure is a lie like, "I am 20 years old," and loaded it in rune balance. Since one side of the balance is loaded with lies, then the other side is for truth. Now, if Grinch answers with a lie, then it will be added to the lying side. Since there is no equilibrium, the rune balance will indicate a change. But if Grinch answers with the truth, it will be added to the other side. The truth and the equilibrium is achieved. Then there will be no change in rune balance. Grinch, hearing Lorenzo question about their numbers, got defensive and hurriedly lied by saying, "No." Since Grinch lied, the lying side of the rune balance got heavier, and the equilibrium was not achieved, hence indicating to Lorenzo that Grinch was lying. That means the number of hostile card emperors is somewhere between 26 and 40. But using his positioning rain array, Lorenzo only counted 25 hostile card emperors, which led Lorenzo to conclude that there are a dozen more or just one hostile card emperor in hiding that he missed locating using his positioning array. Lorenzo could have extracted the exact number of hostile card emperors in hiding and much more from Grinch, but the time and place did not allow Lorenzo to repeat his trial and error type of questioning techniques. There are rules and limitations to this method of Lorenzo's interrogation. One has to be aware of them for them to successfully use the rune balance as a lie detector. Lorenzo can load the rune balance with a random lie or truth, and it can be the same for the opposite party under interrogation. How is the rune balance supposed to know if the opposing party in question is telling the truth or not, or the opposite party? Just like Lorenzo is saying a random truth. That's where the questioning comes in. These questions are not just for the culprit, but the rune balance, to judge whether what the culprit said should go to its truth side or its lies side. This way, Lorenzo's random lie or truth is weighed against the culprit's question-specific truth or lie. This is how Lorenzo uses questioning to dodge the loopholes in the rune balance. And also the reason Lorenzo is titled an expert interrogator but not a human lie detector. "Old man, how sure are you about your array? It will work, right?" Anna asked Lorenzo in concern after all the whole plan laid in Lorenzo's positioning rain array. If it failed to work as Lorenzo promised, then the Sky Blossom City and its people will become a casualty of the Card Emperor level battle. "Trust me, it will work. It has an 80% success rate." Lorenzo thought for a second before answering Anna's question after all the innocent lives of millions were at stake here, and any mistakes will not be tolerated. "Wait, earlier didn't you say that it has a 90% success rate?" What gives hearing old man Lorenzo go back on his words shamelessly during such a critical situation? Anna was pissed and dumbfounded. This is the first time we are trying out this skill combo, and there is no telling what can happen. You have to be brave. Lorenzo reasoned his withdrawal, claiming that there was not enough data to give an exact answer since this was their trial run using the new skill combo. "You are kidding me right now? Old man, were you this irresponsible when you worked for my grandfather? Or is it just me? Forget it, start the array, and you better hope for your sake that this skill combo works." Anna warned Lorenzo and decided to go through with the skill combo, as she did not create any alternative plan, trusting old man Lorenzo's perfect plan, which now seemed not so perfect. "Your Highness, I advise you not to do whatever it is you are planning on doing. If you think it is only just 5 of us, then you are wrong. About 20 more card emperors are hiding in the city, so please do not act rashly. It may cost you millions of innocent lives." Grinch, who had been watching the Southern Emperor and reigning alchemist bicker for a while now, hearing Anna was up to something, he warned Anna and Lorenzo not to act rashly. "What are you implying, boy? Are you threatening the princess?" It wasn't Anna but calm and wise Lorenzo who reacted to Grinch's threat. Lorenzo was not angry with Grinch when he threatened to kill millions of innocent lives in the city, but when he threatened Anna with the city as the hostage, Lorenzo lost all of his calm and stared at Grinch as if he was the murderer of his family. It might not look like it, but Lorenzo is very loyal to Anna and the Heatsend royal family. This loyalty of his is what let Anna's grandfather let Lorenzo marry her grandaunt. Being the devoted follower of the Heatsend royal family, how could Lorenzo stay calm seeing the princess he swore to protect be threatened by a nobody? As for the deaths of millions of innocent lives, it did not bother Lorenzo, as during the expedition to rid the monsters festering in the southern region, he had seen much worse. Hundreds and thousands of large human settlements were wiped out by the monster tide. A mere city was nothing compared to it. Millions die, and millions are born every day, but Anna is different. She is the symbol of billions of lives living in the southern region and billions that sacrificed themselves to make the southern region that it is today. Threatening her was equal to threatening everything he and his friends had fought for. No, I am not threatening the Heatsend royal family princess. I would be crazy to threaten the Southern Emperor. Please don't misunderstand me. I am just reminding her that her actions could cost the lives of millions of innocent souls in the city. I do not want any trouble, and all of this can be avoided if you are willing to hand over the creator of silver milk powder, Dalton Wyatt. Grinch was here to exchange the target for the city, not dig his grave. So he tried his best not to break any eggshells as he spoke about the exchange with the death incarnation in front of him. Be it a reminder or advice or a threat. You mongrel are not worthy of talking terms with our princess. Anna was the Southern Emperor, but elders of the Southern region, like Lorenzo, still saw her as their princess. They will not tolerate any disrespect towards her. However, it's another thing that Anna's habit of having a good time has not made it easy for the elderly to respect her. Old man, you done? If yes, I will activate the skill combo. If you want me to, I will leave this one behind for you to take care of. Anna did not care about Lorenzo's loyalty. This old geezer, when push came to shove, used her to protect his granddaughter, putting a question mark on this man's loyalty and integrity. Yes, please. I will appreciate that. Lorenzo was as shameless as they come, and the hypocrisy in his words and action did not bother him the least bit. He still considered him the #1 loyal subject of the Heatsend royal family. Okay, see you. Positioning Rain Array, activate. Damned Arena, activate. Skill combo Damned Raining Arena. Anna activated her field card Damned Arena in combination with the positioning Rain Array, forming a skill combo, Damned Raining Arena. Shortly, Anna disappeared along with the 4 card emperors, leaving behind Lorenzo and Grinch. What the? Anna disappearing caught Grinch off guard, and his words trailed, realizing he could not feel the presence of his team. Shortly after, he discovered that he could not contact the 20 card emperors hiding in the city. Finding out that all his allies were missing and he was left alone facing the reigning alchemist, Grinch was scared silly. Come, little Grinch. Let me help you understand the spirit of the holiday. And while we're at it, why don't you tell me more about the remaining card emperors in hiding? Lorenzo grabbed Grinch by the neck, ensuring he had no room to struggle as he gave up on any hope of escaping. Grinch struggled frantically and tried using his rune cards, but none responded. Stop it, or I will break both your hands. Annoyed by Grinch's hands trying to claw himself free from his grasp, Lorenzo warned Grinch. Both Lorenzo and Grinch were card emperors, but in comparison to Lorenzo's strength, Grinch's strength was non-existent. Good. Now tell me how many of your colleagues are still hiding in the city? Is 5 yes or no? Lorenzo activated his rune balance and began his interrogation. No. Grinch was surprised to hear Lorenzo guess the correct number. Though he could mask his surprise, he still blurted out a lie, helping Lorenzo discern that the number he assumed was correct. Well, I will be damned. I got it right on the first try. Lucky me. Now, tell me, where are they? They are outside in the city outskirts, aren't they? Lorenzo was glad that he got the number of hostile card emperors on the first try. Later, he got more information about these card emperors that were in hiding. I don't know. Grinch did not know where Grey Fur and his team were because they separated from the rest of them, saying they had another task allotted by Madame Web. You are telling the truth. You really don't know where they are. Lorenzo was surprised to see Grinch tell the truth for a change. Seeing that he could not get any more info on the whereabouts of the hostile card emperors, Lorenzo decided to ask Grinch about other pressing matters. Tell me who sent you people, and what do you want from Dalton Wyatt? Is it because of silver milk powder? Lorenzo knew that the hostile card emperors were after Dalton Wyatt, but it was still a mystery who could gather 30 card emperors to abduct the discoverer of silver milk powder. Before Grinch could answer Lorenzo's questions, he went silent. From the expression on his face, it appeared as if only his body was present here, but his consciousness was not. He seems to have turned into a vegetative state. Lorenzo wanted to examine the Grinch's body further and determine why he turned from a healthy living person into an empty vessel. Still, he soon received a distress signal from his granddaughter. So, storing Grinch's body, Lorenzo hurried to the rescue of his granddaughter. Positioning Rain Array. As the array's name indicates, it is a positioning array. Within the range of the array, nothing can hide from the user's perception. Unless, of course, they have a higher level of stealth abilities. Upon activation, light rain showers the area of effect of the array. The light rain is unique as each of its droplets acts as a sensor and perceives its surroundings and reports back to its host. The range of each droplet is about 500 meters, so that even if the target is hidden in a structure like a house or building, the raindrops can snip the target out. And the living creatures within the array act as carriers for the droplets. The droplets can perceive through any kind of stealth and cloaking abilities within the limit of the same realm as the user. These droplets can detect all types of anomalies as long as it's within the limits of user's strength. These droplets do not dry off quickly, not unless the array is turned off. Here the array acts like Wi-Fi, and the droplets act like smart devices. The droplets collect data and send it to the array, but once out of a range of the array, these droplets are pretty much useless. This is how Lorenzo was able to locate the 20 card emperors that were hidden in the city. When Anna used the positioning array in combination with her field card, Damned Arena, it helped her increase the range of her field card, Damned Arena. This way, Anna could drag anyone inside the scope of the array into the Damned Arena. Date: March 27th, 2321. Time: 1758. Location: Sky Blossom City, Damned Raining Arena. Fook, where are we? One of the card emperors dragged in the Damned Arena exclaimed in surprise. 1 second he was hiding in a market, and the next second he was in something that looked like a gladiator's pit. Where in the name of card hell is this place? Is this a coliseum? What the fuck happened? And why is it raining here too? Apart from the usual confusion, this particular card emperor was curious about the rain. He felt that this sudden turn of events might somehow be related to the rain. Fuck the rain. I cannot sense any rules in this place or connect with the world. Try summoning your grimoire. I cannot summon mine. A card emperor realized the weirdness of the place they were teleported to and exclaimed frantically, asking others to check if they could connect to the world or summon their grimoire. No, I too cannot sense any rules or connect with the world. What the fuck? I cannot summon my grimoire. Other card emperors started to take notice of the weirdness of the place. Unable to fathom a tiny bit of soul energy or rules, all of them panicked. Some weak-minded card emperors faced a mental breakdown. Shut up, fools. We are in the famous Damned Arena of the Southern Emperor. In here, we cannot access soul energy or rules. Right now we are totally cut off from the world. So stop trying to connect with the world to access rules. The only way to exit this damned place is to kill the Southern Emperor. And don't worry, according to sources, the Southern Emperor will also be under the same restrictions as us. With our numbers, we call kill her. One of the card emperors seemed to be knowledgeable about their current situation and informed the panicking crowd about their current situation. Clap clap. You were the first one to guess the ability of my field card. Interestingly, I made sure to keep my card's information a secret by killing every soul that has entered this arena. But how did you know about my card? Guess I will be saving you for the last. As for the rest of you gentlemen, I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.